Chapter 2581. Lin Fei admitted it without hesitation. Once word got out, someone would definitely notice some clues. Even if he wanted to hide it, he might not be able to do so for long. Everyone would find out sooner or later. There was no need for Lin Fei to be secretive in front of the new and old directors. This was Emperor Peak, Lin Fei's territory. Even if the two directors had any ideas, they would not be able to do so here. The concealment formations were enough to make them lose a layer of skin. Lin Fei was very confident about this. Xiao Lin, you're really a straightforward person. You're very straightforward. This old man likes your personality. The old director was a little surprised by Lin Fei's admission. Since you've said it, we'll be straightforward too. If we work together, no one will be able to do anything to you in the capital college. This is my guarantee. If you're willing, you can even set up a branch of the Revenge Chamber of Commerce in the capital college. Xiao Qingshan was stunned. This was different from what he had said previously. Everyone understood the meaning of this sentence. The capital college was backing up Lin Fei. What if the emperor comes? Lin Fei's lips curled up as he asked the dean. My words are as good as gold. As long as you're in the college, no one will be able to do anything. The old director's voice was sonorous and powerful like an alarm clock. Lin Fei stretched out his hand. Let's work well together. The old director was stunned. Understanding what he meant, he stretched out his hand as well. Let's work well together. Old director, if we do this, will it? Xiao Qingshan was still concerned about certain aspects. For example, the royal family. After all, the capital college was founded by the emperor in his previous life. Demas had a calm expression on his face. You don't understand. Even if the great emperor finds out, he'll still allow us to do it. The storm of technology. No one can stop it. If we don't hurry up and prepare now, we'll fall behind in the future. Xiao Qingshan was deep in thought. We're on an expedition to the empire. Those big clans won't dare to act recklessly. We don't need to do anything. Moreover, that brat is very cunning. He won't let himself get hurt so easily. We don't need to worry about him. Xiao Qingshan could tell that this Lin Fei was very cunning. The people from Tianji Hall came aggressively, but in the end, they were still defeated by Lin Fei. This old headmaster is very resourceful. If he can set up a revenge chamber of commerce in the capital institute, the influence of the institute will be great. After sending off the two deans, Lin Fei drank 3 cups of fragrant tea in a row. The old dean's words meant that Lin Fei did not have to worry about anything in the capital institute. The next time someone from Tianji Hall came to make trouble, he would not have to worry about it. Lin Fei didn't care who he sold his technological weapons to. The capital institute definitely wanted to have a better foothold in the ancient wilderness world. Naturally, they needed technological weapons. Of course, it was inevitable that some of them would lean towards the royal family. Lin Fei did not care. It was all the same. Now that he had benefited and could develop, why not? Originally, Lin Fei wanted to set up a branch of the Revenge Chamber of Commerce in another place. Now, it seemed that there was no place more suitable than the Capital Institute. The old dean had said that he could open up an area to set up the Revenge Chamber of Commerce. Just because of the name of the Capital Institute, there was an invisible form of protection. Now, all that's left is the royal family. On the side of the royal family, the eldest prince, Fan Qingyuan, was the first to receive the news. Those idiots from Tianji Hall. They knew that Lin Fei knew arrays, but they still went to their deaths. In the end, it was all for nothing. Fan Qingyuan had participated in the grand auction of the Revenge Chamber of Commerce. With the contributions he had made at the auction, he was in charge of a new technological army. He was more eager than anyone else to get on the good side of the Avengers. Now, the opportunity had come, and it lay with Lin Fei. Over the past few days, Fan Qingyuan had been looking through Lin Fei's information. The more he read, the more he felt that something was amiss. Lin Fei's background was very mysterious, and it seemed that he really had connections with the Avengers. I'm going to make a trip to the Capital Institute and have a good chat with Junior Lin Fei. A glint flashed across Fan Qingyuan's eyes. It's a pity that I haven't been able to find Lin Fei's weakness yet. In Fan Qingyuan's opinion, To deal with a person, it was either money, a woman's beauty, or power. There were no more than these three methods. He could not see any of these on Lin Fei. It seemed that he had been keeping a low profile. The array on Emperor Peak was dense, and almost no one knew what he was doing. In a mansion in the suburbs, Qin Lan charged in with a menacing aura, sending the few people who tried to stop him flying. They went all the way to the back garden and stood in front of a pavilion. "Stop right there." As soon as Qin Lan charged in, 7 or 8 men in black stood in front of her with weapons in hand, blocking her way. "Scram if you don't want to die." Qin Lan was in a bad mood, and her face was frosty. Not long ago, she had finally found the mastermind. It was one of the 3 Saintess candidates, the Snake Demoness. Qin Lan found the Snake Demoness hiding place in a rage and attacked her in public, demanding an explanation from the Snake Demoness. "My good sister, what wind blew you here? Look at your anger." A faint voice came from the pavilion. "You can all leave now. Otherwise, Sister Qin Lan might really kill you." Swoosh. Everyone retreated. There was a large bed in the middle of the pavilion. The Snake Demoness with green eyes was lying on her side, revealing her slender curves. She exuded an exotic charm. "I'm not your good sister. Let me ask you, were you the one who spread the news that Lin Fei is a member of the Avengers?" Qin Lan believed in her judgment. Although she was now one of the 3 Saintess candidates, the competition was still very fierce. It was normal for the Snake Demoness to drag her down. "Ah, such important news. Why didn't I know about it?" The Snake Demoness was surprised and looked ignorant. "However, I have to thank Sister Qin Lan for telling me such important news. It turns out that Lin Fei is a member of the Avengers. I remember that he is from the Capital Institute." Qin Lan said angrily, "Snake Demoness, stop pretending. No one else could do this except you. Otherwise, how can you explain that you would come here for no reason? Aren't you afraid that the experts of the Expeditionary Empire will find out and capture you to be someone's exclusive slave?" The Snake Demoness giggled. "I really don't know what you're talking about. I came here for a mission. As for what the mission is, it's a secret. You should know, so it's not convenient for me to say more." Qin Lan didn't believe the Snake Demoness. The Snake Demoness was famous for being cunning and fickle. They were very good at disguising. "Snake Witch, you know very well that you can hide what you've done from everyone, but you can't hide it from me. I'm sure it's you, so you're the mastermind behind the scenes." Qin Lan said coldly, "I'll remember this debt." The Snake Demoness said weakly, "I really didn't do this." Chapter 2582. As soon as the 2 Saintess-in-waiting exchanged blows, the luxurious mansion in the suburbs immediately suffered a huge impact. Qin Lan wanted to vent her anger on the Snake Demoness. If it wasn't for the fact that this was human territory, she wouldn't have held back at all. She would have gone all out and ruthlessly dealt with the Snake Demoness. Even so, the battle between the 2 Saintesses was still quite shocking. In the end, the battle ended in a draw. Everyone had their own considerations and had held back. "I won't let this go just like that. I'll settle this score sooner or later." Qin Lan turned around and left without looking at the Snake Witch, who looked a little disheveled. "Sister Qin Lan, I won't see you out." The Snake Witch's clothes were a little disheveled, but she smiled beautifully until Qin Lan disappeared. Her expression turned cold. "Qin Lan, so what if you know? The news has already spread. You must be very anxious without this thigh, huh?" For the Snake Witch, there was nothing more satisfying than this. "I have to find a time to meet this Lin Fei. If I can snatch him from Qin Lan, it might be even better. Qin Lan's expression will definitely be very pleasant then." The Serpent Witch giggled. Back at Imperial College, Qin Lan immediately heard about Tianji Hall's attack on Lin Fei. A bunch of idiots. Ever since she had made the deal with Lin Fei, Qin Lan had been studying Lin Fei. She discovered that Lin Fei's body was shrouded in a mysterious aura. The people from Tianji Hall would definitely not have a good ending if they went looking for trouble with Lin Fei. After some hesitation, Qin Lan still went in the direction of the Emperor Peak. This matter had started because of her. She had to go and explain it. She hated the Snake Witch to death. A good situation had been ruined just like that. Have you thought it through? Qinlan did not wait outside for long. She entered the Emperor Peak and saw a very leisurely Lin Fei. I'm here to apologize. Qinlan did not think that this matter could be hidden from Lin Fei. Up until now, everyone's understanding of the Avengers was limited to a very small range. It could be seen how well they kept their secrets. It was just a small matter, and he only needed to say a word to settle it. Since the other party was so relaxed, it was clear that he did not take this matter to heart. Apologize? That's not the style of senior sister. Lin Fei was a little curious. Qinlan seemed to have changed today. She was different from usual. Are you mistaken? Keep pretending, keep pretending. Qinlan felt that Lin Fei must have known that the people of the Demon God Empire were making a move, and was intentionally waiting for her to express her opinion. However, she couldn't bring herself to be angry. This matter was on their side, regardless of who it was. We, the Demon God Empire, were the ones who leaked the news that Junior Brother is a member of the Avengers. I sincerely apologize for this. Please forgive us. Qinlan bit her lip lightly. To be honest, at the beginning, Lin Fei was quite angry. This was all caused by that bastard. Later, Lin Fei figured it out. This matter could not be hidden. Everyone would find out sooner or later. In this critical period, with the protection of the Avengers, it was enough to threaten those with ulterior motives. At the same time, it could attract some firepower. After Lin Fei figured it out, he did not care anymore. Your Demon God Empire is quite daring. Are you saying that I should report this to my superiors, or? Lin Fei subconsciously showed a hint of anger. Although Lin Fei had figured it out, he was still very concerned. Qinlan was afraid that if Lin Fei reported it, it would mean that the Demon God Empire had entered the sights of the Avengers. If they were destroyed like Tianji City, that was not what she wanted. No! Qinlan blurted out. At this time, Qinlan was in the wrong. However, she realized one thing. It was not that she could not report this matter. She would never expect that the person controlling the people of the Avengers was Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. I finally get to see you suffer a setback. It's not easy. In Lin Fei's eyes, Qinlan had always been a strong woman. Especially recently, her aura was getting stronger and stronger. Even a fool could tell that Qinlan's influence among the Saintess candidates was growing. I was having a good time working with senior sister. However, the Demon God Empire is too unscrupulous. After working together, you exposed me. Tell me, am I not hurt? I've decided to report this matter and blacklist the Demon God Empire. I'll never work with you again. Lin Fei said with a straight face. At this moment, Qinlan was really panicking. Although she did not know Lin Fei's exact position in the Avengers, the fact that he was able to host several major transactions showed that his position was not low. He might even have the support of the upper echelons. If this matter were to spread, the upper echelons of the Avengers would be furious. The Demon God Empire might really be blacklisted. Without the supply of technological weapons, the morale of the army, which had been working so hard to build up, would return to its original state. They would be suppressed by the human race again. As time went by, the human army might tear apart the defense line of the empire and attack the hinterland. At that time, the huge empire would collapse and there would be no more Demon God Empire. Qinlan immediately suppressed this terrifying thought. Her back was drenched in cold sweat. Junior brother, please don't report it. I'm willing to atone for the empire. I'll agree to whatever you want me to do. Qinlan decided to go all out. She had to make Lin Fei give up this idea no matter what. Seeing Qinlan wavering, Lin Fei's lips curled up slightly. Senior sister, are you sure you want to do anything for me? You're not fooling me, are you? I'm a woman of my word. I've always been a woman of my word. Qinlan secretly heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the change in Lin Fei's expression. I'm not afraid that you won't be moved. I'm afraid that you won't be moved. Qinlan had a lot of confidence in her looks. Within the Capital Institute, there was a long line of geniuses circling around her. She only needed to say the word and it would be over. Lin Fei had not expected Qinlan to be so resolute. It made sense. The demon god empire had finally changed the unchanging war situation with their technological weapons. If they lost the opportunity to cooperate with the Avengers, the demon god empire would be pushed back. Senior sister Qinlan is indeed from the demon god empire. She's willing to put down her pride and build a long-term relationship with me. Lin Fei was deep in thought. That depends on whether you can do it or not. Lin Fei suddenly smiled. I heard that you're good at dancing. Why don't you dance and let me broaden my horizons? Men are all the same. Qinlan secretly despised him. She put on a tactful expression. Junior brother, do you really want me to dance for you? Of course. Chapter 2583. From that day onwards, Qinlan moved into the Emperor's Peak temporarily. According to Lin Fei, she would let this matter go when she was in a good mood. Lin Fei's words nearly infuriated Qinlan. In the end, she endured it and stayed on Monarch Peak to think of a way to calm Lin Fei down. Qinlan's resentment towards the snake which deepened every day she stayed on the Emperor's Peak. She wouldn't have stayed on the Emperor's Peak if she hadn't spread the news. Dancing, pouring tea, and serving water. These became a part of her daily life. Qinlan had never served anyone in her life. Lin Fei, on the other hand, had broken that rule. In the beginning, she was still a little resistant, but as a few days passed, the shame in her heart slowly disappeared. She could observe Lin Fei up close every day. The snake which was here. He did not know what method the snake demoness had used to openly enter the Capital Institute and arrive at the foot of Emperor Peak unhurriedly. The snake demoness had changed into a tight-fitting black dress that wrapped around her perfect figure. Her curves were everywhere, and her curves were everywhere. She was extremely alluring. Many people were staring at her when she came in from the outside. When they saw the black-clothed, tight-fitting beauty outside the Monarch Peak, they immediately gave up on the idea and vanished in a flash. A few days had passed, but the people from Tianji Hall hadn't returned. It was a reminder. I don't think I know her. Lin Fei saw the snake which standing outside through the system, but he couldn't remember her. Someone's here. Go and handle it. Since that day, some good-looking beauties had arrived outside the Emperor's Peak. Lin Fei didn't have to think to know that it was a honey trap. Unfortunately, he wasn't interested in it for the time being. Now that there was a beauty outside, Lin Fei asked Qinlan to handle it. All right. Qinlan was used to Lin Fei's orders. She was good except that she wouldn't do anything. Lin Fei reclined on a chair, his entire body exuding a lazy aura. Honey trap again. Don't they feel bored? Lin Fei was speechless. Couldn't they change their way of doing things? Snake which stood outside the Emperor's Peak. She was very confident in her own beauty. She had even prepared a special method for it. As long as she could see Lin Fei once, she would have plenty of ways to do so. He's here. With a whoosh, a path opened up in the huge formation. Although the snake which really wanted to go in, she still suppressed it. She had received information about the Emperor Peak's array formation. The array formations here were one after another, and they were all interconnected. The snake which was not confident that she could come out alive if she barged in at this time. You can go now. Qinlan walked out and said coldly. Ever since Qinlan was at the Monarch Peak, Lin Fei had been used as a shield. Qinlan was speechless. What was going on in his head? It's you. The snake which found the voice familiar. She looked up and her expression changed. The smile on her face froze. Hee, I was wondering who it was. It's you. Qinlan recognized the snake which at first glance. She was also a Saintess candidate. She was very familiar with the aura on her. Snake Witch, you're really not bad. You actually managed to sneak in. You're quite bold. Why are you on the Emperor's Peak? It shouldn't be. The Snake Witch couldn't figure it out. Ever since Qinlan left that day, the Snake Witch didn't arrange for anyone to keep an eye on him. Qinlan definitely wouldn't tell anyone about it. However, the current situation wasn't right. Back then, the Snake Witch released the news to make Lin Fei suspect that it was Qinlan who leaked it. Then, she could take advantage of the situation and replace Qinlan. Qinlan looked at the uncertain expression on the Snake Witch's face. She smiled happily and puffed out her chest. Why can't I be here? I'm sorry to tell you that you can't go up the Emperor's Peak. You can go back now. Why can't you let me go up? The snake witch was exasperated. Whether she could see Lin Fei was related to the next plan. The snake witch definitely had to go up the Emperor's Peak. Qin Lan was very happy. The more unwilling the snake witch was, the more comfortable she felt. Because I'm Lin Fei's woman. Do you think you can still go up the Emperor's Peak? Qin Lan threw out a sentence that the snake witch couldn't believe. Woman? The snake witch took a step back. How can you become Lin Fei's woman? At this moment, the snake witch didn't notice that Qin Lan's ears were blushing. It happened to be covered by a few strands of hair. Otherwise, the effect of Qin Lan's words would be greatly reduced. There's no reason. It's just because I'm prettier than you. How about it? Is that enough? Qin Lan said to the snake witch in a condescending manner. The snake witch was very proud of her beauty. She didn't think she would lose to anyone. Qin Lan, you're using your position to take revenge. We're all here for the same goal. Do you have to be so heartless? The snake witch's face was cold as she stared at Qin Lan. Qin Lan shook her head. I'm not using my position to take revenge. Furthermore, do you think it's useful for you to go up? Perhaps he's waiting for you to come. You have to think carefully. The snake witch's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Qin Lan, that bitch, told everything to Lin Fei? The snake witch was cunning by nature. She was also very vigilant. She immediately became gloomy. Lin Fei's realm wasn't high. No one dared to say that they could suppress him. Who knew what was hidden on the Emperor's Peak? The first prince has arrived. Before the snake witch could say anything, a golden chariot came from afar. More than 10 huge wild beasts galloped over, leaving behind a ferocious aura. In an instant, the horrifying evil aura arrived at the foot of the Emperor's Peak. Oh, it's Sister Qin Lan. Why are you here? Today, Fan Qingyuan had changed into casual clothes. He looked casual and comfortable, but compared to a while ago, his spirit, energy, and spirit had changed a lot. Most importantly, he was confident. Your Highness, Qin Lan is already Lin Fei's woman. If you want to go up the Emperor's Peak, you have to get her permission. The snake witch wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. The snake witch, who was about to give up on going up, immediately understood that the first prince's goal was similar to hers. He wanted to rope in Lin Fei. The snake witch had the thought of going up again. It would be a waste if she didn't make use of such a good opportunity. Fan Qingyuan casually glanced at the snake witch. He was rather stunned. You are. Chapter 2584. Qin Lan fiercely glared at the snake witch. Originally, she didn't plan to let the snake witch in, but now that the first prince is here, Qin Lan can't stop him. She doesn't want to expose too much of her relationship with the snake witch so as not to attract too much speculation. Fan Qingyuan's eyes flickered. He knows that Qin Lan is a beauty. She is also very powerful and her background is also mysterious. The only thing he didn't expect was that Qin Lan actually became Lin Fei's woman. Could it be that senior sister got there first? Lin Fei is currently a person that Fan Qingyuan wants to rope in. Before this, he didn't want Lin Fei to be roped in by anyone as it will affect his future plans. Sister Qin Lan, I wonder if Junior Lin Fei is here. I want to pay him a visit. Fan Qingyu also changed the way he addressed Qin Lan. Let him come up. Just when Qin Lan doesn't know how to answer, Lin Fei's voice came into her ears. Of course you can. Qin Lan smiled. Thank you. Please come in. Qin Lan quickly got into character. Fan Qingyuan came down from the war chariot and didn't enter the chariot, giving enough face to Lin Fei. Snake witch, you better not act recklessly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you won't come down. After Fan Qingyuan went up, Qin Lan secretly transmitted her voice to the snake witch. My sister Qin Lan, don't worry. I won't act recklessly. The snake witch giggled. I am not someone who doesn't know the rules. The first prince is finally here. The reason why Lin Fei didn't leave is actually because he was waiting for the first prince to arrive. Among them, the one that interests Lin Fei the most is the first prince. As for the other princes, he isn't interested. After all, he has cooperated with the first prince before. The first prince is still as elegant as ever. The moment you come, my emperor peak is honored by your presence. Lin Fei greeted with a smile. This is one of the big customers. Junior Lin Fei, you really know how to joke. Fan Qingyuan was startled, then he laughed. Junior brother, on the other hand, you didn't say anything, but the moment you came out, you gave people a fright. This is very easy to scare people. This was Fan Qingyuan's test. A lot of evidence pointed to Lin Fei being a member of the Avengers, and his status was not low either. Fan Qingyuan naturally wanted to test him. The snake witch, who was standing beside Qin Lan, had a gleam in her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. Qin Lan kept his guard up against the snake witch, afraid that she would cause trouble. Xiao Lan, brew a pot of tea. Don't let the first prince just sit there. Qin Lan turned around to make tea. The snake demoness kept looking at Qin Lan. This little slut, how could she have hooked up with Lin Fei? But so what if you've hooked up with him? This saintess still has her ways. The reason why Qin Lan was able to rise to the top was because of Lin Fei. The snake demoness had investigated very clearly. After Qin Lan turned around and left, the snake demoness walked over gently. Junior Lin Fei, I'm Qin Lan's friend. I heard that you're this year's newcomer king. I really admire you. She sat down beside Lin Fei without leaving a trace and said gently. Lin Fei glanced at her. She was a very charming beauty with a curvy figure and was rather hot. She looked completely different from Qin Lan. It's nice to meet you, snake demoness. Lin Fei nodded slightly. Fan Qingyuan didn't look at the snake demoness. Even though Lin Fei didn't answer him just now, he still obtained some information. This trip was the right one. As the first prince of the royal family, Fan Qingyuan was very good with words. He had a scholarly aura and exuded a cordial aura, making people involuntarily want to get close to him. The two of them chatted about all sorts of things. The snake demoness was very good with words. She would interject from time to time, making the two of them laugh non-stop. It was the same even after Qin Lan returned. When men and women worked together, work wouldn't be tiring. It was the same even if they were just chatting. Halfway through their conversation, Qin Lan and the snake demoness stood up and left. It could be said that the snake demoness was dragged away, but the snake demoness couldn't resist. Soon, the two of them were left behind. This tea is not bad. I'm in luck today. Fan Qingyuan put down the teacup. If the first prince likes it, you can come often. My emperor peak welcomes your highness at any time. When the time comes, we can drink tea and chat. Isn't that great? Lin Fei chuckled. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Fan Qingyuan didn't beat around the bush and directly agreed. Lin Fei was a straightforward person. The first prince was a straightforward person. I wonder what Junior Lin Fei thinks about the future? Suddenly, Fan Qingyuan raised a strange question. Lin Fei smiled in his heart. Is this a test? I think there will be a huge revolution in the future. Those who can't keep up will all be swept into the trash can and become the dust of history. Lin Fei smiled. Those who keep up will have a good future. Fan Qingyuan was very sure that Lin Fei was a member of the Avengers. This was because he was very confident about the future. Junior Lin Fei, I'm now representing the Empire and the royal family to discuss a business deal with you. Fan Qingyuan became very sincere. According to his investigation, putting on airs in front of the other party would only backfire. The group of unlucky people in Tianji Hall was the best proof. Lin Fei smiled. I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to report it to the higher-ups. I believe that we will have a cooperation. Fan Qingyuan did not intend to get a specific answer from Lin Fei. This kind of answer was already very satisfactory. At least this trip was not in vain. Then I'll have to trouble Junior Lin Fei. Our empire needs your help. Fan Qingyuan was not afraid of being called arrogant. In front of the mysterious Avengers, putting on airs was not a good thing. They had used countless battle records to prove this. Anyone who went against the Avengers did not end up well. Actually, I've received some information. The higher-ups are planning to open a branch of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce in the Capital Institute. Lin Fei lowered his voice and dropped a bombshell. Open a branch of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce? Fan Qingyuan tried hard to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. This was definitely good news. After witnessing the terrifying power of those technological weapons, the new army in charge was prepared to equip themselves with technological weapons, preparing to create a brand new army. If he could maintain his cooperation with the Avengers, Fan Qingyuan believed that he would definitely be able to secure his position as the eldest prince. Even if the other princes joined forces, they would not be his match. Now, their success was due to technological weapons, and their failure was also due to technological weapons. As long as one was not an idiot, they would know that the future would be a very stormy revolution. This is only temporary. I hope that the eldest prince will not spread this news, lest it causes unnecessary misunderstandings, Lin Fei said in a very low-key manner. This made the eldest prince even more glad that he had come to the right place. Chapter 2585. Of course, Fan Qingyuan wouldn't tell anyone about it. It was a worthwhile trip to get such news. There was no better news than a vengeance chamber of commerce that was set up right in front of his house. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Right at this moment, the entire Emperor Peak shook slightly. Massive formations were activated one after another, interlocking with each other. Lin Fei, I'm here. Come and welcome me. Do you want me to come here personally? The booming voice reverberated through the entire Emperor Peak and the entire Capital Institute's cultivation space. Almost the same voice reverberated through the air. Lin Fei rose into the air and arrived at the highest point of the Emperor Peak. He looked down and saw everything below clearly. Unknowingly, an ancient black chariot had appeared at the foot of the Emperor Peak. It was surrounded by a ferocious aura and the deafening aura of a powerful army. My fifth brother is here. Fan Qingyuan also saw the towering figure on the black war chariot standing tall and straight like a mountain. His face could not help but turn dark. Lin Fei, come and welcome him. The loud voice was heard again. Junior Lin Fei, I'll take care of this. It had not been easy for him to obtain good news from Lin Fei, and he had even learned of the latest news. Now that his fifth brother, Fan Qinglong, had appeared, he was immediately displeased. Fan Qingyuan decided to take care of this matter. Moreover, he didn't want his fifth brother to have anything to do with Lin Fei. Recently, there were more strangers in his fifth brother's residence. Based on his understanding of his fifth brother, he was very ambitious and had been eyeing that position covetously. He wouldn't give up just like that. Without giving Lin Fei a chance to say anything, Fan Qingyuan turned into a stream of light and didn't dare to tear open the void for fear of triggering the interlocking formations. Fifth brother, who allowed you to make a fuss here? What a disgrace! Fan Qingyuan landed in front of the black chariot and said sternly. In the past, Fan Qingyuan wouldn't have scolded him so harshly. At that time, even he lacked confidence. Back then, Fan Qinglong was in charge of an army and was the god of war on the battlefield, winning the support of countless people. Apart from that, he also had the support of many galaxies. This was also what Fan Qingyuan was concerned about. Now, things were different. He had a new army in his hands, and he had won the appreciation of his father. He had the strength to resist. Many big shots of the star field had also secretly come to contact him and gave him some hints. He was full of confidence. With such a huge commotion, the elites of the cultivation grounds all released their spiritual senses. They saw the fifth Prince Fan Qinglong on the Black War Chariot and the first Prince Fan Qingyuan in front of them. Why are the first prince and the fifth prince here? Is that the fifth prince of the war god? What a powerful killing intent. Rumor has it that he is the war god of the army, and he controls the destruction army. His combat strength is extremely powerful. The first prince isn't too shabby either. It's said that he's in control of a new army and has received the secret support of many powerful forces. He's completely secured his current position. The first imperial prince has such a temperament. This was the expression of the love-struck girl. Are they all here for Lin Fei? Is Lin Fei really a member of the Avengers? No one dared to move forward. The first prince was amiable and approachable, but the fifth prince was different. He was the war god of the army and was decisive in killing. Not many people dared to offend him. Lin Fei is really popular. He has two beauties by his side. Now that the first prince and the fifth prince are here, it seems like he has chosen to cooperate with the first prince. In a dark loft, Qiao Qingshan had also noticed the situation outside. He didn't plan to go out. He wanted to see how Lin Fei would deal with this matter. The Capital Institute had always stood on the sidelines of such conflicts and was never willing to get involved. The fifth prince Fan Qinglong's ambitions had been growing rapidly recently. Using his connections, he had secretly obtained the support of 8 to 8 domain lords. He had never made a move himself. Everything was done by his subordinates. It was done very discreetly, and basically no one noticed it. Big brother, what you said is interesting. I came to look for Lin Fei, and I asked him to come out and greet me personally. Is that not allowed? Fan Qinglong was very confident now. He wasn't afraid of his big brother at all. Fan Qingyuan smiled. This is the Capital Institute, not a place where you can do whatever you want. Leave now. If word gets out, how will others look at the royal family? He was scolding him directly. What if I don't leave? Fan Qinglong snorted. You are my big brother, but you have no right to talk to me. Fan Qingyuan's expression darkened. What if I force you to leave? For the first time, Fan Qinglong could ignore his big brother's attitude. That's impossible. If Lin Fei doesn't come out today, I will fight him myself. He's just a commoner. What right does he have to not come out? Fan Qinglong's lips curled up. Big brother, are you going to help Lin Fei? Fan Qinglong had come as soon as he found out that his big brother had come to Emperor Peak. Fan Qingyuan had never expected that his little brother would not listen to him. It seemed like his little brother was going to fight him to the end. However, he really couldn't make a move at this time. Because this was the Capital Institute. If he made a move, it would be unreasonable. Fan Qingyuan felt very aggrieved. He didn't know why his little brother would talk back to him. Was it because of the destruction army behind him? Lin Fei and I hit it off the moment we met. I don't like what you're doing. Fan Qingyuan didn't mind pulling Lin Fei aside. It's not that you can't see Lin Fei, but you have to go there yourself. Don't forget that this is where our father the emperor cultivated. If our father hears about this, it won't be good for you. Fan Qinglong didn't want his big brother to feel comfortable. However, after hearing what his big brother said, he realized that Emperor Peak was not an ordinary place. This Lin Fei was the junior brother of the emperor father in name. Moreover, this was their father's cultivation place. It was different. If he barged in, it would be disrespectful to their father. Fan Qinglong suddenly laughed. Big brother, you're right. As a son, how can I destroy the place where our father cultivated? Actually, I was just joking. Fan Qingyuan pursed his lips. He wouldn't believe what his little brother said. Lin Fei had been watching from Emperor Peak all this time. The fifth prince's aura is even stronger than before. It seems like he has gained some benefits. A mere fifth prince was not worthy of Lin Fei's attention. It was enough to rope in the eldest prince. The other party would naturally be happy to suppress the fifth prince. No matter how ambitious the fifth prince was, the result was still the same. No way. Lin Fei could see the ambition in the other party's eyes. Chapter 2586. The fifth prince Fan Qinglong's strength had increased, but it did not affect Lin Fei much. After all, no matter what the empire did, Lin Fei could not be harmed at all. He thought it was only the fifth prince who came to join in the fun, but before the eldest prince and the fifth prince came up, another person barged in. Big brother, fifth brother, wait. Fan Luoyu actually appeared at this moment. Both Fan Qingyuan and Fan Qinglong were slightly stunned. Both of them knew that Fan Luoyu was married. To prevent ninth sister from running around, Fan Qingyuan had specially arranged for people to guard her. His face darkened. Ninth sister, who allowed you to come out? There was a tinge of reprimand in his tone. Fan Luoyu was dressed in palace attire and had a noble aura. Big brother, I don't need you to guard me, so please call those people back. Fan Luoyu did not give face to her big brother. Hearing this, Fan Qingyuan was even more unhappy. To make the Fan family and the Xiao family closer, as her big brother, Fan Qingyuan did not want any changes, so naturally he did not want ninth sister to run around. What are you talking about? Fan Qingyuan said sternly. Go back. Today, Fan Qingyuan did not bring any subordinates to Emperor Peak to show his sincerity. Big brother, there is no harm for ninth sister to come out and play. Once she is married, it will be difficult for her to come out in the future. Fan Qinglong said kindly. Anyway, this place is not outside, so it doesn't matter. No one wanted Fan Luoyu to do something more than him. Ever since he had arranged for someone to pass on the news, although it did not bring any substantial benefits, at least it had planted a seed in Xiao Ran's eyes. Fan Qinglong believed that Xiao Ran probably knew about Fan Luoyu's situation. If nothing went wrong, he might appear too. Ninth sister came at the right time, just in time to add fuel to the fire. From the small details that Lin Fei did not come out, Fan Qinglong knew that his big brother seemed to be trying to rope in Lin Fei. If he could make things difficult for Xiao Ran, that would be the best. Then he would see how his big brother would handle it. Fan Qingyuan really wanted to kick Fan Qinglong away. Wasn't it obvious that he was opposing them? Big brother, look, fifth brother has already said it. You still want me to go back? Fan Luoyu said happily, without any emotion on her face. Go back. Fan Qingyuan glared at Jiumei. She's about to get married. If word gets out, our Fan family will be laughed at. Fan Qinglong argued once again, ninth sister, don't listen to your big brother. Our Fan clan isn't one of those small clans. Although the Xiao clan is one of the 8 ancient clans, our Fan clan isn't weaker than them. There's no need to care so much. Ninth sister, do you want to go up? Fifth brother, you're the best. Fan Luoyu was also surprised. Her fifth brother's attitude towards her was average, so why would he help her today? However, her goal today was Emperor Peak. This time, it was useless no matter how Fan Qingyuan glared at him. Fan Qinglong took the initiative to invite Fan Luoyu. The two of them walked past each other and entered the Emperor Peak. What is Fan Qingyuan trying to do? Fan Luoyu's side went up. The news immediately reached Xiao Ran's ears. Lin Fei again. Xiao Ran's face was very calm, as though he was indifferent. Fan Luoyu, if you think that an unknown Lin Fei can escape from me, then you're going to be disappointed. Xiao Ran was born in the 8 ancient clans and had never been afraid of anything. Even the Avengers didn't dare to think that they could do whatever they wanted. He was very clear about the hidden strength of the 8 ancient clans. One Lin Fei was really not worth him being afraid of. Let's go to Emperor Peak. She's actually here. Fan Luoyu saw Qin Lan standing behind Lin Fei the moment she came up. For some reason, she felt uncomfortable. I knew that which Qin Lan would play tricks. Lin Fei, you've got guts. I've come personally, and you're the first to not come out to welcome me. Fan Qinglong stared at Lin Fei sinisterly. Fan Qinglong shouted fiercely, not giving his elder brother any face, especially after knowing that he was in contact with his elder brother. Why should I come out to welcome you? This is the Capital Institute's cultivation ground, not the royal family's territory. Lin Fei laughed. What can you do to me? Lin Fei's reaction was also beyond the trio's expectations. Strong. Domineering. The rumors are true. You're indeed from the Avengers. Only they would be so lawless and disregard the royal family. Fan Qinglong's eyes lit up. You guessed right. I'm indeed from the Avengers. Lin Fei admitted readily. If you have anything to say, just say it. I'm a person who likes to speak frankly. Fan Qingyuan was deep in thought. My fifth brother has no chance. In the entire royal family, Fan Qingyuan cared about Fan Qinglong the most. If he also had Lin Fei's support, then he would be in big trouble. Lin Fei's reply made Fan Qingyuan heave a sigh of relief. Since you've said so, I'm a straightforward person. Your Vengeance Chamber of Commerce's stuff is pretty good. I quite like it. How about we cooperate? Fan Qinglong said it in front of his elder brother. Listening and not listening were two different things. Hearing it in front of his face, Fan Qingyuan looked calm and had a faint smile on his face. He still felt uncomfortable, but he could not stop anything. Otherwise, in the eyes of outsiders, he would be seen as a narrow-minded person. Fan Qingyuan did not want to be involved in such rumors. I'm sorry, I'm on an expedition to the kingdom. For now, I can only cooperate with your elder brother. You're too late. Lin Fei glanced at Fan Qingyuan and said straightforwardly. This bastard. Although it was a good discussion, Lin Fei's words still made Fan Qingyuan feel uneasy. Fan Qinglong's expression changed immediately. It was not a good thing to be rejected in person. So far, this was the first time he had been rejected. Everyone was respectful and flattering. You want to reject me? Are you sure you know the consequences? Because no one has ever dared to say such words in front of me. Lin Fei mercilessly rejected Fan Qinglong, which made him very unhappy. I'm not interested in cooperating with you. As for the consequences, I want to see what you can do. It would also be good to see how powerful the legendary army god is. Fan Qinglong frowned and then relaxed. You really disappoint me. I don't know who gave you the courage. However, I'm very angry now. You should be prepared to bear my anger. Cloud-splitting palm. Fan Qinglong stretched out his palm without any warning. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed as he grabbed at Lin Fei's chest. 5 streaks of black energy tore open 5 cracks in the void space on the spot, giving off a dangerous aura. It took a long time for them to recover. Chapter 2587. Fan Qinglong was very direct. If Lin Fei did not agree to cooperate, then he would kill him on the spot. Even after this, the Avengers might not dare to do anything. Although the Avengers had always been mysterious, Fan Qinglong felt that they were not that strong. This organization might not be as scary as he thought. After Lin Fei did not agree, Fan Qinglong did it himself. The cloud-sundering palm was a secret technique of the royal family. It was very powerful, but the most important use of this secret technique was to destroy the physical body. Qinglong, what are you doing? Fan Qingyuan said sternly. If something were to happen to Lin Fei here, Fan Qingyuan could imagine that it would have a great impact on his career. He might even get into a lot of trouble. I knew you would get angry and attack. Lin Fei did not have a good impression of Fan Qinglong. But, you forgot what this place is. Suppress. Fan Qinglong immediately felt a terrifying force pressing down on him. His straight body was pressed down, and his legs began to tremble. Break for me. Fan Qinglong roared and a domineering aura rushed into the sky, fiercely attacking the ferocious aura. However, Fan Qinglong's formation was too powerful, and it only shook slightly before it was suppressed again. Fan Qinglong, who had just gathered all his strength, was instantly pressed down. Half of his body bent down, and his whole body trembled. It was obvious that he could not hold on any longer. This scene happened too quickly. Fan Qinglong, who had just used the cloud-sundering palm, was pressed down and could not fight back. Lin Fei, how dare you suppress me? Fan Qinglong roared and roared continuously. If you dare to cause trouble, I dare not suppress you. Now lie down. Lin Fei waved his hand. This time, Fan Qinglong could not take it. With a crack, his legs broke, and he knelt in front of him. At this moment, no matter how Fan Qinglong struggled, he was pressed down by a pair of invisible hands. He could not move at all. Fan Qingyuan had a strange look in his eyes. He opened his mouth to prophesy, but stopped. Fan Luoyu's beautiful eyes glowed with excitement. He really dared to suppress a royal prince, and it was Fifth Brother who controlled the Destruction Army. Sometimes, a single action can change people's minds. Lin Fei seems to be getting more and more domineering. Compared to the Fifth Prince and those geniuses, there's clearly a gap. Ever since they moved into the Emperor Peak, Qin Lan gradually noticed how overbearing Lin Fei was. The only thing that Qin Lan had not expected was that Lin Fei would actually dare to suppress the Fifth Prince in front of everyone. Furthermore, the Fifth Prince did not even have the ability to retaliate. Lin Fei, I'm going to kill you. Fan Qinglong's face was ferocious, and his killing intent flickered. He was suppressed by the power from beginning to end, and his eyes could not conceal the dense killing intent. The baleful aura around him boiled, and one could vaguely see a magnificent army galloping. You want to kill me? It seems that you don't have the ability for now. Lin Fei didn't care about the murderous Fan Qinglong at all. You can only roar here now. Lin Fei, what kind of ability is that? Fan Qinglong struggled. If you have the ability, don't borrow the power of the array formation. Let's fight one-on-one. I'm not afraid of you. Crack. The power came crashing down again, and the force was stronger than before. Fan Qinglong, who had been kneeling, cried out miserably. His entire body was pressed to the ground, coming into a solid contact. You're going to die. You're definitely going to die. Fan Qinglong's gaze turned resentful. Big brother, how can you continue watching? He's trampling on the dignity of the royal family. Fan Qingyuan really could not stand Lin Fei's behavior. The royal family was the royal family after all. Even though he was not on good terms with his fifth brother, Fan Qinglong, the current situation was indeed uncomfortable. Junior Lin Fei, can you let Azure Dragon go for my sake? I guarantee that he won't mess around here. Fan Qingyuan could not help but speak up for Azure Dragon. Lin Fei took a look at Fan Qingyuan and said straightforwardly, no problem. However, I'm not someone to be trifled with. For everyone's peace of mind, banish him. Banish? Fan Qingyuan immediately thought of those unlucky fellows from Tianji Hall who had yet to return. How dare you banish me? In my eyes, your identity as a member of the royal family is not a reason for you to swagger around. Lin Fei did not say anything else. He made a series of seals and a huge black hole immediately appeared below Fan Qinglong, sucking him in instantly. Be back. The voice suddenly stopped. Lin Fei, how dare you banish my fifth brother? Fan Luoyu had a silly look on her face. A sentence echoed in her mind, how dare he banish my fifth brother? Qinlan was mesmerized by Lin Fei's back view. He's getting more and more domineering. He banished the fifth prince directly. He's too domineering. Lin Fei tilted his head and said to Fan Qingyu, Your Highness, I'm a straightforward person. If I don't like it, then I don't like it. I hope that we can continue working together. Fan Qingyuan suddenly shivered and thought to himself, what a good Lin Fei. He's trying to pit me and Azure Dragon against each other. What a good move. Happy working together. Now that things had come to this. Fan Qingyuan was also a decisive person. Two hands shook together, and everyone laughed. On the other side, Fan Qinglong had been banished to an uninhabited land. Lin Fei, I'll definitely kill you. You bastard. With a loud rumble, the mountains collapsed and the mountains collapsed. Fan Qinglong, who was in a rage, released endless murderous aura, causing an earth-shattering reaction. Ninth sister, let's go back. Fan Qingyuan finally witnessed the domineering nature of the Avengers. They could easily destroy Tianji City. Now, one of their members dared to control the array to banish Fan Qinglong. They had no regard for the imperial power at all. Subconsciously, Fan Qingyuan did not want Ninth Sister to have too much contact with Lin Fei. Who knew what would happen? He was a dangerous person. Fan Luoyu automatically took a few steps back and turned to walk towards Lin Fei. Big brother, I'm not going back. I don't like young Master Xiao at all. The person I like is him, Lin Fei. Lin Fei was about to send the two of them off. But when he said that, he almost vomited blood. You like yourself? What kind of joke is this? Qinlan was unhappy and put away her charming smile. This little bitch, I knew she was up to no good. She's trying to drag Lin Fei down with her. No one knew Fan Luoyu's goal better than her. This is bad. This is really bad. Fan Qingyuan's expression was very ugly. His eyes kept moving back and forth between Lin Fei and Ninth Sister. He could not figure out when the two of them had hooked up. How was he going to explain this to young Master Xiao? Chapter 2588. Seeing Lin Fei's reaction, Fan Qingyuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It's just wishful thinking. The clever Fan Qingyuan immediately made up an excuse. Junior Lin Fei, don't take it seriously. Ninth Sister is just spouting nonsense. The most important thing now was to bring Ninth Sister back to the palace. Fan Qingyuan believed that as long as he brought her back, what happened today would definitely not spread and Ninth Sister's wedding would proceed smoothly. Ninth Sister, let's go. As he spoke, he went forward to hold Fan Luoyu's hand. Fan Luoyu had finally come out, and it was to get closer to Lin Fei. How could she be willing to follow him back? If she went back today, she would definitely not be able to come out. No matter what, Fan Luoyu would not leave. Big brother, I'm not leaving. I like Lin Fei. Why should I leave? Fan Luoyu moved and stood in front of Fan Qingyuan. She opened her arms and took the initiative to hug Lin Fei. Fan Qingyuan was stunned. Qin Lan's beautiful eyes were wide open, and her mouth could fit an egg. She's throwing caution to the wind. In fact, Fan Luoyu was indeed throwing caution to the wind. The date of the wedding was getting closer, and she had no choice but to make a choice. She had been a little hesitant before, but after seeing Lin Fei's domineering methods, she had completely firmed up her beliefs. Lin Fei was not a bad choice. The sudden scene also stunned Lin Fei. There was a beauty in his arms, and her faint body fragrance wafted into his nostrils, making his soul tremble. Junior Lin Fei, help me. Apart from you, no one can help me. A faint voice was heard. Lin Fei composed himself. Ninth Princess, you think too highly of me. Can't you see that I've already offended the fifth prince? What can I do to you? Help me, I can give you everything. Lin Fei felt that these words were familiar, and Qin Lan's figure flashed before his eyes. It seemed that Qin Lan had said these words before. He subconsciously looked at Qin Lan. Qin Lan felt uncomfortable being stared at. For example, Lin Fei suddenly smirked. Fan Luoyu's identity as the ninth princess was something that many people yearned for. Lin Fei was not a decent person to begin with, so he subconsciously wanted to tease her a little. This bastard is indeed dishonest. Being in the arms of another man for the first time, Fan Luoyu's heart was still rather bashful. For some reason, there was a sliver of pleasure in her heart that even she could not understand. Let's throw caution to the wind. At most, we'll give this bastard some benefits. At the end of the day, Fan Luoyu was still a proud person. If not for Lin Fei's domineering decision to banish Fan Qinglong just now, she would not have made such a quick decision. Not everyone was willing to do such a thing. Lin Fei was waiting to see what Fan Luoyu would do when he suddenly saw Fan Luoyu winking at him. What's the meaning of this? Without waiting for him to understand, Fan Luoyu's face turned red and she opened her mouth to kiss Lin Fei, planting a kiss on his mouth, causing Lin Fei's eyes to widen instantly. This is a forced kiss. After a few short breaths, Lin Fei came back to his senses. This woman was really crazy. Big brother, the person I love is Lin Fei. Even if I have to die, it will be the same. Fan Luoyu said very seriously after their lips parted. Fan Qingyuan looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. He could not believe it. Was this still his ninth sister? She had actually taken the initiative to kiss another man. This man still made Fan Qingyuan a little fearful. Crazy, she's really crazy. For a moment, Fan Qingyuan did not know what to say. Yet, it had happened in front of him and he could not stop it in time. The consequences of this matter were serious. Junior Lin Fei, this is my first kiss. You must remember it. Fan Luoyu's strong woman's demeanor was long gone. It was replaced by the usual shyness of a woman. Lin Fei was bitter. This is really troublesome. The old saying is right. When a woman goes crazy, even she is afraid of herself. A first kiss. Lin Fei did not doubt it at all. The slight trembling of the other party was the best proof in Lin Fei's eyes. Moreover, it was not an act. It was real. This was what troubled Lin Fei. She's playing with fire. It seemed like this brother-in-law's expression was not very friendly. Lin Fei was very clear that the other party was afraid of the Avengers behind him. If it were someone else, they would probably have started fighting and killed Lin Fei, who had taken advantage of them. Your Highness, can I say that this is a joke? Lin Fei shrugged his shoulders and said innocently. Fan Qingyuan would not believe this. He smiled coldly and did not say a word. Big brother, I've already said that I will only be with Lin Fei in this lifetime. It will be useless if it's anyone else. Fan Luoyu pulled Lin Fei's hand and leaned half of her body on it. Lin Fei had not expected to be tricked by a princess. The first kiss was not bad. The trouble that he was about to face was not small. Xiao Ran from the Xiao family is here to visit the newcomer king, Lin Fei. At this awkward moment, the last thing they wanted to see happened. Xiao Ran came to visit. Fan Luoyu's expression changed slightly. I did not call him here. Who knows why he would come at this time? Lin Fei and Fan Qingyuan were not fools. They knew that someone must have gone to inform them. Ninth sister, don't say anything later. I'll pretend this never happened. Fan Qingyuan made a decision immediately. He turned his head and looked at Lin Fei with a complicated gaze. Lin Fei, let's not talk about who is right and who is wrong for now. I don't want this to cause a commotion. What do you think? It was not easy for Fan Luoyu to give her first kiss because of this. It was impossible for her to suppress the matter. Junior Lin Fei, it's up to you now. If you do well, I won't mind. Fan Luoyu made a seductive gesture to tease Lin Fei. Even though the gesture was still very jerky and stiff, it could not hide her beauty and temperament. Lin Fei was not someone who listened to others easily. The Shao family was part of the 8 great ancient families. Lin Fei would be in contact with them sooner or later in the ancient desolation world. Offending one of them now did not seem to be a big deal. At most, I'll rope in a few other families in the future. I won't be afraid of the Shao family then. Lin Fei's thoughts were clear. After their last meeting in the restaurant, Lin Fei felt that this Shao Ran was quite a hypocrite. For example, now that he knew there was news, he still openly invited to visit. This made him seem scheming. Lin Fei did not like this kind of person. Your Highness, I didn't want to do anything at first. But since I've taken the 9th princess' first kiss, she's mine now. I can only apologize to that Shao Ran. Lin Fei ignored Fan Qingyuan's murderous glare and pulled Fan Luoyu over with one hand, half hugging her with one arm. Originally, Fan Luoyu had wanted to break free subconsciously, but the man's domineering voice rang in her ears. Chapter 2589. Fan Qingyuan was already regretting letting Jiao Mei come up. I had a feeling that something bad was going to happen, and it's all that bastard Azure Dragon's fault and Lin Fei's fault. The Shao clan was one of the 8 ancient clans. They had established themselves in the ancient wilderness great world long ago and had unimaginable power. The Avengers Alliance was just a newly emerged mysterious force. Although they had shown terrifying strength, Fan Qingyuan still believed that the final victory would be the Shao family. It was rumored that the 8 ancient clans were constantly fighting against each other. Once something happened, the 8 ancient clans would stick together and fight against the outsiders. If the Avengers were to make a move, they would have to face the 8 ancient clans. Any force would be torn to pieces by the 8 ancient clans. Fan Qingyuan could not stop the current situation at all. I can only take it one step at a time. Is that the young master of the Shao clan? He's so handsome. He's so charismatic. He's like a natural leader. Shao Ran stood outside the Emperor Peak. Young master, why don't we go up directly? The Emperor Peak is covered in array formations, but I have the ability to barge in. The old man beside him said softly. Shao Ran looked at the Emperor Peak that was shrouded in white fog. We can go up, but the Emperor Peak is more dangerous than you can imagine. Don't forget that I'm born with the ability to sense danger. Shao Ran was extremely calm. Once I go up, I'll be putting myself in danger. The old man beside him was alarmed. Young master, why can't I tell? Tianji Hall is so powerful, but he still suffered a huge loss. Shao Ran said. Lin Fei is not simple either. He can set up array formations and can be said to be a monster. So, let's just wait here. The old man beside him knew that the calmer his young master was, the angrier he was. If we offend young master, we won't be able to make a comeback in the future. They're coming down. Shao Ran's lips curled up. For people came down from the Emperor Peak. Young master, Fan Qinglong is gone. The gray-robed old man said softly. He's really gone. Shao Ran was very surprised. The Emperor Peak is really a dangerous place. If I'm not wrong, Fan Qinglong should have been exiled. Young master, he really dares to exile Fan Qinglong. There's nothing strange about it. Lin Fei is a person with a background after all. The imperial power of the expeditionary empire might not be able to suppress Lin Fei. Shao Ran's gaze landed on Fan Luoyu, who was dressed in palace attire. A haze quickly flashed across Shao Ran's eyes. Fan Luoyu and Lin Fei actually came down hand in hand. Bitch. The veins on Shao Ran's hands were bulging. He subconsciously clenched his fists, and then slowly released them. Young Master Xiao. Fan Qingyuan greeted him awkwardly. He didn't know how this matter would develop. Fan Qingyuan really wanted to take Jiumei away, but he couldn't unleash any of his strength on the Monarch Peak. It was rumored that the Monarch Peak was filled with formations, and now it seemed to be true. The Emperor Peak was indeed a dangerous place. Xiao Ran did not respond to Fan Qingyuan, his gaze landing directly on Fan Luoyu. Young Master Xiao, there's something I want to make clear to you. Fan Luoyu completely threw caution to the wind, and her chest was trembling slightly. She knew the consequences of this decision. Say it then. Xiao Ran said very calmly. This person is indeed very scheming. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Fan Luoyu clearly knows this, but she can still maintain such a calm expression when she comes to the Emperor Peak. She's really not simple to be able to maintain her composure even under such provocation. She's indeed a member of the 8 ancient families. If Xiao Ran had barged in earlier, Lin Fei wouldn't have minded giving him a hard time. In a place like the Emperor Peak, Lin Fei could easily mobilize all the power, and the interlocking formations would be everyone's nightmare. I like Lin Fei, not you. I hope that young Master Xiao won't come looking for me or pester me again, Fan Luoyu said as she leaned on Lin Fei. Xiao Ran remained calm, neither happy nor sad. We have an engagement. Eldest Prince, what do you think? Fan Qingyuan, who didn't know what to do at the side, laughed bitterly. Are you asking me to make a choice? In theory, Fan Qingyuan needed to support Xiao Ran. The engagement was decided by the Emperor and the Xiao family. This was something that couldn't be changed. Fan Luoyu's body trembled slightly. This was a fact that she couldn't avoid. She looked at her elder brother anxiously. Ninth sister, the engagement between you and young Master Xiao was decided by the Emperor. You can't disobey your father's order. Don't be stubborn and apologize to young Master Xiao. I believe that young Master Xiao won't take offense. Fan Qingyuan didn't even know how to say all these. Fan Luoyu couldn't help but feel disappointed. Her elder brother was still biased towards Xiao Ran. Lin Fei finally witnessed Xiao Ran's prowess. He got to the point right from the start and easily crushed Fan Luoyu's faith. Especially when he said that she couldn't disobey her father's order, it was like a thorn in her heart. Young Master Xiao, I won't marry you anyway. He's the one I like. Fan Luoyu pulled Lin Fei's hand and squeezed it hard. Her posture seemed to be saying, hurry up and say it. Lin Fei could feel the slight change in Fan Luoyu. Those who come from the royal family will always feel a little pressured. If not for the first kiss, Lin Fei might have thought that it was a joke at most, taking advantage of her. He wouldn't lose anything anyway. But since she had given him her first kiss, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Senior, you have to remember, you're mine from now on. Secret voice transmission. Bastard, you're still thinking of taking advantage of me at this time. Fan Luoyu was furious. Bastard, you're too much of a bastard. Lin Fei wrapped one arm around Fan Luoyu's slender waist and transmitted his voice over. Don't move recklessly. This young Master Xiao has very sharp eyes. He won't believe you the moment you reveal a flaw. You won't like it either. Fan Luoyu suppressed the panic in her heart. Young Master Xiao, you're quite interesting. Fan Luoyu is mine, and you have the nerve to mention an engagement. What era are we in now? There's still such a thing as an engagement. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. Fan Qingyuan knew that something bad was about to happen. Lin Fei, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Fei said seriously. I'm really not spouting nonsense. Senior is mine. Can't you see it clearly? Alright, do you still need to prove it? Fan Luoyu tiptoed and kissed Lin Fei. The two of them kissed passionately on the spot. Lin Fei invaded her domineeringly, lingering for a while before the two of them separated. Lin Fei looked intoxicated. Young Master Xiao, now you see it clearly. Fan Luoyu is mine. I don't care if you're from one of the 8 ancient families or what background you have. As long as I'm here, Fan Luoyu is mine. I believe you should be satisfied with this explanation. Chapter 2590. Xiao Ran had left. That was right, he had left. There was no storm that Lin Fei had expected. Xiao Ran, the young master of the Xiao family, turned around and left without saying anything. It was straightforward and straightforward. I've met my match. Lin Fei watched Xiao Ran's departing figure with interest. If he had attacked on the spot, Lin Fei would not have cared about him. However, leaving without a word was something to be wary of. As the saying went, a silent dog was the fiercest. No one knew when it would give you a bite. And that was the situation now. Xiao Ran turned around and left, leaving behind a silhouette and a sentence that proved that this matter was not over yet. Ninth sister, you've really gotten yourself into a lot of trouble this time. Fan Qingyuan was helpless. He shook his head and turned to leave. Ninth princess, I've helped you solve most of the problem. This junior of mine sure knows what to do. Lin Fei chuckled. Fan Luoyu pulled herself away from Lin Fei, her gaze complicated. You're worse than me. You're not a good person either. No way, I've helped you a lot with this. Fan Luoyu rolled her eyes. But you still benefited from me. That was my first kiss. You gave it to me. I didn't want it. Fan Luoyu blushed at the mention of this. Batty, say no more. From today onwards, I'll be living on your emperor peak. Once everyone left, Fan Luoyu reverted to being a princess. Young master, you should have let this old servant take down that kid just now. He's just a nobody. Even if the experts from the Avengers Alliance came, they might not dare to be presumptuous. The gray-clothed old man said disapprovingly. As a loyal servant of the young master, anyone who offended him deserved to be killed. Xiao Ran's gaze flickered. The only thing I didn't expect was that Fan Luoyu would come up with such a plan to reject this engagement. She even let a stranger get close to her. The more she does this, the more I want to get that B*TCH. Based on my observation skills, the ninth princess is still a virgin. Fan Luoyu will definitely not dare to act recklessly in the near future. Young master, Fan Luoyu will definitely not return to the palace. I am worried that a long delay may bring trouble. Don't worry, this young master will go back now and give the Fan clan some pressure. I believe they will be very willing. From that day onwards, Fan Luoyu stayed on the Emperor Peak and occupied a courtyard. Originally, Qin Lan alone was pretty good, and he could still enjoy his good days. Following the arrival of Fan Luoyu, the situation was completely different. The two of them would argue with each other from time to time. They didn't like each other. They fought each other almost every day. Fortunately, Lin Fei had set up formations on the Emperor Peak to prevent the aura from leaking. Otherwise, everyone would have suspected that something big had happened on the Emperor Peak. They really can't stop. Hearing the commotion outside, Lin Fei instinctively revealed a look of helplessness. What was I thinking back then? I got myself into such a big trouble. Without looking, Lin Fei knew that Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu had started fighting again. There was a reason for it almost every day. Demon woman, die. B***, you're not a good person either. What followed was a loud rumbling sound. Yuan Kuan, aren't you guys going to deal with the Avengers? I'll give you a piece of news. One of their members is in the Capital Institute. He's very easy to find. You'll know when you get there. His name is Lin Fei. In a dark place, a mysterious person appeared in front of Yuan Kuan. The aura on this person was very obscure, but it exuded a dangerous aura that was unfathomable. Who exactly are you? Why are you telling me this news? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If you want to dig out the secrets of the Avengers, the best way is to start with Lin Fei. However, you have to be careful. The Emperor Peak where he lives is filled with formations. With a whoosh, the newcomer tore open the void and disappeared. What a powerful expert! Yuan Kuan frowned. A murderous look flashed across his eyes. Ever since Tianji City was destroyed, Tianji Hall's influence in the outside world had been greatly affected. The headquarters did not take any action, so all kinds of gossip was flying around. Yuan Kuan's murderous intent toward the Avengers grew stronger day by day. After accumulating for a long time, it became very terrifying. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He must have a powerful background to be able to find me. At the very least, he can't be an enemy. Yuan Kuan immediately arranged for people to investigate this matter. I'm finally back. Fan Qinglong, who was in a sorry state, finally returned a few days later. Damn you, Lin Fei. I curse you to die a horrible death. Fan Qinglong, who was originally very domineering, had a rare look of fatigue on his face. His body was filled with a strong smell of blood. He looked in that direction with murderous intent. He had suffered a lot along the way. Who knew what kind of place it was? Fortunately, he had brought treasures with him, which allowed him to escape. At the thought of those things, Fan Qinglong could not help but want to kill. The royal family has sent someone. The leader was Fan Qingyuan. As the wedding was approaching, Fan Qingyuan could not sit still. For some reason, when the news spread in the royal family, the leisure princes of the royal family all criticized him, leaving a bad impression. In their opinion, even if Lin Fei was a member of the Avengers, his status might not be high. He could not be compared to young Master Xiao. He had to be brought back. As for Lin Fei, the royal family could give face and not capture him, but he had to leave the empire and would not be allowed to enter again. This was already a great deal of leniency. The formation on the Emperor Peak was still open. This time, Fan Qinglong invited an array grandmaster. Even if Lin Fei did not agree, he would break the formation and bring him out. This cultivation area had been sealed with treasures, and outsiders would not be able to detect anything. If news of this got out, the impact would be great, and the royal family would become a joke. Lin Fei. Fan Qingyuan's voice traveled to the sky above the Emperor Peak. After a while, Lin Fei appeared in the sky above the Emperor Peak. Your Highness, what brings you here today? Lin Fei looked down and knew what had happened. Ask Ninth Sister to come out. I want to bring her back. Fan Qingyuan said in a businesslike manner. It's good for everyone to treat you this way. Big brother, I will not go back. Fan Luyu also appeared in the sky, and her tone was very firm. Lin Fei spread out his hands. Then forgive me for not being able to help. If she doesn't want to leave, there's nothing I can do. Fan Qingyuan took a deep breath. Lin Fei, do you dare to make a bet? If my people can enter your Emperor Peak, you will hand over Ninth Sister. If they can't enter, I will bring them away immediately. Chapter 2591. Not interested? Fan Qingyuan was infuriated. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back. Lin Fei said. Ignoring Fan Qingyuan's expression, he disappeared in front of everyone. Big brother, I've decided on Lin Fei for the rest of my life, and that won't change. Fan Luyu also threw out a sentence, leaving the crowd looking at each other. It's just as I thought. I didn't bring him back that day, so I knew I'd be in deep trouble. Fan Qingyuan sighed bitterly and turned to an old man behind him. Master Mo, I'll have to trouble you. Behind Fan Qingyuan stood an old man in green with a pair of spirited eyes. Your Highness, you're too kind. Master Mo was invited by Fan Qingyuan using his status in the empire. He was on the same level as Master Yun Zhongtan. What's going on? Qiao Qingshan saw everything through a treasure and shook his head subconsciously. There are so many arrays on Emperor Peak, and even the old dean doesn't think he can break them. What's the use of a mere Master Mo? It wasn't that Qiao Qingshan looked down on Master Mo, but the arrays on Emperor Peak were extraordinary. As a master, Master Mo's efforts were destined to be in vain. Are they going to break the arrays? Lin Fei stood under the pavilion, watching the commotion below. You're very confident in the arrays on Emperor Peak. Fan Luyu stood beside Lin Fei and asked curiously, aren't you afraid that the royal family will take out some special treasures? Lin Fei smiled. No, if they can come up, I'll write my name backwards. No one knew better than him that the Emperor Peak's formation was set up as a whole. In addition to absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual qi, it formed a huge object. Usually, people only saw the simple formation on the surface. As for the deeper formation, not many people had seen it before. I'd like to borrow your royal family's treasure. Fan Qingyuan didn't want to come. It was too awkward. Those royal uncles all had objections. This was a very rare thing. Without thinking too much, he knew that the Shao clan was behind this. Other than the Shao clan, no one else could invite those royal uncles. Fan Qingyuan had no choice but to come here shamelessly. Lin Fei, I didn't want to come here. Fan Qingyuan knew it was not easy to ascend the monarch peak. Therefore, he brought a royal treasure with him. It was not easy for him to obtain this treasure. Master Mo, you're born with a powerful deduction and analysis ability. You can break any formation easily. However, the formation on the monarch peak isn't ordinary. You'll be able to break it easily with the help of this treasure. Fan Qingyuan took out an item from his storage ring. It was a silver-white bead that was about the size of a fist. It looked very pure and holy. Oh no, this is a special treasure of our royal family. Through the enhancement effect of this treasure, one's abilities can be amplified infinitely. This Grandmaster Mo is most adept at deducing and deciphering arrays. With the help of this silver bead, his abilities will be greatly enhanced. Fan Luoyu's expression changed immediately when she saw the silver bead. It's that powerful? The changes to the Monarch Peak's formation were not controlled by Lin Fei, but by the system. It was flawless, and there were basically no loopholes. At the very least, the system's terrifying analysis and calculation ability had easily defeated the formation masters. Yes, it's very powerful. It said that this treasure contains a miniature intelligence that can perform infinite analysis and deduction. Fan Luoyu glanced at Lin Fei. Don't you think it's powerful? I didn't expect Big Brother to take it out. Miniature intelligence. Lin Fei was moved. Logically speaking, his system had a powerful ability. Lin Fei had never encountered something like this before. Yes, rumor has it that it's a technology from another universe. Fan Luoyu didn't notice the change in Lin Fei's expression. Rumor has it that our empire could be established because of the treasure from another universe. Lin Fei had heard many rumors about the establishment of the empire. Little devil, go and scan that silver pearl now. Lin Fei was moved. This thing might be good. Subconsciously, such a thought immediately popped up. Scan. The silver pearl was taken out, giving off a holy aura. Master Mo's eyes were filled with admiration. I've seen it. I've really seen it. The legendary number 1 pearl, the Milky Way pearl. Yes, this is the Milky Way pearl. At that time, my father said that there was a silver Milky Way there that went straight to the sky. Hence, it was named the Milky Way pearl. Fan Qingyuan seemed to be recalling something. However, up until now, the Milky Way pearl has only been developed with the help of the Milky Way pearl. Master Mo's eyes became firm. Your Highness, with this Milky Way pearl, the number 1 pearl, breaking the formation of the Emperor Peak will only take a moment. Then I'll have to trouble you, Master Mo. Grand Master Mo received the Milky Way pearl carefully, as if it was a holy object. Open. Master Mo held the Milky Way pearl with one hand. A huge amount of special energy flowed into the Milky Way pearl. Suddenly, a bright silver light burst out, covering the entire Emperor Peak. This is amazing. A holy object. Grand Master Mo's mood became exceptionally agitated. With the help of the Milky Way pearl, Master Mo felt that he had been sublimated. Many questions that he couldn't understand before were suddenly solved. Break the formation. Master Mo's eyes flickered with wisdom. The silver light in front of him instantly turned into a huge screen. An array appeared in the sky, and then it separated into pieces and turned into symbols. To the left, 300 feet away. Master Mo punched through the air and hit one of the symbols. Everyone heard a cracking sound. To the left, to the south, 320 steps. Master Mo struck again, and another position was broken. At this moment, Master Mo, as if he had the help of God, easily blasted the eye of the array and quickly broke the array. A moment later, Fan Qingyuan stood in the array. He was surrounded by white mist, and he couldn't see clearly. It was as if he was surrounded by a void. Your Highness, don't move. There are rays under your feet. Once you move, the array will change. This Lin Fei still has some tricks up his sleeve. Master Mo stood at the front. This is the royal treasure, the Milky Way pearl? Lin Fei didn't stop him. So far, he had only broken ordinary array formations, and it wasn't worth his attention. See? The Milky Way pearl can increase one's calculation and analysis ability, far exceeding the limits of humans. Your array formations are strong and of a high grade, but they can't withstand the threat of the Milky Way pearl. Fan Luoyu couldn't stand Lin Fei's calm look. This treasure was useless in the hands of outsiders, but in the eyes of array masters, it was a holy object. I like this Milky Way pearl, so I'm going to take it. Chapter 2592. The Milky Way pearl is a treasure in the eyes of array masters. The crown prince actually brought it out. Qiao Qingshan was shocked. This treasure was of little value. It was useless to ordinary people, and only array masters could use it. The reason why the Empire Expedition Empire had so many array masters was because they had been nurtured by the Milky Way pearl. Lin Fei is in trouble. Qiao Qingshan could not help but wonder if the Emperor Peak's array formation could withstand it. Another array formation has been broken. What a fast speed! In a short period of time, the arrays were broken one by one. Lin Fei slowly digested the results of the system's analysis. A technological product from another world. This was the result of the system's analysis. At the same time, it added a few words: defective. The Milky Way pearl was not complete. Little devil, what's so good about this thing? It's just a slightly special technological product. It's very different from your system. Lin Fei had always relied on the powerful existence of the system and had not paid much attention to other treasures. Treasures of heaven and earth were powerful, but technological products did not necessarily stand a chance. Therefore, Lin Fei was only slightly interested in a Milky Way pearl, but it was far from the level of importance. That's because Master doesn't understand. Although the Milky Way pearl is defective, it is a technological product from another space. It has a certain level of intelligence and contains a large amount of data. As long as I absorb it, my system can still evolve and reach a higher level. The little devil was very concerned. The system can still evolve. Lin Fei had always felt that the system had reached its limit. Since the last update, the system had not changed much, and Lin Fei naturally did not think in this direction. That's for sure. Remember when you first came to the Empire Expedition Empire? Didn't I tell you that many of the Empire Expedition Empire's products were technological products? They must have been obtained from another space. Now it seems that this Emperor Expedition Empire should know about the passage to another space. However, before that, you can collect the defective products of these technological products to evolve the system. Lin Fei listened very seriously. That's very important. Yes. Lin Fei said without hesitation. Then I'll snatch it. Fan Luoyu was still in a daze. The Milky Way pearl has been marked. It's useless even if you snatch it away. I really don't know what you're thinking. If you have the time, you might as well think of a way to stop the other party from entering. Fan Luoyu did not think that Lin Fei had that ability. Although the Milky Way pearl was of little value and it would be a pity to abandon it, the royal family still cared a lot about it. The Milky Way pearl's value was limitless, and it could even be used to create brand new large-scale matrices. Little devil, I'll leave the array formation to you. Get that Grandmaster Mo out and make him leave behind that Milky Way pearl. Is there any problem? Lin Fei was too lazy to go out and directly gave Little Devil a task. It's just a bead. Even if it has an amplification effect, it's nothing much. I'll help you get it. The Little Devil didn't think much of it. Can my main body move? Lin Fei thought about it. Go ahead. It's in the array anyway. It's fine. The matter of the Avengers had been exposed. Having an ancient beast by his side was enough to make them fearful and not dare to act recklessly. His strength was a shortcoming. When there were many people, it was not suitable for him to make a move. With an ancient wind god beast by his side to protect him, it was completely different. Your Highness, the most powerful thing about the Emperor Peak are these 10 arrays. They seem to be flawless, and anyone who intrudes will definitely die. However, with the help of the Milky Way pearl, I'm 80% confident that I can break through these 10 arrays. I'm even 50% confident that I can control these 10 arrays. Grandmaster Mo was now full of confidence. It was also Grandmaster Mo's first time using the effect of the Milky Way pearl. The feeling of surpassing one's limits was too good. Everything was perfectly under his control. Fan Qingyuan heaved a sigh of relief. The array of the Emperor Peak is just SOSO. All along, Lin Fei's powerful ability to set up arrays was very frightening. With the help of the Milky Way Pearl, he easily broke through. Although Lin Fei had a relaxed attitude, Fan Qingyuan was still very satisfied that he could come this far. Then I'll master these 10 arrays and make him lose his reliance. Compared to other things, Fan Qingyuan wanted to see what other trump cards Lin Fei had. In his opinion, the Avengers was his backer. However, distant water could not quench a present thirst. Even if Lin Fei had an early-stage 8th rank physical body, if he encountered a powerful opponent, as long as he besieged him with treasures and slowly refined him to death, it was only a matter of time. Apart from this, Fan Qingyuan couldn't think of any other way. Technological weapons? They had power, but the consumption was too high. It was only a one-time attack. Controlling the Milky Way Pearl, Grandmaster Mo looked a lot more solemn. He led Fan Qingyuan through the array one after another. Feeling the dangerous aura brought by the big array, he had to admit that Lin Fei was really good at setting up arrays. Grandmaster Yun lost to Lin Fei. It's really not an injustice. Grandmaster Mo also memorized these arrays and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When it was said that Grandmaster Yun Zhongtian lost to a young man, he didn't really believe it. A Grandmaster of Array needed a lot of accumulation, and it wasn't something that could be promoted in a short time. Today, after seeing the 10 big arrays, Grandmaster Mo was completely convinced. Lin Fei had this ability. If it wasn't for the Milky Way Pearl's amplification ability, which allowed him to surpass his own limits, it would have been impossible for him to break the 10 big arrays, which were all interconnected. He was afraid that he would have been turned into ashes the moment he entered. Your Highness, follow closely. Grandmaster Mo collected his thoughts and carefully broke the array. Is he really not going to come out and stop us? Are you so confident in yourself? After passing through 9 big arrays, they were about to reach the core of the big array. Fan Qingyuan didn't know why, but he felt a tinge of bitterness. At this moment, Lin Fei still didn't come out. Could it be that he didn't care that the core of the true skill was controlled by someone else? Was he looking down on them? Even with the help of the Milky Way Pearl, it still felt like he was bullying the weak. Lin Fei's method made Fan Qingyuan unhappy. He was waiting for Lin Fei to come out on his own. Without the 10 big arrays, your Emperor Peak would no longer be a place where outsiders couldn't enter. By then, there would be trouble waiting for you. Fan Qingyuan thought evilly. We're in. After a while, Fan Qingyuan and Grandmaster Mo came to the 10th big array. Indeed, they saw a stone stele that looked very simple and unadorned. Grandmaster Mo, you've done a great service. Grandmaster Mo heaved a sigh of relief. Without your Highness's treasure, I wouldn't have been able to enter. Therefore, let me help your Highness control this big array and the big array outside. Grandmaster Mo didn't dare to take the last core stone stele lightly. Swish. Chapter 2593. Not good. There's danger. Get out of the way. The sudden turn of events caught him off guard. Fan Qingyuan was the first to react. He took out an intermediate energy gun that he carried with him and pointed the muzzle outwards. He was shocked. I didn't see the person who did it. Could it be that Lin Fei did it himself? Master Mo was sent flying, but Fan Qingyuan didn't see anyone. This was beyond his ability. At least, it proved that the other party was good at speed and had reached an extreme realm that others couldn't reach. Master, how are you? Fan Qingyuan was at most a layman when it came to mastering formations. Without Master Mo's help, he was really at a loss. Cough, 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 I can still hold on. Master Mo struggled to stand up. He looked at the 5 shocking claw marks on his chest. They were like blades that tore open the armor. He didn't dare to imagine who did it. Your Highness, I'm fine. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold wind hit him. Master Mo was sent flying again, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Gate, follow me. Who is it? Come out. Fan Qingyuan's heart tightened. He didn't know where the black muzzle was aimed at. This time was the same as last time. He couldn't see the other party's shadow. What the hell? It was understandable that he couldn't see it the first time, but it was different the second time. It wasn't an illusion. You came to the wrong place. A shadow appeared on top of the stone tablet without any warning. It was a small bird that stood on top of the stone tablet. That was just an appetizer. I found you. Fan Qingyuan immediately fired at the location, shooting out more than a dozen light beams at once. Beams of energy beams shot out without any regard for their lives. First Prince, your attack method isn't good enough. The little devil smiled proudly, still standing on the stone tablet. More than a dozen light beams couldn't hurt the other party at all. No, it's not that my marksmanship isn't good, and it's not that I didn't lock on to the other party. It's that the other party's speed is too fast. He easily dodged and returned to his original position. Even my vision couldn't keep up. When Fan Qingyuan saw more than a dozen light beams pass through the bird's body, but it was completely fine, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Your Highness, be careful. It's an ancient beast, and it's a very rare ancient wind divine beast that specializes in speed. Master Mo used all his strength to warn Crown Prince Fan Qingyuan. His eyes looked as if he had seen a ghost. Ancient wind divine beast? Fan Qingyuan's heart skipped a beat. The records of the wind god ancient beast immediately appeared in his mind. How could it be this thing? It doesn't make sense. I am the great wind god, Lord Ancient Beast. You have trespassed into Lord Wind God's territory. Who gave you the right to do so? With that broken weapon in your hand? Broken weapon? Fan Qingyuan was about to curse. A priceless item became worthless in your mouth. Can't you at least have some foresight? Not good, it's coming. Just as this thought popped up in Fan Qingyuan's mind, two huge forces smashed into his body. It was as though a mountain was pressing down on him. Before he could resist, he was sent flying. The blood in his body churned as though the pressure was about to break out of his body. Is this the strength of the wind god ancient beast? Fan Qingyuan fell to the ground and the intermediate energy spear fell to the side. Lin Fei, where did he find this thing? It's an ancient beast, and it's a wind attribute one. This emperor can't even capture the traces of the opponent's movement. This is too frustrating. We are not on the same level at all. It was still on the stone tablet. The little devil was immensely proud. You guys are too weak and can't even withstand a single blow. You guys still have the nerve to control the stone tablet. If Master is not in a good mood, I will tear you guys into pieces. Master? Both Master Mo and Fan Qingyuan couldn't help but feel a trace of bitterness. This Lin Fei's background was too big. They were almost killed by an ancient beast. This was something they didn't dare to think about. It was rare to see an ancient beast, but they actually met one here. Before the other party even used his strength, they had already lost. It was a crushing defeat. You guys can scram. The little devil flapped his wings. Oh right, before you leave behind the Milky Way pearl. You guys know, Fan Qingyuan's first reaction was, no way, this is a royal treasure. Fan Qingyuan was sent flying again and landed heavily on the ground. His battle armor had several scratch marks on it. You can choose not to give it to me. The little devil laughed evilly. I just don't know how many times you can withstand the great wind god's attack. The little devil came again and attacked with countless shadows. Fan Qingyuan's awareness was still a step slower. A large number of shadows kept landing on his body. His body couldn't help but tremble. Looking at the overwhelming number of scratch marks, it made one's scalp go numb. Without the protection of your battle armor, how many times can your body withstand? The little devil's eyes flashed dangerously as it moved up and down Fan Qingyuan's body. In front of the little devil with absolute speed, Fan Qingyuan didn't have any trump cards to use. In his heart, he was still reluctant to hand over the Milky Way pearl. This emperor wants to see Lin Fei. Ask him to come out. Fan Qingyuan was really angry. You are openly snatching the treasure of the royal family. That is disgraceful. The little devil sneered. Save it. The great wind god has taken a fancy to the Milky Way pearl. It likes shiny things the most. Even if Lin Fei were to come, he can't do anything to the great wind god ancient beast. Let me remind you in a low voice, that was just a small appetizer. The good stuff is still waiting for you. Lin Fei, how's my big brother? Lin Fei paid attention to the situation within the array and saw the little devil who was gloating. He couldn't help but praise the clever little devil. This excuse was too good. He's fine. He's doing well, Lin Fei said seriously. Naturally, he wouldn't say that his big brother was tortured by the little devil. Really? Fan Luyu had her suspicions instinctively. Your big brother is the eldest prince and the future emperor. He is also my brother-in-law. Do you think I would dare to mess around? Fan Luyu rebuked Lin Fei. Don't spout nonsense. Who's your brother-in-law? Senior, you are living on my emperor peak now. It's only a matter of time before your big brother becomes my brother-in-law. Lin Fei was still as serious as ever. Your big brother will probably be out in a while. Why don't we take this opportunity to sit down and have some tea? No, I'm going to meditate and cultivate. Fan Luyu had escaped from Lin Fei. If they continued to talk about it, who knew how long it would take? Sigh, I'm still too thin-skinned. Chapter 2594. Lin Fei, you must be the one who wants the Milky Way pearl. Do you have to use such a reason? At the foot of the Emperor's Peak, Fan Qingyun, who was in a sorry state and had a swollen face, painfully threw away the priceless battle armor and shouted angrily at Lin Fei. After being abused countless times, Lin Fan had already lost count of the number of times. Fan Qingyun handed over the Milky Way pearl helplessly. Such torture was not something a human could endure. It was so torturous that it almost made one collapse. There was no trace of movement and it could defeat you easily. Even the crown prince, Fan Qingyun, could not endure such torture. Once he came out, Fan Qingyun wanted to see Lin Fei. Hence, the scene before him. Lin Fei spread his hands. You really can't blame me for this. It was Wind God's own doing. Don't be fooled by him calling me master. In fact, Wind God did not listen to me at all. I can't do anything about it. Fan Qingyun felt very bitter. His Milky Way pearl had actually been snatched away by an ancient beast. Lin Fei's words made him doubt whether it was as he had said. It was an ancient beast. And it was a very rare wind-type ancient beast. In the ancient wasteland domain, there was a saying, dire beasts were as common as the clouds, but ancient beasts were hard to find. There were too few ancient beasts. It was even more difficult to evolve from dire beasts. There might not even be one ancient beast in tens of thousands of years. But this Milky Way pearl belongs to the royal family. Fan Qingyun knew that he could not bring Sister Jiao away today. The most important thing was to retrieve the Milky Way pearl. Who knew what that ancient beast would do to it? You will bring big trouble. Lin Fei would not hand over anything that could be of help to the system. I can only apologize. This is the Wind God ancient beast's personal behavior. I can only try my best to talk to that fellow. Lin Fei said seriously. Fan Qingyun nodded helplessly. He could not get angry. He did not have the courage to look for the Wind God ancient beast again. I hope you can do it as soon as possible. If the elders of the royal family find out, I won't be able to suppress their anger. In a secret room on the Emperor's Peak. Master, not bad, right? The little devil played with the Milky Way pearl in her hand, tossing it up and down, before throwing it to Lin Fei. This is the technological product of an alternate universe? Lin Fei couldn't see anything special about it. It was too ordinary, except for the color on the surface, which looked very comfortable. On the surface, it indeed looks very ordinary. If Master were to activate it with his divine sense, he would immediately experience a brand new feeling that he had never experienced before. Lin Fei was really interested in the Milky Way pearl. One had to know that Grandmaster Mo used the Milky Way pearl to forcefully break into the array. Even though Lin Fei didn't stop him, it wasn't hard to see that the Milky Way pearl was very useful. I'll give it a try. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to use the Galaxy Pearl. Grabbing the Milky Way pearl, Lin Fei controlled his divine sense and entered the Milky Way pearl. He successfully activated the Milky Way pearl. The Milky Way pearl released a silvery white light that illuminated the entire secret room. Yes, just like that. After activating the Milky Way pearl with his divine sense, Lin Fei only felt that he had entered a vast place. A large number of strange words flashed in front of his eyes. This feeling is as if it's transcendental. Lin Fei couldn't help but exclaim. Many things became very easy at this moment. It was as if he had learned everything by himself. How is it? Does it feel very comfortable? This is because with the help of the Milky Way pearl, you have obtained an additional computer brain with terrifying computing power. The reason why Grandmaster Mo could enter in one step was because he had the assistance of this computer. The little devil began to explain the principles behind it. Lin Fei understood everything with a single point. The technology of this alternate universe is really very terrifying. No wonder the Crown Prince cares so much about the Milky Way pearl. Although it has no use in battle, the effect is very obvious if it can be used against the mages. Lin Fei analyzed. The Milky Way pearl is a defective product. It's not complete. It's still useful to use it to evolve the system. There's a part of microintelligence inside. Then use it for evolution. Even if the royal elders know about it, there's nothing to care about. Lin Fei cut off the connection. The Milky Way pearl returned to normal and he threw it to the little devil. Evolution will not affect the system. Master, you can rest assured. The little devil opened its mouth and swallowed the Milky Way pearl. Ding. Absorbed a Milky Way pearl, alternate universe product, obtained a part of evolution. Evolution activated. 1:30. He saw an additional prompt on the system page. Lin Fei immediately noticed the 1:30 mark. Absorbing a Milky Way pearl is 1. Does that mean I have to absorb 30 alternate universe products? Lin Fei suddenly had a bad feeling. Congratulations, Master. If the system wants to evolve, it needs 30 similar things. Wrong, now it's 29. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. I knew it would be like this. It's really unreliable. Nothing good ever happens to the system. Sure enough, he guessed it right. One Milky Way pearl is already hard to come by. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find another 29 similar items from the alternate universe. For example, this Milky Way pearl directly offended the royal family of the empire. Are we going to offend them all? Lin Fei's scalp went numb just thinking about it. This was not an easy task. The little devil didn't think this was a problem. Master, you're underestimating your own capabilities. With the current you, with the help of the system, even a 9th job advancement master wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against you. Only the Yuanjing Great Emperor, the Demon God Great Emperor, and the hidden experts of the 8 ancient clans would be able to fight against you. Although that would consume a lot of energy, as long as Master monopolizes the technological weapons and resources of the outside world, your strength will continue to increase. It's not difficult to obtain 29 items from the alternate dimension. If the Yuanjing Empire has them, the other empires might have them too. The little devil continued to analyze. Master, you have to know that after the evolution of the system, the benefits are unimaginable. It's not something the system update can compare to. Can you tell me in advance? I don't know. It's sealed. Only after the evolution will I know. The little devil said helplessly. Lin Fei was shocked. There are still seals in the system. Haven't they all been opened? I'm not too sure. I only know that there is a seal. I just found out about this seal. The Milky Way pearl is the medium. It triggered the evolution reminder. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Chapter 2595. With the Milky Way pearl as a factor, Lin Fei's plan to open a revenge chamber of commerce in the Capital Institute became even more urgent. Monopoly. He had to monopolize all technology. The ancient wasteland world might take some time. It wouldn't take that long outside. Opening one in each of the 2 empires would be enough to monopolize everything outside. Did the first prince fail as well? Capital, Imperial Palace. Xiao Ran listened to his subordinate's report and shook his head. They failed. They seemed to have been taught a lesson. They didn't mention anything about entering Emperor Peak. Something must have happened. Our men probed and found out that they were terrified of what was inside. Xiao Ran didn't like the first prince very much. He had a flaw in his personality. He could defend what he had, but he couldn't expand. I don't think Fan Qingyuan has the ability to bring people back either. Xiao Ran smiled. We still need the group of royal elders. Yuan Kuan from Tianji Hall should be here soon. We can make use of Fan Qinglong too. Are you sure you want to set up a second revenge chamber of commerce? Qiao Qingshan finally smiled. He had been waiting for this for a long time. Setting up a second revenge chamber of commerce would be very beneficial to the Capital Institute. Not only would it increase the influence of the institute, but it would also increase the overall strength of the institute. Yes, the higher-ups have given their orders. I will be in charge of it. Lin Fei was here to pass on the message. Good, good. Qiao Qingshan could imagine that once this news got out, it would attract the attention of countless people. Then I'll have to trouble you to open up an area. It's best if it's outside of the institute so that it won't affect the institute. Qiao Qingshan waved his hand. This matter is simple. Little Lin, regarding this area, why don't you choose it yourself? If you like it, I'll arrange it for you. That's fine too. In order to prevent any undue delay, Qiao Qingshan, the new president, personally accompanied Lin Fei to choose a place. To be in charge of the construction of Vengeance's Chamber of Commerce, Qiao Qingshan had once again raised Lin Fei's status by quite a bit. Lin Fei definitely had a high position there, and he might even have the support of a high-level elder. With Qiao Qingshan's personal accompaniment, the following matters were simple. In less than half a day, they had chosen a relatively quiet place. Thus, the position of the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce was set. Qiao Qingshan waved his hand again, and immediately, someone started to clean up the area. If it wasn't for Lin Fei saying that there was no need to build a palace, the headmaster would have taken the initiative to build one. Dean, something terrible has happened. Just as Qiao Qingshan was about to have a drink with Lin Fei and test other aspects, his assistant hurried over and broke the harmonious atmosphere. This is Imperial College. What could possibly happen? Qiao Qingshan looked displeased. Seeing this, the assistant knew that something bad was about to happen. He could only bite the bullet and say, Dean, something terrible has indeed happened. Those people from Tianji Hall have returned. I heard that many of them died and are causing trouble outside. They want the college to give them an explanation. Moreover, a very famous person from Tianji Hall has come. I think his name is Yuan Kuan. Yuan Kuan? Qiao Qingshan glanced at Lin Fei and waved his hand to dismiss the assistant. Dean, I can resolve this matter. Lin Fei didn't care about the trouble at Tianji Hall, but he knew about Yuan Kuan. Back then, this fellow wasn't around, or else he would have destroyed him as well. Qiao Qingshan slammed the table. No, this is the college's matter. Those people from Tianji Hall are too much. They are not as skilled as us, but they still dare to find someone else. Even if Yuan Kuan is here, it'll be useless. At this moment, Qiao Qingshan was really angry. Things were different now. In Qiao Qingshan's eyes, Tianji Hall was like a sunset. In contrast, the Avengers were like the rising sun. With this comparison, he naturally knew how to choose. At the same time, the people from Tianji Hall in Imperial College were usually very arrogant. Coupled with the fact that they had banded together, the major forces didn't dare to offend them. As a result, complaints were heard all the way to Qiao Qingshan. You'd better ask that Lin Fei to come out. Ji Xinglin's face was pale and he looked a little tired. However, he couldn't hide the murderous intent on his face. He berated the teachers mercilessly. After suffering at Emperor's Peak, Ji Xinglin was afraid of Emperor's Peak. He didn't want to experience that kind of pain again. He didn't want to experience that kind of pain even once in his life. A powerful cultivator being chased by a large group of special beasts was extremely embarrassing. If it wasn't for his good luck, he might have died in this uninhabited starfield. All of this was caused by Lin Fei. Ji Xinglin had to vent his anger no matter what. He had to exact his revenge. Most importantly, he had the support of Lord Yuan Kuan this time. He was the previous governor of Tianji City and had great power. With his support, there was nothing to worry about. After Ji Xinglin returned, he immediately brought the people from Tianji Hall to cause trouble. They didn't dare to do anything, but they could get the college to do it. They were confident that they could force them to hand over Lin Fei. Because they were Tianji Hall. Capital College had to give face to Tianji Hall. Ji Xinglin was very confident that he would cause trouble. In less than a moment, there was a crowd outside. Ji Xinglin, hurry up and leave with your men. The college will handle this. a middle-aged teacher advised. He didn't dare to be too strict. No, we must get Lin Fei here today. We can't die in vain. Ji Shenglin said sadly. They all died because of Lin Fei's shameless means. We won't leave until we get our revenge. Yuan Kuan, who was standing behind, smiled. As long as you expel Lin Fei or hand him over, you won't have to worry about not being able to dig out the secret of the Avengers. When the time comes, you can catch them all in one go. Yuan Kuan, the person in charge of Tianji City, was in a very awkward situation recently. There was no news from Tianji Hall and he was wandering outside as if he had lost his power. This incident gave him a chance to force Capital College to release Lin Fei. No matter what, their chances of success were very high. If they knew that Lin Fei represented the Avengers and had formed a new partnership with the new and old chiefs of Capital College, the situation would be different. Their confidence would be reduced by half. Ji Shenglin's aggressiveness made it difficult for the middle-aged teacher to deal with him. On one side was Lin Fei, whom the college chief thought highly of. On the other side was Ji Shenglin from Tianji Hall. They couldn't afford to offend either side. Offending either of them would spell trouble in the future. College chief, hurry up and come. If it was an ordinary person, the middle-aged teacher would have reprimanded him and arranged for someone to take him away. Chapter 2596. Under the leadership of Ji Shenglin, the members of Tianji Hall caused a ruckus, and the teachers of the academy could not take it anymore. Shenglin is not bad. He knows how to handle matters. Yuan Kuan stood with his hands behind his back and watched quietly. As more and more people gathered around him, a smile flashed across his face. The bigger the commotion today, the harder it would be for the academy to handle it. After suffering such a huge loss previously, Yuan Kuan's authority was greatly reduced. His hatred for the Avengers was as vast as the ocean, and Lin Fei had no one to blame but himself for appearing at this time. Go on, the bigger the commotion, the more they'll have to hand over Lin Fei. The commotion grew louder and louder. Many teachers of the academy came to maintain order, trying to get Ji Shenglin and the others to disperse. Unfortunately, it was useless. They were all determined to get an explanation from the higher-ups of the academy. Hand over Lin Fei. We want an explanation from the academy. We can't let the people of Tianji Hall die in vain. The members of Tianji Hall continued to make a ruckus. They kept attacking the teachers in front of them. Ji Shenglin said very seriously, "Teacher, we just want an explanation. We didn't do anything, but we have to pay such a huge price. We can't accept this. As long as the academy doesn't deal with this, we will continue to make a ruckus." Many of the teachers were angry, but they could only suppress it in their hearts. The members of Tianji Hall were not to be offended, so they had to restrain themselves in their actions. Student G, the academy will definitely deal with this matter. Can you get them to disperse first? Ji Shenglin was very resolute. No, we won't leave until Lin Fei comes out. Otherwise, we'll let the president handle this. Now, the entire academy knew that Ji Shenglin of Tianji Hall was making a ruckus. Everyone was rather fearful of Lin Fei. Usually, they wouldn't go near Emperor Peak. Who knew if there was an array formation nearby? If they were exiled, they would really be in trouble. This matter is really going to blow up. I wonder how the academy will handle this. Will they side with one side? I said that Lin Fei is out of luck. Why didn't he think about who his opponent is this time? Didn't they say that the Crown Prince and the others were here? Maybe Lin Fei is really a member of the Avengers. There were sounds of discussion everywhere in the academy. Everyone had a clear understanding of the gossip surrounding the rookie king, Lin Fei. Ji Shenglin was still making a fuss. Hand over Lin Fei, we want justice. His voice soared into the sky and lingered for a long time. Enough. There was a loud rumble, like muffled thunder. Everyone who was making a ruckus felt as if there was an earthquake. Their bodies trembled slightly, and it took them a great deal of effort to stabilize themselves. The dean is here. Someone shouted, and the crowd quietened down. They could argue with the teachers, but they didn't have the courage to argue with the dean. After all, many of them were here to watch the show. Xiao Qingshan's complexion was extremely ugly. After the roar, the crowd quietened down. The dean stood before everyone with a dark expression. Ji Shenglin, are you trying to cause trouble? Qiao Qingshan looked at Ji Shenglin. Who gave you the guts to do so? Tell me. Ji Shenglin's gaze fell on Lin Fei. Even though he had to face the furious gaze of the dean, he felt more confident now that he had Lord Yuan behind him. He pointed at Lin Fei and said, Dean, we aren't the ones causing trouble. Lin Fei is the one causing trouble, and he has violated the 10 commandments of the academy. I just want the dean to give us an explanation. Isn't that right, everyone? We want an explanation. Dean, we want an explanation. Ji Shenglin raised his hand, and the voices behind him became one. Lin Fei, do you dare to say that you didn't violate the 10 commandments of the academy? Ji Shenglin stared at Lin Fei. His gaze was filled with hatred, like a poisonous snake, causing one's hair to stand on end. Lin Fei stood not far from Qiao Qingshan. When he heard Ji Shenglin's words, he couldn't help but laugh. Student Ji, you're not bad. You actually know to look for the commandments of the academy this time. You've learned quite a bit. You should be praised. You've worked hard. When Ji Shenglin heard this, he almost fell to the ground. He reacted quickly and said, Dean, listen. Lin Fei has admitted it. At first, Qiao Qingshan had a good impression of Ji Shenglin. He would be a rare talent in the future, but this incident was very bad. They had finally formed an alliance with the Avengers behind Lin Fei, but Ji Shenglin came out to cause trouble. Wasn't this just destroying things? Naturally, Qiao Qingshan was very unhappy. Enough. That day, you challenged Lin Fei to learn from each other. Your skills were inferior, and you still have the nerve to cause trouble. Do you really think that the academy is run by your family? Qiao Qingshan snorted coldly. Where's the academy's enforcement team? Hurry up and take Ji Shenglin away to reflect on his mistakes. Actually, the academy's enforcement team was already there, but they didn't dare to move. Arrest him. The captain of the enforcement team was immediately energized. With the dean's order, they could arrest whoever they wanted. Ji Shenglin was stunned. The dean is actually protecting Lin Fei? All of you get lost. Ji Shenglin was furious. Who allowed you to come up here? We are from Tianji Hall. If you don't want to die, then get lost. The people from the law enforcement team were really frightened. Tianji Hall's reputation was too resounding. The people behind Ji Shenglin were also glaring angrily, emitting a dangerous aura. Dean Qiao, what you are doing is wrong. Yuan Kuan came up under the escort of the people from Tianji Hall and faced Qiao Qingshan. At the same time, his gaze also landed on Lin Fei. It was this person who caused Ji Shenglin to suffer such a huge loss. Qiao Qingshan recognized Yuan Kuan. Before this, Yuan Kuan was the city lord of Tianji City. He had limitless prestige. No matter where he went, he was a distinguished guest. Even Qiao Qingshan had to be polite to him. So it's Brother Yuan. Long time no see. Qiao Qingshan was still polite. The last time we met was at the auction. It seems to have been more than 10 years. Yuan Kuan smiled. I just didn't expect to meet under such circumstances. I feel that the way Dean Qiao handled the matter just now was not very appropriate. Everyone could tell that Yuan Kuan was standing up for Ji Shenglin. Is that so? Why is it not appropriate? Qiao Qingshan said calmly. Yuan Kuan smiled. As a bystander, it is theoretically possible for Dean Qiao to punish Ji Shenglin the moment he arrived. However, Lin Fei broke the 10 commandments. I heard that the school has always placed the commandments above all else. Lin Fei broke the commandments. Although he didn't do it, he indirectly caused the deaths of some people. Dean Qiao, this is fair. This will make others learn from him. Many people nodded when they heard that. Yuan Kuan's words hit the nail on the head. He was speaking from the perspective of a bystander. Chapter 2597. This was a vicious move. If Qiao Qingshan didn't handle this fairly, many people would be unhappy and it would cause a heated debate. This might not be a good thing for Capital College. This Yuan Kuan is really something. He even knows how to force an abdication. Unfortunately, he's using it in the wrong place this time. Qiao Qingshan had indeed intended to stand on Lin Fei's side. He had wanted the law enforcement team to take down Ji Shunglin right from the start. He didn't expect Yuan Kun to be so shameless as to force an abdication. This was indeed an attempt to force an abdication. He wanted to force Qiao Qingshan to deal with Lin Fei. That way it would be fair. Qiao Qingshan's dislike of Yuan Kun grew. This was Capital College, not Tianji Hall of the ancient wasteland world. This was not the place for Yuan Kun to act presumptuously. Whether Lin Fei broke the rules or not, we will deal with it ourselves. On the other hand, this Ji Shunglin has gathered a crowd to cause trouble. This is a very vile act. The college must deal with him. Qiao Qingshan was very determined. Also, this is Capital College, not your Tianji Hall. Men, take down Ji Shunglin. Yuan Kun's expression darkened. This was not giving the Heavenly Secrets Hall any face. College Chief Qiao, you're being stubborn. Yuan Kun said coldly. If the higher-ups hear about this, they will be very unhappy. I will even complain to the old college chief. Yuan Kun knew that the old college chief held the highest authority in Capital College. Although he was not in charge, he would still pay attention to important matters. Qiao Qingshan sneered to himself. Trying to use the old college chief to pressure me? You don't know how much the old college chief likes Lin Fei. He won't allow you to act presumptuously here. Ha, that's up to you. Qiao Qingshan gestured for the law enforcement team to take action. A few brawny members of the law enforcement team charged forward. They took out the Capital College's long chains and charged at Ji Shunglin. Qiao Qingshan, how dare you arrest him? Yuan Kun didn't think that Qiao Qingshan would dare to arrest someone in public. It doesn't matter who you are. Qiao Qingshan said in a low voice, and you can leave now. Imperial College doesn't welcome you. A thick aura locked onto Yuan Kun, and it pressed down upon him to the point he was unable to move. Do you dare to let me out? Yuan Kun's expression darkened. This meant that Imperial College did not welcome him anymore. Are you planning to go against Tianji Hall? Yuan Kun could only use the name of Tianji Hall. Qiao Qingshan would not be fooled. This is Imperial College, a place where people learn. It's not a place where you can act presumptuously. As for making an enemy of Tianji Hall, that's just your idea. Imperial College doesn't like you stirring up trouble here. Do you understand? This time, Qiao Qingshan didn't give him any face. Master Yuan, help. The situation on Ji Shunglin's side had changed drastically. The law enforcement team used their treasures to suppress Ji Shunglin. Unable to control his strength at all, he panicked and sought help from Yuan Kun. Yuan Kun was locked down by the aura and didn't dare to act recklessly. Tianji Hall could be arrogant, but he was not the governor of Tianji City and his power was greatly affected. Moreover, Imperial College was a powerful organization. If he didn't give them face, Yuan Kun really didn't dare to make a move. Take him away. Without Yuan Kun's help, Ji Shunglin was unlucky. He was suppressed in a few moves. His body was shackled and he looked extremely pathetic. Qiao Qingshan, just you wait and see. Yuan Kun had no choice but to leave. His mind was filled with questions. Why did the chief of Imperial College suddenly change his attitude and not give him any face? I'll definitely report this to the higher-ups. I'll exaggerate and let all the higher-ups of Tianji Hall know about Imperial College. Yuan Kun really couldn't take this lying down. As soon as he left, Qiao Qingshan smiled at Lin Fei. Tianji Hall has always been arrogant and domineering. Do they really think they're different anywhere? Look at where they are. Good move, Chief Qiao. Without Ji Shunglin to lead, those people don't know what to do. With this suppression, Tianji Hall will have a tough time. Lin Fei applauded. Even if this didn't happen today, it would have happened sooner or later. I'm just taking care of it now. Qiao Qingshan said with a smile. Right, Yuan Kun, you have to be careful. It's very obvious that they're here for you today. Lin Fei nodded. Actually, I was going to look for him even if he didn't come looking for me. Since he's here, there's no need for him to go back. Qiao Qingshan understood what he was implying. You're going to deal with Yuan Kun? Tianji City has already fallen. As the governor, don't you think it's meaningless to continue living? Lin Fei said calmly. Qiao Qingshan could hear the murderous intent in his words, but he didn't make a fuss. Tianji Hall and the Avengers were going to end sooner or later. Either Tianji Hall fell, or the Avengers would fall. There would be no third outcome. Ha, Qiao Qingshan, I'm back. As soon as Qiao Qingshan finished speaking, he was drowned out by laughter in the distance. Yuan Kuan, who had left, had actually returned. The most surprising thing was that a group of people had appeared behind him. The fifth prince, Fan Qinglong. Yuan Kuan was back. He didn't walk at the front, but walked side by side with another person, and they were whispering something. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and met the resentful gaze of that person. Lin Fei, you've committed a crime. Fan Qinglong walked over with a group of people. Behind him was a murderous destruction army. Although there weren't many people, only 50 of them, no one could underestimate the power of these 50 people. This was the elite force of the destruction army. Qiao Qingshan naturally knew why the fifth prince was so angry. Fifth prince, did you make a mistake? Qiao Qingshan asked. Fan Qinglong looked at Lin Fei with hatred. Principal Qiao, this is an arrest warrant issued by the royal family, and it lists Lin Fei's crimes. I'm not the kind of person who would use my power to take revenge. However, this time, Lin Fei has committed a serious crime, and it has alarmed the royal family's elders. You can take a look at it first. Yuan Kuan gloated. Lin Fei, you're finished this time. I don't think the academy will dare to protect you this time. Previously, the academy had been biased, which had angered Yuan Kuan, but he couldn't do anything. If they were in the ancient wasteland world, he would have already dealt with Qiao Qingshan. Now that the fifth prince, the war god of the army, Fan Qinglong, had made a move, things were different. As the new principal of the academy, Qiao Qingshan was naturally aware of the close relationship between the academy and the royal family. After all, the academy had been connected to the great in his previous life. What has this kid done this time? An arrest warrant has been issued, and it's issued by the royal family's elders. Qiao Qingshan realized that the problem was huge. Chapter 2598. Things seem to be getting out of hand. Something big is going to happen. The imperial family elders actually signed an arrest warrant. When did Lin Fei offend the imperial family? And why is the fifth prince, the god of war, dealing with him? Lin Fei is doomed. Many people's expressions changed. The imperial family elders had always existed in everyone's memories. They had not made any moves for a long time, almost as if they did not exist. Once they made a move, it would be a big deal. They represented the power of the entire empire. Director Qiao, this is not a joke or a misunderstanding. Lin Fei did something he should not have done. I am just following the rules. I hope Director Qiao will not stop me. Fan Qinglong took out an arrest warrant with the signatures of the imperial family's elders. Each of the signatures was an influential figure in the empire back in the day and had great influence. Qiao Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Something has really happened. Qiao Qingshan could sense the vicissitudes of life in the signatures of the imperial family elders. They were genuine and definitely not forged. Moreover, Fan Qinglong did not dare to forge them. The consequences were too great for him to bear. Qiao Qingshan's worry gave him a headache. If it was something like Yuan Kuan, Qiao Qingshan could deal with it. After all, he did not have a good impression of the Tianji Hall. It would be good if he could suppress them. But this matter was completely different. He could not suppress it. Even though the Capital Institute had separated itself from the rest of the empire, it was still under the management of the royal family. However, the right to manage it was not in the hands of the princes, but the elders of the royal family. However, they rarely interfered in the management, so much so that it was almost forgotten. Qiao Qingshan was powerless. Director Qiao, are you thinking of how to protect Lin Fei? Yuan Kuan said sarcastically. This kind of person has bad intentions and will cause big trouble sooner or later. See, it has come true now. If this was so good, Yuan Kuan would definitely stand up and mock him. Although Lin Fei could not fall into the hands of the Tianji Hall for the time being, Yuan Kuan had already thought of a way. For example, he could cooperate with the empire. As long as the empire paid the price, the empire would be willing to give up a single person. Fan Qinglong didn't stop Yuan Kun from saying anything. Dean Xiao, you can move aside now. Fan Qinglong retracted the arrest warrant and shot a sharp gaze at Lin Fei. The 50 people behind him surrounded Lin Fei. Qiao Qingshan looked helpless and hesitant. In the end, he had no choice but to stand aside. As a member of the empire, Qiao Qingshan found it difficult to disobey the orders of his superiors. Moreover, these were the orders of the Imperial Elder Council. Little Lin, I can't do anything about this. Qiao Qingshan said apologetically. Lin Fei still had a relaxed expression on his face as he smiled and said, Dean Xiao, you can't be blamed for this. You don't have to blame yourself. I just didn't expect that the royal family would be so stingy. It's really disappointing. Stingy? Fan Qinglong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Is the Milky Way pearl an ordinary treasure? It's a sacred object in the eyes of array masters. How can it be an ordinary treasure in your eyes? Lin Fei, I know that you have a lot of trump cards and can fight. However, I still want to give you a piece of advice. Don't underestimate these 50 people. They have a name called Heavenly Guards. There are a total of 4 such Heavenly Guards in the Imperial family. They are respectively Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. What you are seeing now is a Yellow Heavenly Guard. Even if they are the lowest ranked, they are still not something you can fight against. Seal. As soon as he finished speaking, the 50 people shouted and took out something that looked like a token. It emitted a burst of holy light. In an instant, the world changed. Dark clouds rolled and covered the sky. Heavenly Guards, Yellow Heavenly Guards. Qiao Qingshan sucked in a breath of cold air. Others might not know, but as the dean, Qiao Qingshan knew a lot of secrets. Among them were secrets related to the Heavenly Guards. The Heavenly Guards were the trump cards that the Imperial family had secretly created. No one knew the exact strength of the Heavenly Guards. Once they appeared, it represented endless killing and suppression. Many forces disappeared in front of the Heavenly Guards and turned into the dust of history. Qiao Qingshan had not heard of the Heavenly Guards for a long time. He did not expect to see a Heavenly Guard in his life, even if it was the lowest Yellow Heavenly Guard. As soon as the Yellow-level Heavenly Guard made a move, Qiao Qingshan felt a huge pressure. He was tongue-tied. This is a gravitational field, and on top of that, there's a vacuum seal. This is really troublesome. The gravitational field was a powerful ability mastered by the Imperial family. Any expert would lose 70 to 80% of their strength under the gravitational field. The vacuum seal would strip away what was left of their strength, leaving them with 10% of their strength. That was why Qiao Qingshan said that. It was indeed troublesome. Even Qiao Qingshan did not have the confidence to break the gravitational field, especially this vacuum seal. It absorbed all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in an instant. It was even more difficult to break the vacuum seal. He came prepared. As soon as the Yellow Heavenly Guard took action and created the vacuum seal and the gravitational field, the surrounding people gasped. The scene was too grand. Everyone believed that Lin Fei could withstand the Yellow Heavenly Guard's attack. Fan Qinglong had indeed come prepared. He was going to knock Lin Fei to the ground. Lin Fei, are you satisfied with this gift? Fan Qinglong smiled. I know that you can set up all kinds of powerful arrays, so I used the vacuum seal. In here, you can forget about setting up any arrays. Once the array runes appear, they will be crushed to pieces by the terrifying gravity. I also know that you have a strong physical body. You are at the early 8th stage, right? I just don't know if you can withstand the crushing force of the gravitational field. Such a method was indeed terrifying. Everyone had a headache just thinking about it. This was not something they could withstand. They would probably be defeated in one move. Feeling the gravitational field on his body, Lin Fei smiled. This gift is really good. Using the trump card of the Imperial family to deal with a small character like me. Just thinking about it makes me feel honored. Fan Qinglong had always disliked Lin Fei's calm expression. He had a vague feeling that he was not in control. This made him, who had always been in control, very uncomfortable. This time, he had to suppress him and make him suffer a crushing defeat without any chance of turning the tables. Chapter 2599. Fan Qinglong wanted to see Lin Fei fall into endless despair. In his opinion, the reason why Lin Fei could act so confidently was because he had the backing of the Avengers and some connections in the imperial capital. Among them were the eldest prince, the 9th princess, and Xiao Qingshan. If these people could not do anything, it was equivalent to cutting off all of Lin Fei's thoughts. The two ultimate moves, the gravitational field and the vacuum seal, could make Lin Fei slowly feel the aura of despair until he collapsed. Fan Qinglong was confident that he could deal with the series of troubles after Lin Fei was captured. No matter how strong the Avengers were, they would not dare to behave atrociously in the imperial capital. Apart from this, Lin Fei was just an insignificant figure. Even though he had a backer, it might not be very powerful. When the time came, the royal family could easily suppress this matter by paying a small price. No one was willing to start a war over an insignificant figure. This was also where Fan Qinglong's confidence came from. The group of royal elders had left this matter for him to handle, which was a great help. Big brother, although you have made a great contribution to the empire and obtained control of a new army, you shouldn't have been so close to Lin Fei. Now that you've lost the Milky Way pearl, you've lost a lot of points with the elders of the imperial family. I can only say that you asked for it, huh? Fan Qinglong was very proud. He already disliked Lin Fei in the first place. Today, he could finally take revenge on Lin Fei for everything that had happened in the past. In Fan Qinglong's position, he could not tolerate anyone putting on airs in front of him. From the moment Lin Fei appeared, he had always been a thorn in Fan Qinglong's eyes. He had to get rid of him quickly. Fan Qinglong, it must have been hard on you. In order to deal with me, you must have spent a lot of effort. I should really applaud you. Lin Fei applauded lightly. Otherwise, it would be a pity for your kind intentions. Xiao Qingshan was puzzled. In this kind of situation, you brat can still talk and joke so calmly? The group of elders of the royal family. What kind of joke was that? Xiao Qingshan did not have the courage to face the yellow-grade heavenly guards. This was the true trump card of the imperial capital. Fan Qinglong raised his eyebrows. Very good, you still dare to talk big in the face of death. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson and let you know the terror of the yellow-grade heavenly guards. Lin Fei did not expect that the Milky Way pearl would provoke the imperial elders to send the yellow-grade heavenly guards to capture him. The Milky Way pearl had been eaten by the system and could not be taken out. The final result would be a battle. It was within Lin Fei's expectations that the royal family's elders would take action at this time. If the group of elders of the royal family did not put on airs, then they would really be completely forgotten by the people. Especially the branch of the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce that was about to be established, everyone wanted a piece of the action. Little devil, go out and have some fun with that Fan Qinglong. Maybe there's something good for you. Since Fan Qinglong wanted to play, Lin Fei didn't mind playing along. Great! Lin Fei didn't mind messing around with the group of royal elders who could use him to intimidate them. If he didn't slap them in the face until it hurt, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause in the future? These old monsters who had lived for a long time were all old fogies. They only knew how to scheme all day long. The great wind god is here. Suddenly, a long howl came from the sky. Little Fiend descended from the sky. His gigantic wings were like two blades as he swept towards Fan Qinglong and the yellow-grade heavenly guard, tearing the void apart as he swept towards them. You fell for it. Fan Qinglong's face lit up with joy. This emperor has long since expected you to do this. Two huge gusts of wind surged forward, but before they could reach Fan Qinglong, an invisible shield appeared and blocked the attack of the two gusts of wind. This shield was extremely powerful. Under the attack, there were no ripples at all. It was like a mountain, not moving at all. Fan Qinglong stared at the figure in the sky. Ancient beast? It really is an ancient beast, and it's one of the rare ancient wind divine beasts. The information was right. Before coming here, Fan Qinglong had been warned to be careful of an ancient beast, the ancient wind divine beast, which was known for its speed. How dare you block Lord Wind God's attack? Who gave you permission to do so? Little Fiend was displeased. He lowered his body and charged forward. Fan Qinglong's vision blurred. The shield was struck by a huge impact, causing ripples to appear. No wonder Lin Fei dares to act so arrogantly. It turns out that he has an ancient wind beast by his side. Any ancient beast is a 9th promotion expert, and the ancient wind beast is a wind-type expert. Not only does it have a powerful physique, but it can also come and go as it pleases. Fan Qinglong looked at the ancient wind divine beast that was charging at him with a hint of envy. He was a prince with a noble status, but he did not have an ancient beast by his side. So what if you have an ancient wind divine beast? Today, I'll destroy your trump card. Fan Qinglong crushed a black bead in his hand. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. The others were shocked. They could not see any trace of the ancient wind divine beast. What is that? It's too fast. I can only see a shadow. You're a shadow too. What the hell is this thing? I did hear the words Lord Wind God. What is that? It's so powerful. Are you stupid? That's an ancient beast, and it's a wind-type ancient beast. It's equivalent to a 9th transformation expert. Finally, a teacher said angrily, I told you to study hard and read more books. Look at you now. You can't even recognize an ancient beast in front of you. The students looked at each other. We can't see it. Little Fiend kept moving his body. The crowd could only see a black shadow, and it was blurry. They were frustrated. See, how could they see it? Xiao Qingshan opened his eyes wide. An ancient beast, and an ancient wind divine beast at that. Where did Lin Fei come from? Ancient beasts were rare treasures. Even the Capital Institute did not have any ancient beasts so far, which showed how precious they were. Compared to the others who were attracted by the ancient wind divine beast, Xiao Qingshan's thoughts were on Lin Fei. What kind of person could have an ancient beast as his bodyguard? This was the main point. Xiao Qingshan immediately linked it to the son of a big shot. Other than this explanation, he could not think of a second one. Oh no, Fan Qinglong is purposely provoking Lin Fei so that he will summon the ancient wind divine beast and suppress Lin Fei's strongest martial art. Xiao Qingshan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and secretly cursed. Could it be the ancient beast of the royal family? Chapter 2600. The speed of the little demon was so fast that other than a few people present, no one was able to see its true body. All they could see were indistinct silhouettes. Even though they couldn't see its true body, everyone could clearly feel the massive shockwaves that had been stirred up on the battlefield. The area where Fan Qinglong and the yellow-ranked celestial guards stood was flooded by the attacks of the little demon. A huge shield was propped up, and ripples kept appearing on its surface. Other than the interior of the shield, which was still intact, the exterior of the shield was in shambles. It was a shocking sight, and it left a deep impression on everyone. The treasures of the royal family sure are incredible. They are still able to withstand this. If we were to charge forward, we wouldn't be able to last even a single wave. Ancient beasts are really too powerful. They are able to come and go as they please. Many people had never seen an ancient beast in their entire lives. In the academy today, everyone had witnessed it for themselves. That seemingly ordinary attack was no less than the attack of an unparalleled expert. To think that a tortoise shell can withstand the attack of the mighty Lord Wind God. What wishful thinking! Only the voice of the little demon could be heard in the sky. From all directions, illusory silhouettes landed on the massive shield, and a dull sound echoed in the academy. Xiao Qingshan immediately activated the academy's formation. He had to isolate it first. If they continued to make trouble, who knew if the entire academy would be torn down? If that really happened, who knew where their face would be lost? Xiao Qingshan would not be able to face the old dean. Wind God, you are a foreign ancient beast. Who allowed you to cause trouble here? At this moment, a violent voice sounded in the sky above the academy. Everyone saw a dark cloud drifting over, and the voice came from it. Before this voice, the bodies of the genius teachers in the academy trembled, and traces of blood appeared on their skin. It was as though they had been pierced by a knife, and their faces warped in fear. Xiao Qingshan raised his head. Not good, the ancient beast of the royal family is here. The dark cloud drifted over. Condense. As soon as the dark cloud appeared, a violent voice sounded. The people below immediately found it difficult to breathe, and they couldn't even move. They could only try their best to circulate their strength. Seeing this, Xiao Qingshan knew that this was bad. No one knew better than him how powerful that ancient beast was. That was a battle pet that fought side by side with Emperor Yuanzhang. That beast played a significant role in Emperor Yuanzhang's rise to fame. Xiao Qingshan controlled the formation to teleport the students and teachers who were suppressed in the distance away. Fortunately, this kind of array formation was within the academy. If it was outside, Xiao Qingshan would really be helpless. In just a short while, the surrounding people were all moved out, and they were even protected by the array formation. At the very least, they would not have to bear such a large area of suppression. The entire area seemed to have been cleared. If someone were to barge in at this time, they would definitely be affected by the strange power of the space and fall into endless danger. This space had already turned into a dangerous place. While the little devil kept moving, but it was also suppressed by this power. It gradually revealed its true form and appeared in front of Fan Qinglong. Not good, not good, what the hell are you? The little devil tried to control its true form, but it was still affected by the strange power in the surroundings, thus it was unable to move. The dark cloud transformed into a golden unicorn. The most eye-catching thing was that the horn was flickering with a dangerous black aura. I'm not a monster, I'm the battle pet of the emperor. You can call me Golden Horn. Fan Qinglong wore a respectful expression. Uncle Golden Horn, this wind god beast is causing trouble in our empire. Please help me apprehend it, otherwise, it will continue to cause trouble in the academy. The golden-horned beast was not someone Fan Qinglong could afford to offend. It had always been assisting his father, and they were like blood brothers. Its status in the empire was unrivaled. Even Fan Qinglong had to be respectful toward it. Fifth Prince, it's my duty to maintain the stability of the empire. The golden-horned beast glanced at Qin Nan with a ruthless gaze. Are you going to surrender, or do you want me to suppress you? Even though you're an ancient beast that specializes in the wind element, you're still not strong enough before me. As a unique ancient beast, the golden-horned beast did have the right to speak. Surrender? You're dreaming. The little devil was truly fearless. Open! A green aura emanated from the little devil's body. As if it was on steroids, its body rapidly expanded, and the crowd could hear cracking noises. It turned out that the special energy surrounding the little devil was being shattered. After releasing its body, the little devil's strength was on full display. The barrier formed by the special energy was continuously being shattered. Using this opportunity, the little devil exerted its strength. Its wings stirred up a giant tornado that whizzed forward. Everywhere it passed, cracking noises could be heard. As expected of the Emperor's battle pet, its ability has caused countless heroes to fall. Xiao Qingshan's figure shuddered. The Emperor's battle pet was only known by those at the top, but no one dared to underestimate it. This ancient beast was a unique ancient beast. In other words, it was a support-type ancient beast. They were different from aggressive ancient beasts, as they were adept at borrowing power. The wind god beast is fast enough, but before Golden Horn, it still has to reveal itself. I wonder how the wind god beast is going to deal with it. Xiao Qingshan could not help but worry. Lin Fei, don't think that this emperor doesn't know your trump card. Isn't it this ancient beast? Without its help, let's see how you're going to last. Fan Qinglong could finally relax. The vacuum seal had removed a huge problem from Lin Fei's formation. The gravitational field restricted Lin Fei's movements, and he was unable to unleash the might of his rank 8 physique. The golden-horned beast was here to suppress the wind god beast. If he could subdue it, it would be equivalent to the empire gaining another ancient beast. At that time, the royal elders would definitely support him. Take down Lin Fei. Master, this golden-horned beast isn't easy to deal with. The little devil's voice sounded. This fellow can use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to undergo special transformations, allowing it to display its support-type abilities. For example, this condense ability is to condense space to form a powerful pressure. Other than that, it should know a few other support-type abilities. Lin Fei had always believed that there would be ancient beasts in the expedition to the Empire. It was much stronger than what he had expected, and it was able to suppress the little devil's wind god beast ability. Then you can have some fun with it. After all, there's nothing to lose. Lin Fei was not too worried about the little devil. The body of the wind god beast was just a toy for the little devil. 100 times the gravity. The yellow-ranked heavenly guard made his move. Chapter 2601. Ancient Beast. That kid has an ancient beast protecting him, and it's a wind attribute ancient beast known as the Wind Divine Beast. Inside a loft of the Capital Institute, Xiao Ran, dressed in white, couldn't help but exclaim, "Ancient beast!" Such an existence that people yearned for. In the ancient wasteland world, there were countless people who wanted an ancient beast but could not find one. Even ninth transformation professionals, could not find an ancient beast. But now, a small fry had an ancient beast protecting him. Even Xiao Ran, who had a powerful background, couldn't help but feel envious. Who the hell is he to have an ancient beast as his bodyguard? Comparisons are odious. Xiao Ran had always felt that he wouldn't be moved by certain things. This time he was truly moved. Ancient beast, if he could get his hands on one, there would be no opposition within the family, and he would be able to sit on the throne smoothly. "Young master, are we going to make a move?" The person beside him seemed to know what Xiao Ran was thinking. Xiao Ran shook his head. "Although I really want that ancient beast, now isn't the time. This is the Yuanjing Empire. Although our Xiao clan isn't afraid, there's no need to provoke the Yuanjing Empire Emperor." This was something that Xiao Ran understood. However, it won't be that easy for the Yuanjing Empire to get their hands on an ancient beast. "I believe there are people paying attention." Xiao Ran suddenly laughed. "Some people are hoping that the ancient beast falls into their hands." The Yuanjing Empire was able to suppress the Demon God Empire because the Yuanjing Empire Emperor's battle prowess was always above them. Although it was just a slight difference, it was enough to settle everything. If the Yuanjing Empire could get their hands on another ancient beast, it would be a nightmare for the Demon God Empire. Especially since ancient beasts were known for their speed, they could come and go without a trace. Unless the Demon God Emperor made a move, not many could stop them. Condense again. The golden-horned beast activated the horn on its head. The space that had been shaken apart became solid once again. Wave after wave of squeezing pressure fell on the little demon's body, and the entire space suddenly became a piece of iron plate. "Your speed is amazing, but it's useless in my eyes. As ancient beasts, as long as you stop, I won't attack." The golden-horned beast said condescendingly. In Jin Jiao's eyes, the wind god ancient beast's ability was not bad. Even human experts could only stare at it helplessly, unable to take it down. Once it lost its advantage in speed, the wind god ancient beast was like a toothless tiger, only having a powerful body. Jin Jiao could deal with many of these ancient beasts without wasting any time. With just this little bit of ability, you want the great wind god to surrender? Don't even think about it. The little fiend was a little angry. Being suppressed by the other party as an ancient beast, it was quite uncomfortable. Stubborn. If the other party wasn't an ancient beast, Jin Jiao wouldn't be so kind as to say these words. Freeze. The single horn's color changed as it flickered with a white radiance. With a crashing sound, a silvery white light fell on the still struggling body of the little fiend. Whoosh whoosh. The body of the wind god ancient beast that was controlled by the little devil instantly turned white and stopped in the sky. At the same time, a deep chill spread out. Lin Fei, did you see that? Your ancient beast helper is already frozen. Fan Qinglong laughed. Don't count on your helper to break the ice on him. That's no ordinary ice. It's Uncle Jin Jiao's 100,000-year ice. It's extremely sturdy, able to freeze everything in an instant and kill without a sound. Although the little fiend in the sky was frozen, Lin Fei wasn't too worried. But he had seen the strength of the ancient beasts. No wonder the human race couldn't unify the ancient wasteland world. With the existence of these ancient beasts, it was indeed hard for the human race experts to cross over. Strong. Lin Fei could see it himself. Especially this golden-horned beast, Although its ability was support, it was a nightmare to anyone, easily restricting the little fiend. Master, this guy is very strong, it can restrain my ability. It's not that easy to deal with. Sorry to disappoint, Master. The little fiend's voice sounded, I need Master's authorization to use energy. An ancient beast, Lin Fei really didn't care much about it. If the little fiend could possess someone once, then it could do it a second time, or even a third time. Losing an ancient beast, they had no use for it. Lin Fei was very calm. But hearing the little fiend's words, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Authorization? Isn't this an ordinary ancient beast? The little fiend's proud voice sounded, Master, I'm not that stupid. I've already made preparations beforehand and placed an energy receiver in the body of the wind god ancient beast, just in case. I didn't expect to meet my match so quickly. As long as Master authorizes it, see how I'll torture this golden-horned beast. Lin Fei was now rich, and naturally had nothing to worry about. I authorize you to use it. If the royal elder group wanted to make a scene, Lin Fei would make a scene with them. Authorization successful. Very quickly, the system notification sounded. At this time, the yellow-level heavenly guard activated 100 times gravity and slammed down. Lin Fei instantly felt as though he was being pressed down by a mountain, and cracking sounds could be heard from his body. The strength of an early-stage rank 8 started to be displayed, and he forcefully blocked it. Fan Qinglong, it's not like you don't know the strength of an early-stage rank 8 physique. A mere 100 times isn't enough. Let me see the strongest power of your gravity field, lest I'm too disappointed. Lin Fei laughed. Fan Qinglong didn't think that 100 times gravity could do anything to Lin Fei, it was just a test. Don't worry, 100 times gravity is just the beginning. 200 times. With a loud bang, the 200 times gravity descended, and the ground trembled, forming a huge crater. Shatter for the great wind god. Just as the 200 times gravity descended, the wind god ancient beast that was originally thought to be sealed exploded with a terrifying aura, shattering the 100,000 years old ice on its body, and the space around it started to explode. Now, it's the great wind god's turn. The little fiend was already depressed after being sealed. So, the little fiend turned into a beam of light and charged forward. Kacha, the space shattered. Congeal. The golden horn was slightly shocked. Under normal circumstances, he only needed one time to suppress the opponent. Seems like he had underestimated the wind god ancient beast, and it did have some tricks up its sleeves. With a grunt, the golden horn used the word, congeal, again. This time, the golden horn ancient beast had miscalculated. After obtaining Lin Fei's authorization, the power of the wind god ancient beast that little fiend controlled had skyrocketed. Scram. Chapter 2602. Sent flying, the golden-horned beast was sent flying by the wind god beast. Qiao Qingshan's eyes widened. Just then, it was clearly being suppressed. How did it send the golden-horned beast flying? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Qiao Qingshan was sure that he had been staring. No matter which aspect, the golden-horned beast had the ability to suppress the opponent. But under such a situation, the golden-horned beast was actually sent flying by the opponent, and it was even flipped upside down, its huge body smashing into the mountain below. With a loud rumble, the mountain shook violently, the earth also shook. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. The little devil showed off its power, sending the golden-horned beast flying. Fan Qinglong's proud face flashed with a hint of shock. Obviously, he didn't expect the situation to turn around and the golden-horned beast to be sent flying. I must have seen it wrong. The golden-horned beast was suppressing the wind god beast in every aspect. How did it turn around? It must be a coincidence. The golden-horned beast's power, outsiders might not be clear, but Fan Qinglong knew it was equivalent to a human warrior that was infinitely close to becoming an emperor. Such a warrior could defeat 10 human warriors of the same realm by himself. The little devil, after the authorization, sure became stronger instantly. The system analyzed the opponent's limit, its all energy consumption. Lin Fei immediately noticed that a large number of energy units were being consumed. Even if it was a simple number, it was something Lin Fei couldn't handle before. Golden Horn Devil, just now, the attack from the Great Wind God Master, how did it taste? This is just the beginning. The little devil let out a long roar. The sharp voice echoed in everyone's ears. Activate. Xiao Qingshan immediately activated the formation. A series of ripples appeared, blocking the shrill sound coming from the outside. You do have some ability. I have underestimated you. The golden-horned beast once again rushed into the sky, its cold gaze sweeping across. But you will soon taste my power. The collision from the little devil, the golden-horned beast's huge body was slightly affected. It felt a slight pain. This was something it had never felt before. 10 times the condensation. The golden-horned beast's body was glowing brightly. The horn was the most obvious, flickering with a dangerous black aura. While the single-horned sharp mountain condensed a black ball of light. Under the control of the golden-horned beast, the black ball of light shot towards the little evil demon. Before it even got close, the black ball of light exploded and a black ripple spread out. Soaring wind slash. When the golden-horned beast made its move, the little fiend also made its move. The ultimate technique of the wind god ancient beast. Soaring wind slash. After obtaining the authorization, the little devil became completely unrestrained and immediately used a soaring wind slash. A gust of wind rushed forward. The wind was swift. The golden-horned beast also sensed danger. This should be the legendary soaring wind slash. It can slash through anything, and its advantage is its speed. The golden-horned beast more or less knew some of the wind god beast's trump cards. For example, this one, soaring wind slash. You have the advantage of speed. How can you resist my spatial compression? Condense. The golden-horned beast started to compress the space around it. The scattered space suddenly became incomparably sturdy, like a metal plate, protecting the golden-horned beast in the center. At this time, the golden-horned beast didn't need to talk about anything else. Just the space compression alone seemed to have formed a terrifying defense, unbreakable. The golden-horned beast still underestimated the little devil's strength after obtaining the authorization. Kacha. The gust of wind howled. The sound of the kacha didn't stop. The defense formed by the spatial compression started to crumble. The soaring wind slash brought about a gust of wind, like a fierce general, riding the wind and breaking the waves. In front of the golden-horned beast, the spatial compression that formed was instantly broken. The wind god's strength, how did it increase again? Impossible. Katakat. The spatial compression collapsed. The wind howled. The invisible defense in front of the golden-horned beast lost its effect. The knife-like wind landed on the golden-horned beast's body. Ho-ho-ho. The golden-horned beast instantly felt like it had fallen into an endless storm. The powerful and terrifying defense of its body was torn apart by the wind. It was full of wounds and fresh blood. The golden-horned beast raged. This body hasn't been injured in a very long time. Dual blade slash. Little evil demon charged in. Its huge wings slashed at the golden-horned ancient beast, and 2 formless blade auras fell down. Freeze. The space froze. Kacha. The 2 blade auras slashed through the ice and landed on the golden-horned beast's body. Golden-horned old man, didn't you know how to put on airs? Now let's see who's stronger. The little devil laughed loudly. With a dive, the remaining ice energy was shattered. The golden-horned beast was once again unfortunately sent flying. Wind. The wind howled, following closely behind. The golden-horned beast was instantly in danger. The situation of the battle had changed drastically. Just what did you do with your strength? You can't possibly break through my energy seal. The golden-horned beast kept using spatial compression and spatial freezing, but it still couldn't stop the little devil's terrifying attacks. Every attack left a few large wounds on the golden-horned beast's body. Under the 200 times pressure, Lin Fei's body couldn't take it anymore. At this time, he couldn't even move. Don't hold back, let's capture Lin Fei first. Fan Qinglong's face darkened. He didn't expect the wind god beast to suddenly explode with even more terrifying strength. He immediately realized that things were going to go south and gave the order. No matter how the wind god beast's strength increased, it definitely has something to do with Lin Fei. Fan Qinglong knew that he had to capture Lin Fei immediately. If this drags on, the golden-horned beast won't be able to hold the wind god beast back, and his side won't be disappointed anymore. Lin Fei, don't think that just because you've held up Uncle Golden Horned, you'll be fine. You're wrong, because you're about to become my prisoner. Fan Qinglong took out a black bag. On the surface of the bag, there were many strange words, obscure and hard to understand. Keep. The black bag opened on its own and arrived above Lin Fei, turning into a giant black hole, which produced a strong suction force that encapsulated Lin Fei's figure. Crap, this is a powerful artifact of the royal tribe, the Heaven Devouring. Lin Fei's cultivation isn't strong enough to resist the suction force of the Heaven Devouring. Once he's sucked into the artifact, no one will be able to escape. Qiao Qingshan could not help but feel worried after seeing the artifact. The artifact was too famous, to the extent that anyone would be intimidated by it. Even though Fan Qinglong's cultivation was not high, it was more than enough to suppress Lin Fei. Even Qiao Qingshan had no confidence that he could resist the artifact. Lin Fei, this is our royal tribe's artifact, the Heaven Devouring. It's able to suck anything into it. You can't move now, just accept your fate. Fan Qinglong let out a hollow laugh while staring at Lin Fei. Under the strong suction force, Lin Fei was on the verge of collapsing, as if he would be sucked into the artifact in the next second. Lin Fei suddenly burst out laughing. Chapter 2603. A bad feeling arose in Fan Qinglong's heart. Impossible, his biggest trump card is the Wind God Ancient Beast, not to mention his unfathomable ability in setting up formations. Now that the Wind God Ancient Beast is being led by the Golden Horned Beast, there's no way it can escape. Furthermore, his ability in setting up formations won't work under the 200 times gravitational force. He must be trying to scare us. Fan Qinglong shattered the thought in his mind. There was no way Lin Fei could make a comeback under such a setup. It was impossible. Lin Fei, just accept your fate. There's no way you can escape from it. Fan Qinglong said calmly, you're going to lose today. Is that so? Lin Fei's lips curled upward as he wore an evil grin. Open. A voice that was neither loud nor soft could be heard coming from Lin Fei's mouth. The sound suddenly echoed around Lin Fei. The impenetrable gravity field was like an impenetrable mountain. However, a cracking sound could be heard coming from the inside of the mountain. The moment the cracking sounds appeared, they did not stop. Lin Fei, whose body had been stiff, could now move his arms and legs, returning to normal. He managed to resist the 200 times gravitational force. How is this possible? How did his strength reach such a level? Who was the one who said that Lin Fei was relying on his ability to set up formations? Being able to move around in a 200 times gravitational force, apart from strength, there was no third option. This gave the crowd quite a shock. The sudden increase in the strength of the Wind God Ancient Beast had already caused them to speculate endlessly. Now that it was Lin Fei's turn, their faces were filled with astonishment. This artifact isn't bad, but it's a pity that I don't like it. Lin Fei was very fond of the heaven-devouring treasure. He stretched out his white hand and flicked his finger. A white light shot out from his fingertip and landed on the heaven-devouring treasure. With a whooshing sound, this terrifying treasure turned into a shadow and shot to some unknown place. Come back. Fan Qinglong's expression drastically changed. He tried to summon the treasure back, but he discovered that the treasure was no longer under his control. It was getting further and further away from him, as if there was a mysterious force pushing it. Unless that force dissipated, the treasure would not return. How is this possible? Lin Fei's level 8 physical body was enough to make Fan Qinglong uncomfortable. Coupled with his formidable formation skills, it was enough to make one's eyes red with envy. Without any warning, the other party had broken through the suction of the treasure, Heaven Devourer, so easily. This was totally ridiculous. This scene indeed made everyone feel that it was impossible. Fan Qinglong, don't you feel very surprised and shocked? Lin Fei took a step in Fan Qinglong's direction, and the impenetrable gravitational field around him crumbled under his foot. It was like a continent splitting apart. Who said that I'm a second transition job? Another foot stomped over. The gravitational field, which had been on the verge of collapsing, crumbled under his foot and vanished into thin air. The 50 yellow-ranked heavenly guards shuddered and took 2 or 3 steps back, but their faces remained expressionless. Seals. They reacted quickly and formed seals with both hands. 50 seals appeared and instantly formed a huge cage. This cage was different from the usual ones. Every seal floated in midair, emitting a mysterious aura. Transform. The yellow-ranked heavenly guards shouted, and the 50 seals let out a buzzing sound. A flame rose, and a shocking scene appeared. 50 illusionary figures appeared. Each of the phantoms exuded an ancient aura. This is an ancient condensing technique. 50 illusionary figures means 50 ancient experts. So, the royal family really has such an ancient secret technique. Qiao Qingshan could no longer remain calm. Qiao Qingshan had seen such a secret technique in the Academy's records, but he had never seen it in real life. It was too difficult to cultivate such a secret technique. For example, these 50 ancient experts. They were not easy to find. Over the years, it was extremely difficult to maintain it. No, these aren't real ancient experts. They're created using another method. The royal family is really generous. Qiao Qingshan suddenly shook his head. At that moment, he really thought that he had seen the complete secret technique. This should be an imitation secret technique. Its power is at most 1/10 or even 1/10 of the complete version, but it's enough to make people fearful. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Qingshan did not know how Lin Fei would deal with it. A low and cold voice sounded out from the 50 afterimages. The 50 afterimages also attacked at this moment. 50 secret techniques were unleashed from their hands, and the sky was immediately filled with dark clouds, giving off an oppressive aura. I can't wait for them to make their move. Although Lin Fei was arrogant, he would not waste too many energy units. It would be fine if there was only one person, but now that there were 2 of them, the consumption was exceptionally high. As soon as the 50 illusionary figures appeared, Lin Fei immediately sensed danger. If they were to make a move now, the price they would have to pay to break through their alliance would be too great. Lin Fei would never have thought that the imperial family of the empire would have hidden such a secret technique. No matter how strong the secret technique is, it has to be able to withstand my punch first. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed as he punched from afar. This punch used 1/10 of the system's energy units. 1/10 of the system's energy units was definitely an astronomical figure. Anyone who saw it would be speechless, unable to imagine the terrifying power it would unleash. Lin Fei's punch looked very ordinary. In fact, it didn't even create much of a sound. The yellow-level heavenly guards who were facing Lin Fei could not help but reveal a trace of fear on their cold faces, and their bodies began to tremble. Bam 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 bam. The yellow-level heavenly guards were fully armed, and it was extremely difficult for anyone to break through their defenses. This time, they didn't have time to react. Lin Fei's fist wind swept over and crushed their bodies. Even their powerful defenses couldn't withstand the terrifying power of this fist. One by one, the yellow-grayed heavenly guards turned into clouds of blood mist, like blooming fireworks. It was extremely dazzling. In the eyes of everyone, this was definitely a terrifying scene. 50 yellow-level heavenly guards. It was a fatal blow. Fan Qinglong also felt the impact. This extremely dangerous aura made his hair stand on end. This was the most terrifying punch he had ever seen in his life. He had actually hidden his strength. Immediately, he was drowned in the fist's wind. That was impossible. For 1/10 of the system's energy units, Lin Fei was willing to go all out. Such a punch was truly world-dominating. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. They subconsciously wiped the sweat off their foreheads. Some of the more timid people, even though they were separated by the array, were so scared that their limbs went soft and they fell to the ground, unable to get up. Chapter 2604. In the void deep within the Capital Institute. A beam of light streaked across the void. This power, it's completely at the level of a great emperor. When did the empire produce another great emperor-level expert? Why didn't I know about it? An old man sitting cross-legged in the void suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a rare look of shock. This old man was the dean. That power is within the institute and is within reach. Who is it? The dean wore a solemn expression. With a swipe of his hands, he tore open the void and disappeared. Something big had happened. Such thoughts kept churning in his mind. In a secret chamber deep within the imperial palace, a handsome middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes, exuding a domineering aura. This is the aura of a great emperor. Although it's not completely there, it has the power of a great emperor. Could it be that a great emperor from the demon god empire has come to cause trouble? The middle-aged man could no longer sit still. He also tore open the void and entered it as if there was nothing there. In the faraway demon god empire, a pair of sharp eyes pierced through countless layers of space and landed heavily on the empire expedition. It was a black throne in the void. In front of the black throne, on both sides stood 5 statues, emitting a sinister and evil aura. It was an emotionless face. The aura of a great emperor. Could it be that the empire expedition has produced another great emperor-level expert? The face continued to stare at them. We have to hurry up. Everyone in the Capital Institute was immersed in the terrifying aura of the punch and was momentarily stunned. So scary. Is this still the same Lin Fei? He turned a yellow-grade heavenly guard into a mist of blood with one punch. If that were to land on us, we would probably be nothing. Luckily, I didn't offend Lin Fei. That's great. From now on, Lin Fei will be my idol. Be it the prodigies who were previously convinced or not. Now, they were all convinced. Under that punch, they were filled with despair. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. The yellow-grade heavenly guard was powerful, but he was still killed by a single punch. This was definitely a top-notch ability that only those who had reached the 9th job transition would have. When the gap between them wasn't too big, there would be jealousy and jealousy. Once someone surpassed them and reached a whole new realm, jealousy and jealousy would turn into admiration. This was something that he could never catch up to in his lifetime. Cough, cough, cough. Qiao Qingshan had goosebumps all over his body. Facing that punch, even if it wasn't directed at him, the power it produced still made him feel a lingering fear. This is the peak strength of a 9th career professional. I'm afraid that this punch has reached the great emperor realm that many people can't reach in their entire lives. Qiao Qingshan's voice trembled. This realm was like a huge door that kept him at bay, making it difficult for him to take even a single step forward. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be almost impossible for him to enter this realm in this lifetime. Now, a monster had appeared in the academy. Just one punch was enough to release the aura of a great emperor. In the eyes of Qiao Qingshan, Lin Fei suddenly became taller. This was a true monster. He really hit it well. Lin Fei saw the changes in everyone. After using 1/10 of his energy to unleash this punch, Lin Fei already knew that this would happen. There are 2 powerful auras. One of them is slightly familiar. It should be the old dean. The other one is obscure but has a trace of domineering aura. To be able to appear at this moment, it should be the great emperor of the empire. Lin Fei immediately analyzed the origin of the other party. The first to arrive was the old dean. As soon as he appeared in the sky, the old dean noticed the situation. As he was in seclusion, he didn't know what was happening here. When he saw Lin Fei standing in the sky and the remnant aura in the air, he immediately realized what had happened. Could it be little Lin? The old dean was shocked. Ancient beast, there's actually an ancient beast, the golden-horned ancient beast of the empire. At this moment, the golden-horned ancient beast was on the verge of collapsing. On its back there was a young man. It was Fan Qinglong. His body was flickering with a faint light, like a candle that could be extinguished at any time. Sir, he is just a junior. Even if he offended you, you don't have to be so ruthless. The golden-horned ancient beast's body was also filled with wounds, intersecting with each other. The golden-horned ancient beast was extremely bitter. A wind god ancient beast that didn't care about it had exploded with an extremely powerful strength to resist its 2 great abilities. Under the situation where it couldn't suppress the opponent, It could only be beaten up. Luckily, its skin was thick and it didn't die. The only thing it didn't expect was that the young man could unleash such a terrifying punch. It had the power of a great emperor. Following beside a great emperor, the golden-horned ancient beast knew the power of a great emperor. The punch just now already had the power of a great emperor. If a great emperor attacked, he would definitely die. The golden-horned ancient beast obviously couldn't let anything happen to Fan Qinglong. It immediately activated its two great abilities and took out its treasures to barely block the attack. Fan Qinglong didn't gain any advantage. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death. Lin Fei could tell what the golden-horned ancient beast was trying to say. Using 10% of my energy, the power should be at the great emperor level. Even if it's not a real great emperor, at least it has the appearance of one. This punch was worth it. Lin Fei was relieved. If I want something, who would dare to not give it to me? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Fan Qinglong thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he's a member of the imperial family. I'm just letting him gain some experience so that he won't think that everyone in this world is someone he can bully. The golden-horned ancient beast was obviously feeling the pressure. A pseudo-great emperor, and a wind god ancient beast that was not weaker than itself. If one came, it would be fine, but if the two came together, it might be killed on the spot. The golden-horned ancient beast clenched its teeth. You heavily injured the fifth prince. Even though I can't do anything to you, the great emperor will find you for it. If it didn't help, the fifth prince Fan Qinglong would be dead for sure. The great emperor would definitely intervene in this matter. Lin Fei now had confidence. Even though he only had 60 to 70% of his energy left, he could still attack a few more times. Even a great emperor would have to think about the consequences. I don't care. At most, we'll just fight. Little Devil returned to Lin Fei's side. Golden-horned ancient bastard, don't run so fast. Let's continue. Whoever runs is a coward. The golden-horned ancient beast's face darkened. He couldn't suppress the wind god ancient beast. The wind god ancient beast relied on its speed and suffered greatly. If they were to fight to the end, the loser would definitely be himself. I dare you to say that again. The golden-horned ancient beast was prideful. Chapter 2605. The golden-horned beast had fought countless battles with the emperors, but there had never been a junior who dared to be so arrogant in front of it. The wind god beast was the first. Yet there was a powerful young man next to the wind god beast. Unless the emperors were here, he alone wouldn't be able to beat them. Endure. I have to endure. The golden-horned beast had a bad temper. After so many years, it knew that once it couldn't control itself and attacked, it would be the same as falling into the opponent's trap. The most important thing now was to bring the person back. Master, it's here. The golden-horned beast suddenly revealed a look of joy. A familiar aura had arrived. Even though it was just a clone, it still had a portion of the Emperor's battle strength. Since the Emperor is here, why don't you come out and greet me? A middle-aged man appeared from the void, expressionless. His cold eyes shot out as he said, I didn't think that our empire would have another emperor. However, your actions are wrong. Even if Azure Dragon offended you, he is still a member of the royal family. We, the royal family, will deal with him. For now, it's not up to you to deal with him. The middle-aged man was the emperor's clone. This clone was in charge of the empire. Unless something really big happened, the clone would only come out to deal with it. Since a quasi-great emperor's aura had appeared in the empire, this clone naturally had to come out. After all, the significance was different. It was fine for his side as he only needed to rope them in. But if it was the enemy, then he had to take advantage of the fact that the other party hadn't stabilized his footing to get rid of him. Lin Fei could feel a terrifying and dangerous aura from the opponent. This should be the doppelganger of a great sovereign. It's indeed different. Just a doppelganger alone should have the strength of a great sovereign. I wonder if it can withstand a tenth of my energy. Lin Fei guessed. What's done is done. There's no point in talking about this. Why don't you make a statement and we'll have a good talk? Lin Fei wasn't afraid. Suppressing the fifth prince wasn't much. Suppressing the golden-horned beast wasn't much either. Suppressing the clone in front of him was the main point. Lin Fei had already made the best preparations. Master, this man has an ancient wind god beast by his side, and he knows a secret art that allows his strength to skyrocket and increase his speed to the limit. Even my 2 abilities aren't enough to suppress him. If we really fight him, it'll be a difficult battle. The golden-horned beast came to the side of the Emperor clone. Even though the golden-horned beast really wanted to take revenge, this was obviously not the right time. The opponent was an ancient beast and a human. Their combined strength was not any weaker than their side. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. The Great Monarch's clone was a part of the Great Monarch. It didn't have any personal emotions and only had rational judgment. It wouldn't act recklessly and would always maintain an advantageous position. Azure Dragon is seriously injured and needs immediate treatment. This person should be someone from the Avengers. I didn't expect them to have hidden themselves so well and have deceived everyone. If we really make a move to capture them now, the chances of success are not high and we might even have to pay a price. This is very disadvantageous to the Empire. In the blink of an eye, the Great Monarch's clone had many thoughts, analyzing and judging. His eyes were filled with wisdom. The results were there. He couldn't make a move for the time being. That would be detrimental to the Empire. You injured Azure Dragon, you have to give me an explanation. The Great Monarch's clone wouldn't take the initiative to retreat. This would greatly affect the reputation of the royal family. If you can injure Azure Dragon with 1 punch, then prepare to take a punch from me. This was the best idea that the Great Monarch's clone had thought of. The opponent was a quasi-Great Monarch. Unless he was killed in 1 strike, once the opponent escaped, it would be a nightmare for the Empire. This method was the best. Both sides wouldn't suffer any losses. This is a good idea. The Great Monarch's clone still knows how to do things. As expected of someone who only has wisdom and prudence. With personal emotions, it wouldn't be handled like this. In the sky, the old dean muttered to himself. I wonder if Shaolin has really reached the quasi-Great Monarch realm. His aura-concealing technique is quite impressive. Even an old man like me couldn't tell. The old dean was getting more and more interested in this Avengers alliance. This was really a case of not coming, but once he did, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Fair enough. Then let's do it. Lin Fei's body suddenly exploded with a strong battle intent. He stared straight at the Great Monarch's clone. He wanted to know how much of a difference there was between him and the Great Monarch's clone. The Great Monarch's clone also released his aura. Once this aura was released, his entire body became as heavy as a mountain. The dense aura was vast and boundless. Even through the array, the people of the Capital Institute could feel the immense pressure. Their breathing quickened as they looked at each other and gasped. Is this the aura of the Great Monarch? Everyone channeled their energy to resist the crushing pressure of this aura. Just the aftershock alone was too much for them. If they were deep in the center, wouldn't they die on the spot? 5 Thunder Sky Level Fist, Wind and Thunder Roar. When the Great Monarch's aura reached its peak, he punched through the air. Bush, bush, bush. As soon as this punch was thrown, a strong gust of wind blew and sand and pebbles flew. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, the combination of the two increased its power. Lin Fei's pupils constricted, and his hair stood on end. Wind and thunder came together. Lin Fei was as still as a mountain. He waved his hand and met the attack with an ordinary punch like before. The wind from the punch whistled. With a loud bang, the wind from the punch collided with the wind and thunder. The air around them was already swallowed by the shockwaves. Everyone could only feel that the terrifying aura was blowing on them, as if they were being stabbed by a knife. The power of the Great Monarch. Xiao Qingshan was protected by a shield and his eyes sparkled. Capital Institute is going to soar. It's the power of the Great Monarch indeed. Shaolin has brought us a big surprise. Up in the sky, the dean didn't activate his barrier. He just stood there. The shockwaves were like a stream of water, splitting into 2 in front of him and passing by him. But at this moment, no one was paying attention to the old dean. Everyone's attention was on the people above. They all wanted to know who had won and who had lost. The Great Monarch is indeed the Great Monarch. Lin Fei has learned his lesson. Lin Fei cupped his fists at the great monarch's clone. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, the great monarch's clone was as calm as before. He clearly had the upper hand. The great monarch's clone did not say anything. He glanced at Lin Fei and said, "Let's go back." The golden-horned beast glared at him and left as well. "Master, you're so evil. You're setting a trap for them." The little demon smirked. Chapter 2606. Lin Fei had indeed underestimated the strength of a great emperor's clone. This is good too. Everyone will think that my strength is at most a quasi-great emperor, and they will naturally look down on me. At that time, I can take them all down at once. Even though the system was only left with 50% of its energy, Lin Fei did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. This was a good deal. From today onward, the Avengers would no longer be destroyed by anyone. The great emperor's clone had left. However, this did not mean that this matter had come to an end. How can he be a quasi-great emperor expert? Yuan Kun was extremely unwilling. The fifth prince had brought the yellow-grade heavenly guards, the golden-horned ancient beast, and the great emperor's clone, but they still could not do anything to Lin Fei. "I have to leave immediately." Yuan Kun had previously looked down on Lin Fei because the latter's strength was low, and he could use him as an example. However, the current situation was completely different. Not only did Lin Fei have the wind god ancient beast, which could rival the golden-horned ancient beast, but Lin Fei himself could also unleash the strength of a great emperor. There was no point for Yuan Kun to stay here any longer, so he might as well escape before Lin Fei could react. "City Lord Yuan, I don't think I told you to leave." Lin Fei's sharp gaze swept over. Yuan Kun's body stiffened, and his scalp went numb. He felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious tiger. His back was drenched in sweat, and he tried his best to calm down. When he thought about how Lin Fei could force the great emperor's clone to retreat, how could he possibly stand a chance? This is a misunderstanding. They were the ones who instigated it. I really don't have the guts to make an enemy out of you. Yuan Kun lowered his head. Misunderstanding? Lin Fei laughed. What about this? Can I say that it's a misunderstanding as well? He raised his hand and pressed down on Yuan Kun. Don't kill me, I was wrong, Yuan Kun was smashed into minced meat by Lin Fei, and he could not be more dead. Qiao Qingshan smiled bitterly and shook his head. This Lin really abhors evil. Yuan Kun deserves to die. It's good that he left earlier. He provoked us again and again. Now he's played himself to death. Yuan Kun was quite famous. Qiao Qingshan was not afraid of him. If he died now, then so be it. It was no big deal. All right, everyone disperse. Qiao Qingshan chased the students away. Since the dean had spoken, who dared to stay? They immediately dispersed, but today's events would definitely be spread by their mouths. He can actually unleash the strength of a great emperor. The smile on Xiao Ran's face was finally replaced by a gloomy expression. He paced back and forth. How did he manage to unleash the strength of a martial monarch? It's impossible. No one can become a martial monarch at his age and succeed. There must be something wrong. Others were shocked by Lin Fei's strength. Xiao Ran wasn't afraid. Young master, could it be that the Avengers have developed a new technological equipment? For example, they could store the energy of heaven and earth and then use it to unleash it all at once? To create an attack with the strength of a martial monarch? A confidant beside him said. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. Right, that must be the case. Lin Fei must have used a technological weapon to deceive everyone. Even if he is a genius, he can forget about becoming a martial monarch. Xiao Ran himself was very talented. At such a young age, his strength was already terrifying. He had no confidence in the realm of a martial monarch. Young master, since that brat Lin Fei has such a technological weapon, we have to be on guard. Even if we have our clan's treasure, we won't be able to block the attack of a martial monarch. Xiao Ran shook his head. This is not a problem. The technological weapon on Lin Fei's body shouldn't be that easy to obtain. I reckon he can only use it 2 or 3 times. As long as we deal with it well, there's nothing to be afraid of. However, if we can get our hands on this treasure, It will be equivalent to having a secret trump card. At this moment, Xiao Ran was thinking far ahead. We have to report this. I didn't expect the Avengers to have such a secret weapon. It's a pity that it was exposed too early. If it was an individual technological weapon, it would at most make people jealous. But this kind of technological weapon that could unleash the power of a martial monarch was a different story. It would be an unimaginable attraction to the major families and forces. Very soon, this place will become a whirlpool. Xiao Ran believed in his judgment. The news began to spread on that day. Everyone in the empire was shocked. A young martial monarch to the martial monarch stage? Every student of Imperial College had a strong background and wealth. They reported the news immediately. Even though the Capital Institute was isolated by the formation, some experts could still sense the attack from a martial monarch. Although they could not know the details, they immediately understood what was going on. This was a battle between martial monarchs. One punch to kill a yellow-grade heavenly guard and severely injure the fifth prince, Fan Qinglong. Any one of these events was a major event. The news spread from the capital to the major galaxies, then to the demon god empire, and slowly spread out. Shaolin, you're too reckless. In the pavilion on Emperor Peak, Qiao Qingshan said in a sincere tone. Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu had not digested the news yet. A martial monarch to the martial monarch stage? Qin Lan had thought that Lin Fei was someone with a strong background. She had not expected him to be so powerful and have the protection of the ancient wind god beast. Fan Luoyu was the same. He was too powerful. It seems that my choice has always been very reliable. Compared to the two girls' happiness, Qiao Qingshan was not so excited. After calming down, the role of a research dean came into play. He analyzed and calculated, and the result was not very good. Lin Fei might not be a martial monarch to the martial monarch stage. He might have borrowed the power of a treasure. If anyone else heard this, they would definitely scoff. But Lin Fei was different. He had the Avengers behind him, and he had even declared that he would use technology to influence the galaxy. Others could not do it, but it did not mean that the Avengers could not. They were a group of people who wanted revenge. Qiao Qingshan even suspected that they had obtained the technology of a different dimension. That was why they had this kind of scientific research. Qiao Qingshan was very clear about this kind of top secret. There was a high possibility that it was true. Dean, are you worried that they will have other ideas and take the risk to steal it? Lin Fei knew that those people would definitely think of this after they calmed down. Since you know it yourself, those people will definitely think of it after they calm down. Qiao Qingshan nodded. Lin Fei suddenly smiled. Dean, do you also think that it's the help of technology? Chapter 2607. The news that Lin Fei was a great emperor spread like wildfire. It didn't matter if it was just speculation or suspicion. Lin Fei of the Avengers had at least mastered the ability to unleash a great emperor-level attack, which was completely shocking. Could the power of technology really reach such a level? Some didn't believe it while others did. The outside world was abuzz with discussion. The expedition empire fell into a rare silence. There was no movement, as if the 50 yellow-level heavenly guards had died for nothing. This was beyond everyone's imagination. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Unless a great emperor-level expert was deployed, no matter how many came, it would be suicide. Just Lin Fei's ability to set up arrays was enough to overwhelm everyone. At first, everyone thought that Lin Fei was bound to lose. After his physical body and ability to set up arrays were restricted, Lin Fei would have to follow them obediently even if he was extremely powerful. However, they didn't expect Lin Fei to have hidden his strength so well. The combat power of a great emperor-level expert. This was beyond imagination. With such power, who would dare to come forward and court death, unless they were tired of living? Just then, another piece of news spread. Everyone was in an uproar after hearing it. The Avengers would establish a second Avengers Chamber of Commerce in the Capital Institute, which would be fully open to the public in the near future. At the same time, they would hold their first auction. This news was sensational. The major forces were excited. It was finally their turn. Many forces couldn't go to the ancient wasteland world, so they naturally missed the auction. Now that they were at their doorstep, they couldn't stop smiling. That's great. Finally, we don't have to go to the ancient wasteland world. All hail the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. That's awesome. Be it the Expedition Empire or the Demon God Empire, everyone was very excited. This was an opportunity. Especially the forces in the capital, they were more excited than anyone else. They were really at their doorstep. Therefore, the major forces began to raise funds and store them like crazy. Their branches in the major galaxies kept sending in large amounts of money. All the forces were prepared to purchase a batch of resources from this auction to increase the overall strength of their families. If anyone were to fall behind the others at this time, it would be a significant loss to the family. If it was before, these forces would have contacted Lin Fei and even secretly made deals in advance. However, after the fight with the great emperor of the imperial family, they no longer had the guts to do so. Who knew if the sovereign family would bear a grudge against them? After all, the sovereign family was still above them. A great emperor was enough to suppress all forces within the empire that were disobedient. Deep within the palace, more than 20 people were floating in the air. These people were old and clumsy. Their hair was white and their faces were rosy. They were all the imperial uncles of the imperial clan and had great accomplishments in their cultivation. Any one of them would be a powerful expert, and the mere mention of them would become nightmares for many people. We've all misjudged Lin Fei. We didn't expect him to display the strength of a quasi-great emperor. Now, we need to discuss how to deal with this matter. The group of imperial elders was not having an easy time either. The strength of a quasi-great emperor was indeed terrifying. This is an unstable factor. The Milky Way pearl was still in the hands of the other party. Should they take it back? This old man suggests that we mobilize the members of our group of imperial elders to suppress this unstable factor and ban the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. This was the voice of the opposition. We can establish a foothold in the star field, control one star field after another, and form a huge empire. Although the Avengers Alliance is mysterious, if we really want to fight, they might not dare to make a big move. Ban the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. Take down Qiao Qingshan. His behavior is colluding with the enemy. In the eyes of the opposition, this kind of behavior was a provocation, and they must be suppressed, even if there was a quasi-great emperor expert. This old man thinks that it's better to think about this matter at length. Those who were pro-peace spoke up. That brat Lin Fei has repeatedly refreshed our impression of him. Who can be sure that there aren't any hidden experts in the empire? What if a quasi-great emperor expert appears while we are suppressing them? Who can suppress them then? We can't suppress them. Once a chain reaction is caused, the impact will be too terrible. This will shake the foundation of our empire. The Demon God Empire is eyeing us covetously. Who knows if they will take advantage of this time to attack? We have to guard against all of these. We have to suppress them. We can't suppress them. Our empire can't fall into the flames of war. The group of elders was in a fierce struggle. Those who were in the middle had been sitting quietly. If everyone is not convinced, then raise your hands and vote. The minority obeys the majority. This was the fairest method that the group of elders had ever used. Those who are in favor of suppressing Lin Fei, raise your hands. All the hands of the opposition were raised. No one from the middle raised their hands. The expression of the leader of the opposition turned ugly. They actually didn't get the middle to support their idea. A total of 9 people are in favor. Those who are in favor of treating Lin Fei peacefully, raise your hands. Many hands were raised. Out of 18 people, 3 abstained. The group of elders of the royal family made the final decision. At the same time, in the headquarters of Tianji Hall in the ancient wasteland world, as the news of Yuan Kuan's death spread, the faces of the upper echelons of Tianji Hall darkened even more. At the beginning, Tianji Hall strongly wanted to send experts to kill Lin Fei and destroy the Avengers in the expedition to the Empire, thus disintegrating their influence. After the news that Lin Fei was a quasi-great emperor expert was exposed, the upper echelons of Tianji Hall felt as if they had swallowed a fly. Quasi-Great Emperor Expert. These words were rather jarring to the ear. If they wanted to send experts to deal with Lin Fei, they would have to send quasi-great emperors. However, quasi-great emperors were not ordinary people. If they lost one, it would be a great loss. The upper echelons of Tianji Hall couldn't make a decision and could only report it again. This matter was too important. If they waited until the Avengers established a second division in the Empire, then Tianji Hall would completely lose its influence on the expedition to the Empire. In front of the Avengers, the treasures of the Heavenly Secrets Hall could never compare in terms of quality, nor could they compete with the Avengers in terms of price. The Avengers walked the path of cheap goods, and the upper echelons of the Heavenly Secrets Hall had mocked them countless times. By disregarding the cost, they were clearly forcing the Heavenly Secrets Hall to its death. The expedition to the Empire was a place of huge consumption and also one of the sources of income for Tianji Hall. No one was willing to give it up just like that. Who would have thought that the Avengers, which had only appeared recently, would shake the interests of the Secret Hall? If they had known this would happen, they would have sent a large number of troops to wipe out the Avengers from the beginning. Today's incident would not have happened. The Avengers have stretched their hands too far. They want to shake our foundation. In the depths of Tianji Hall, 6 groups of energy were discussing. A quasi-great emperor expert is nothing. However, the methods they have are what we are most worried about. I can confirm one thing, and that is that the Avengers must have obtained some technological treasures in the alternate dimension, which gives them an advantage over us. The 6 groups of energy discussed. Chapter 2608. Lin Fei still stayed on Emperor Peak. The construction of the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce was also orderly. There was no movement from the royal family, which made Lin Fei less worried. He did not completely ignore them and arranged for special creatures to monitor them, just in case they played any tricks. The royal family had always been shameless. On this point, Lin Fei had to be on guard. No one wanted to fail miserably. It was better to be safe than sorry. During this period, Lin Fei secretly went to the ancient wasteland world. With the long-distance teleportation formation, it was easy to come and go. His goal was also simple, to replenish the energy units. Even though he did not squander energy units that day, he still used up a lot of energy units. He used up 50% of the energy units. The ancient wasteland world became the replenishment station. First was the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce. It was really making money every day. In South Cloud Continent, its influence had reached unprecedented heights. After trying out the technological treasures of the Vengeance Chamber, everyone gradually liked them. As the largest source of energy units, Lin Fei placed great importance on it. After extracting all the energy units, Lin Fei replenished a batch of resources. Other than that, he strengthened the defenses to prevent Tianji Hall from causing trouble. During this period, Lin Fei also went to the demonic poison tribe, a tribe that he had single-handedly supported. The Hu demons reported the situation. In the days when Lin Fei was not around, the Hu demons carried out his orders seriously. They used the power of the technological treasures to expand the strength of the tribe. They swallowed up the surrounding small tribes and had their own influence in Donglian continent. Lin Fei also obtained large amounts of energy units. The Lianyun continent was the place where the tribes and the human race fought fiercely for territory. This place was rich in resources. There were countless mines with hundreds of thousands or even millions of energy wall stones. The Hu demons had recently acquired 7 or 8 mines. Each had hundreds of thousands of energy wall stones that could be mined. The largest one had 7 million energy wall stones. After returning from the ancient wasteland world, Lin Fei replenished the energy units he had previously used up to 90%. Even though it was not completely replenished, 90% of the energy units was enough to satisfy Lin Fei. At the very least, he could unleash 9 quasi-great emperor-level attacks. It would be a nightmare for anyone. Time passed day by day. Lin Fei just stayed on Emperor Peak. Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu would still bicker, but they rarely used their martial skills. It was unknown if they were frightened by Lin Fei's abilities that day. This leisurely and contented life did not last long. Fan Qingyuan, the eldest prince, brought a piece of bad news. After finding out that Lin Fei could unleash the strength of a great emperor, Fan Qingyuan sighed. He was secretly glad that he did not really offend Lin Fei. He could not do anything about the group of elders of the royal family. After all, the Milky Way pearl had always been kept by the group of elders of the royal family. After Lin Fei displayed his terrifying strength, Fan Qingyuan was released by the group of royal elders and released from house arrest. The first thing he did was to apologize. "Brother-in-law, what brings you here?" Every time he saw Fan Qingyuan, Lin Fei would change the way he addressed him. In the beginning, Fan Qingyuan was a little embarrassed, but after a few times, he became numb to it and responded with a fake smile. "Here comes your trouble." "Trouble?" Fan Qingyuan sat down. "The people from the Xiao family are here. You snatched Jiu Mei, and young Master Xiao is determined to get her. Now that the family is here, you have to be prepared." At the mention of the Xiao family, Fan Qingyuan, the eldest prince, still had a serious expression. There were only 8 ancient families. The Xiao family was not at the bottom of the ancient families, and was naturally worthy of attention. "Brother-in-law, you are too worried about this." Lin Fei did not really care, especially since this was the capital institute. No matter how powerful the Xiao family was, they would not dare to offend the royal family. "But I heard that the Xiao family has sent a great emperor to support young Master Xiao. They must bring Jiu Mei back. I just received the news, you have to be prepared." Lin Fei was a little surprised. "They really think highly of me. They actually sent a great emperor. They are ancient families. Which family doesn't have 1 or 2 great emperors? The 8 ancient families all have a real great emperor. What do you think?" Lin Fei was very unhappy. The Xiao family must have something wrong with their brains. They knew that he had the strength of a great emperor, but they still wanted to take Fan Luoyu away. Could it be that they had some secret? At this moment, Lin Fei was curious. "Brother-in-law, does your clan's 9th sister have some secret? Otherwise, why would the Xiao clan offend a quasi-emperor powerhouse?" Lin Fei said with a frown. Fan Qingyuan smiled bitterly. "This I really don't know. I am also puzzled by this question, but I just don't understand why the Xiao family is so insistent. Forget it. She is here with me. If the Xiao family has the ability, come and take her back." Lin Fei was really not afraid of the Xiao family. The Capital Institute was not as ordinary as he imagined. If the Xiao family's experts came, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Fan Qingyuan did not stay for too long. According to what he said, as the eldest prince, he had to welcome the Xiao family. There were still many things he had to do. "Don't hide. I saw it," Lin Fei said to a fake mountain. "How boring. Don't you know how to pretend that you don't know?" Fan Luoyu pouted and ran out with a face full of displeasure. She rolled her eyes at Lin Fei a few times and sat down angrily. Lin Fei picked his ears. "Who asked me to be stronger than you? You heard it just now. The Xiao family sent a great emperor expert. That is a great emperor expert who can only be called a great emperor after reaching the pinnacle of Transformation 9. I was thinking if I should shake hands with the Xiao family and make peace." "How dare you!" Fan Luoyu shouted. After witnessing Lin Fei's prowess that day, a shadow appeared in Fan Luoyu's heart, which gradually became clearer. Compared to Lin Fei, the geniuses of the empire paled in comparison. There was no comparison. At that time, Fan Luoyu realized that she had fallen in love with Lin Fei. Women all admired experts. Without a doubt, Lin Fei was an expert among experts. Even her father's clone could not take down Lin Fei. Which other elite in the empire could be compared to Lin Fei? Why not? Lin Fei decided to tease Fan Luoyu. "I am not related to you and offended the Xiao family because of you. But you rolled your eyes at me. Look at Qinlan, how hard-working she is." Fan Luoyu was smart, strong, and a little willful. It was inevitable that she was from the royal family and it could not be changed in a short period of time. "I can't because I am your woman," Fan Luoyu said shyly. "How can you give your woman away so easily?" It was not easy for her to say something like that. After all, she was a princess. "Then why didn't I see it?" Chapter 2609. Fan Luoyu dove into Lin Fei's arms shyly. A fragrance wafted into his nose, making Lin Fei restless. Is it because I haven't had a woman by my side for too long that I have such a big reaction? Lin Fei felt the beauty in his arms and kissed Fan Luoyu's lips. Lin Fei, don't, we have just started. Very soon, Fan Luoyu could not speak anymore. All that was left were muffled sounds. As Lin Fei kissed Fan Luoyu, he greedily inhaled her fragrance. He held his waist with one hand while his other hand wandered around, making Fan Luoyu bashful and irritated. This was something unimaginable in the past. When that naughty hand climbed up her breasts through her clothes, Fan Luoyu felt as though she had been electrocuted. Her body trembled and she could only pant. Ninth Princess, I didn't expect you to be so sensitive. You are a masterpiece. Fan Luoyu glared at him. Just call me Luoyu. I'm not like what you said. Lin Fei did not think about Fan Luoyu's identity as the princess of the royal family, nor did he think about the powerful figures from the Shao clan that were about to arrive. He just wanted to devour her. Behind the fake mountain not far away, Qin Lan bit her lips. Little slut, seducing Lin Fei so soon. I knew you were up to no good. In the beginning, Qin Lan had a good impression of Lin Fei, but not to the extent of liking him. As she stayed on the Emperor Peak, Lin Fei's image appeared in her mind every day. Qin Lan looked down on the sky prides of the demon god empire. Lin Fei was different. Human women worshipped powerful figures, and the demon god empire worshipped them even more passionately. Especially for a strong woman like Qin Lan, the saintess candidate. The person she liked had to be an invincible powerful figure. Only then could she conquer them and not just any ordinary elite. Qin Lan had witnessed Lin Fei's powerful performance time and time again. When she saw Lin Fei and Fan Luoyu kissing passionately, Qin Lan felt as if something she loved had been snatched away. Young master, are you there? Qin Lan walked over from afar and looked around as if she was looking for someone. Fan Luoyu was always thin-skinned. She blushed and pushed Lin Fei away, running towards the back of the fake mountain. She did not dare to stay behind to face anyone. Qin Lan, your method of destroying people is really not bad. Who is Lin Fei? Nothing could hide from him. As soon as Qin Lan appeared, Lin Fei knew what she was thinking. She wanted nothing more than to destroy his and Fan Luoyu's intimacy. A witch would always be a witch, she would never care about anything. Young master, how would I dare? Qin Lan said pitifully, I'm really here to look for young master. Keep pretending, keep pretending. It had to be said that compared to Fan Luoyu, Qin Lan was more alluring and charming. Is that so? Lin Fei looked at Qin Lan with a faint smile. Qin Lan did not think that his plan could fool Lin Fei. On Emperor Peak, he was the undisputed king. Being stared at by Lin Fei like that gave him goosebumps. Young master, I was wrong. Then come over here. Lin Fei hooked his finger at Qin Lan. When Qin Lan arrived in front of Lin Fei pulled Qin Lan over and pressed her on his thigh. Her plump and perky buttocks were raised. He slapped her buttocks and Qin Lan moaned. Young master, don't, I won't hit you. I'll let you continue destroying things. A heavy slap landed on her perky buttocks. Qin Lan let out a whimper. Young master, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Lin Fei did not think that Qin Lan would admit his mistake. He spanked her plump and perky buttocks over 10 times consecutively. Qin Lan kept making whimpers. Young master, I really know I was wrong, don't hit me. Her weak begging had a hint of temptation. Lin Fei stopped and was in a great mood. These two top-grade ladies each had their own merits. We'll stop here for today. However, you've ruined my plans. How do you think you're going to make it up to me? Lin Fei smirked as he looked at Qin Lan. Young master, don't, in the royal palace. The expert from Shao clan had arrived. He was a quasi-great emperor expert. At the same time, he brought along 3 9th transition job experts and a private army. They were armed to the teeth. Just by standing there, they gave off an immense pressure. Such an appearance made Fan Qingyuan, the first prince, feel pressured. The foundation of an ancient clan was truly unimaginable. Although the expeditionary empire's foundation was not bad, it was still lacking compared to an ancient clan. This would require time to make up for. In order to welcome this quasi-great emperor expert from Shao clan, the royal clan also sent an uncle from the royal clan's elder group to welcome them. It could be considered as giving them enough face. If news of this spread, they would lose their limelight. After a round of pleasantries, the group of people from Shao clan was arranged to rest in a side hall. Shao clan's private army rapidly secured the side hall, both inside and outside. The royal clan did not say anything and summoned them back, showing great respect. The expeditionary empire had no choice but to give face to the ancient clan. Ninth uncle, I didn't expect you to come. Shao Ran revealed a hint of joy when he saw the person who came. How can I not come for such a matter? You're the genius of our Shao clan. Your future achievements won't be inferior to uncle's. For such matters, I definitely have to come and seek justice for you. Our Shao clan is not a place that anyone can offend, not even the emperor himself. Shao Dongshui looked at Shao Ran amiably. Shao Ran's branch had a good relationship with Shao Dongshui. Upon hearing that a quasi-great emperor expert was coming, Shao Ran immediately thought of Ninth Uncle. As long as Ninth Uncle was here, things would be easy. He didn't want to work with those old antiques. Thank you, Ninth Uncle. Shao Dongshui admired Shao Ran. If he could marry the daughter of Fan clan, he would definitely be able to improve and reach a whole new realm. Within the clan, he would also have a greater right to speak. This was also the main purpose of Shao Dongshui's visit. Wait! Shao Dongshui's expression suddenly sank. He extended his hand and grabbed towards the sky in front of him. With a crackling sound, dozens of black dots fell down, accompanied by traces of sparks. Not good, we're being monitored. Shao Ran immediately reacted, what a great royal clan, to actually dare to monitor us. Shao Dongshui was very calm. Shao Ran, you're mistaken. The royal clan doesn't have the guts to monitor us. These things have been here for a long time. It should be someone else. Shao Ran suddenly had an idea, then it must be Lin Fei. Those who were knowledgeable would be able to tell with a glance that these were all technological products that were hidden so well. You're talking about that Lin Fei who has been causing an uproar recently. It is said that he is suspected to be a quasi-great emperor expert. It would be hard for everyone not to know about him. Chapter 2610. The Shao family had sent a quasi-emperor level expert with a menacing aura. Those who received the news were all the higher-ups and top forces of the empire. Although he didn't know why the Shao family would fancy the ninth princess, it didn't prevent the Shao family from getting closer to the royal family. Therefore, everyone was paying attention. As Lin Fei displayed his prowess, some of the surrounding details were dug out. For example, the fact that the ninth princess lived on the Emperor Peak was definitely a sensational event. The Shao family is looking for trouble. Is the Avengers going to go against the ancient Shao family? Lin Fei is going to be in trouble. He's too high profile. He can have any woman, but he actually snatched the woman from the Shao family. Rumor has it that the 8 ancient families are united. No matter how powerful the Avengers are, they might not be able to fight against them. It was unknown how the news spread. Everyone was in an uproar. The ancient Shao clan had actually sent an expert over. This was really a big deal. Even under such circumstances, Lin Fei was still living a carefree life. He did not care about the rumors outside. There were no spies around the Emperor Peak. Qiao Qingshan made the decision to get rid of some spies in the college and drive them out. The Emperor Peak maintained absolute silence. Ever since he flirted with Fan Luoyu that day, the relationship between Lin Fei and Fan Luoyu became closer. He would flirt with her from time to time, and Fan Luoyu didn't object. These days, Lin Fei was so happy that he forgot about his duties. This was especially so for Qin Lan. Perhaps it was because she was stimulated, so she received all sorts of benefits. Ninth uncle, Lin Fei is on the Emperor Peak of the college. That peak is covered with arrays. Back then, the genius disciples from Tianji Hall came to cause trouble, and even the 5th prince of the royal family was banished. There were many casualties. Shao Ran accompanied Shao Dongshui outside the college. There's nothing great about the arrays. It depends on where they're used. Shao Dongshui said calmly. Shao Ran flattered, that's true. Ninth uncle is a quasi-great emperor expert, and Lin Fei can't be compared to him. Once ninth uncle makes a move, Lin Fei will be finished. Xiao Dongshui indeed looked down on that Lin Fei. Which one of these quasi-emperor realm experts didn't cultivate painstakingly? How could there be any shortcuts? Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few quasi-emperor realm experts in the entire star field. Let's go in and meet this quasi-great emperor expert, Lin Fei. His tone was filled with contempt and disdain. A great emperor-to-be arrived at the Capital Institute. President Qiao Qingshan came out immediately. This is really troublesome. The moment this quasi-great emperor expert of the Xiao clan arrived, Qiao Qingshan immediately felt a monarch-like pressure. It was extremely uncomfortable, but he still had to endure it. Senior Xiao, what brings you here? Xiao Dongshui was disdainful of everything outside. However, this was the Capital Institute. According to the clan's understanding, there was an expert overseeing the Capital Institute. No one knew what level this expert's strength was at. This kind of top secret was limited to the circle of these top forces. Although Xiao Dongshui was arrogant, he didn't want to make an enemy for the clan. Especially at their level, they naturally wouldn't act recklessly. I've long heard that the Capital Institute is a top-notch place to nurture elites. I never had the time to come before, but I've finally broadened my horizons today. Dean Xiao, I hope you don't mind. Qiao Qingshan knew that the other party was looking for trouble with Lin Fei, but he still had to smile and say, to have Senior Xiao think so highly of me, I believe that the students of the college will definitely be more focused on cultivation after hearing this. Ha! Xiao Dongshui laughed. Oh right, I heard that your college has a quasi-great emperor expert. This Xiao is here to pay a visit to this quasi-great emperor expert. Dean Xiao, can I trouble you to lead the way? The way Xiao Dongshui spoke to Dean Xiao was already very polite. If it was someone else, in a different place, he wouldn't have spoken like this. He would have just barged in. A quasi-great emperor expert didn't need any reason to look for someone. Sure, this way please. Qiao Qingshan didn't think that he could stop Xiao Dongshui. The other party was already polite to him. Thank you. Ninth uncle, we don't need to be so polite to Qiao Qingshan. This guy is quite close to Lin Fei. Tianji Hall's loss here is more or less related to him. Xiao Ran was very curious about Ninth uncle's actions. Xiao Ran didn't know much about the expedition to the Empire, as it was limited to the royal family. He had also flipped through some information about the Capital Institute and didn't need much. Xiao Ran, do you really think the Capital Institute is very ordinary? An ordinary dean naturally isn't worthy of your uncle's attention. However, there's a powerful expert in the institute who is at least a quasi-great emperor expert, or even a true great emperor expert. Our Xiao family is one of the 8 great ancient clans, but there's no need to offend a hidden great emperor. Xiao Ran was shocked. Could it be that old dean? You know about him too. Xiao Ran had heard of this old dean. He was a very legendary figure, but he didn't know that his strength had reached such a level. He was definitely a hidden expert. I've heard some rumors. This world is huge and there are as many experts as there are clouds. The reason why the royal family can't really control the Capital Institute is because there's someone in charge. Even that person has to show some respect. Ninth uncle, if you do this, will that person take action? Your uncle is only here to spar with Lin Fei. At our level, sparring is the most common thing. Even if that person sees us, he won't say much. Xiao Dongshui was very confident. At the foot of Emperor Peak, Xiao Dongshui had arrived. Qiao Qingshan could only stand aside and secretly worry. The Xiao family probably doesn't have the guts to arrest someone in public. This was the Capital Institute. No matter how bold the other party was, they might not dare to cause trouble here. Xiao Dongshui of the Xiao family is here to pay a visit. Xiao Dongshui was very respectful, but his eyes were full of disdain. He didn't really see the other party as a quasi-great emperor expert. He was just a crooked cultivator, and there was nothing to be concerned about. It wouldn't be troublesome to kill someone like that. The voice traveled all the way into the Emperor Peak, but it didn't spread out. No one knew that a quasi-great emperor had come to the Capital Institute, and even to the foot of the Emperor Peak. The Xiao family? I don't know them. Just when Xiao Dongshui thought that the other party would open the door, he heard something unexpected. Lin Fei, our senior is here. How dare you be so presumptuous? Open the formation and let us in. Chapter 2611. On Emperor Peak. Lin Fei knew about him the moment he entered the Capital Institute. How could he not know about such a powerful aura? In the Capital Institute, nobody could hide from Lin Fei. Lin Fei, you really won't let Xiao Dongshui come. Fan Luoyu sat on Lin Fei's lap obediently with a worried look on her delicate face. Just worried. Fan Luoyu might be on Emperor Peak, but news from the royal family was still coming in continuously. Naturally, there would be first-hand information. For example, information on Xiao Dongshui, a quasi-great emperor. The Xiao clan took this matter very seriously. It was worth sending a quasi-great emperor. It's all right. Since he's here, he has to abide by my rules. If I don't invite a quasi-great emperor up just because he's here, I'll lose face. Lin Fei was not the kind of person who would go up after announcing his name. He had no such intention. Ninth princess, whatever Lin Fei says goes. Even if a quasi-great emperor comes, it's useless. Qin Lan took the opportunity to attack. Qin Lan was very willing to see someone who could make Fan Luoyu uncomfortable. My little Lan is still the best at talking. Even if Xiao Dongshui is a dragon, he has to stay here. Lin Fei laughed and pulled Qin Lan over. Qin Lan gloated at Fan Luoyu with her eyes. Lin Fei felt that it was quite interesting to listen to the two beauties bicker every day. Xiao Dongshui, I heard that you're looking for me. What's the big deal about throwing a name? If you're capable, come up yourself. Otherwise, anyone can see me. I'm really going to be busy. Lin Fei chuckled. This Lin Fei. Xiao Qingshan cheered in his heart. You can flaunt your prowess just because you are a pseudo-great emperor. Lin Fei doesn't give a damn about you. Xiao Qingshan did not like the Xiao clan very much. If not for the old dean, Xiao Qingshan had no doubt that the other party would barge in. Lin Fei's words made Xiao Qingshan feel very comfortable. Ninth uncle, this Lin Fei is too unreasonable. Xiao Ran said coldly. He really thinks that he is a quasi-great emperor expert. Xiao Dongshui's expression did not change much as he pretended to reprimand. Little Ran, don't talk nonsense. After all, he is a quasi-emperor expert. His level is different. Since he wants us to go up, your uncle also wants to see if this Lin Fei's formation-setting ability is as impressive as the rumors say. He had never been asked to look for someone before. Xiao Dongshui really wanted to see what gave the other party the right to be more arrogant than him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had some restraints, he would have directly attacked. Xiao Ran rejoiced in his heart. Uncle is angry. Lin Fei is going to be out of luck. Do you really think that you can block the clone's attack and act so arrogantly in front of our Xiao clan? You will suffer in a while. Xiao Dongshui looked at the Emperor Peak. His eyes suddenly became deep like two black bottomless pits. The originally fine Emperor Peak turned into black whirlpools in Xiao Dongshui's eyes. The entire Emperor Peak was shrouded by densely packed black whirlpools. The corner of Xiao Dongshui's mouth curled up. Not bad. Sush. Xiao Dongshui rushed in. Just a mere formation. Break it for me. The quasi-emperor expert made his move. Xiao Dongshui rushed over like a stream of light. He directly appeared in the Emperor Peak's formation and activated the first formation. An endless gale blew over. Open! Xiao Dongshui punched through the air as though he was in an unstoppable state. The oncoming gale was torn into pieces on the spot. The power of this punch was not limited to just that. As it charged forward, all the formations in its path collapsed one after another. Dozens of formations were destroyed, and not a single one of them could withstand the power of this punch. Ninth uncle mighty. Xiao Ren followed. In front of a quasi-emperor expert, the Tao of formation was really nothing. A quasi-emperor expert is really a quasi-emperor expert. This punch is almost 1/10 of the energy unit. Lin Fei could see the formations collapsing continuously. These formations could be used to deal with ordinary people, but against experts of Xiao Dongshui's level, the effect was not outstanding. Is this the strength of a quasi-emperor? Lin Fei created a canopy so that he could see the changes in the formations. Be it Fan Luoyu or Qin Lan, both of them revealed a look of fear. They knew how powerful the formations set up on the Emperor Peak were, but they did not expect the other party to tear them apart so easily. He held back and did not go all out. Lin Fei said with a smile. Aren't you worried? Fan Luoyu had a tinge of worry. What's there to worry about? Xiao Dongshui used violent means to crush his way up. Everywhere he passed, the formations collapsed one by one. The Emperor Peak that was originally shrouded in white mist gradually revealed its true appearance. This was the formation starting to lose its shroud. A mediocre formation. How disappointing! Xiao Dongshui charged up. Any formation could be destroyed with a single punch. When he reached the center, the formation's power began to increase. Earth, wind, fire, and water came over majestically, and the power instantly increased by dozens of times. This is not bad. Xiao Dongshui did not know how to break the formation, but he knew violent means. With the strength of a quasi-emperor, he could find a flaw in the formation and use violent means to break it. He did not even give the formation a chance to be triggered. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the Emperor Peak. Suppress. Seeing that he was about to reach the Emperor Peak, the last formation was a huge virtual shadow, which was very similar to Lin Fei. It waved its saber and attacked, and the saber river covered the sky. Xiao Dongshui blasted a punch over calmly without any fear, and his body moved violently. Just a virtual shadow, how dare you be so presumptuous? The long saber river was shattered, and Xiao Dongshui pointed at the virtual shadow. The huge virtual shadow collapsed, and the whiteness in front of him disappeared. A quasi-emperor is a quasi-emperor indeed. Welcome to my Emperor Peak. After the white mist dispersed, a pavilion appeared. Lin Fei sat under the pavilion and drank tea leisurely. Behind him, Qin Lan was massaging his shoulders, and Fan Luoyu was feeding him fruits. He had the style of a rich playboy. Xiao Dongshui squinted his eyes. Although he did not care about Lin Fei, he could not help but feel envious when he saw Lin Fei's age. At Xiao Dongshui's age, it was impossible for him to launch a quasi-emperor level attack. He did not even dare to think about it. The Lin Fei in front of him, with the help of some technological treasure, could definitely make a name for himself, and he might even be invincible below the quasi-emperor level. Chapter 26:12. Lin Fei was not surprised at all that an expert like Xiao Dongshui had come up. Using a formation to deal with a quasi-great emperor expert was too inferior. It was child's play, and he would be laughed at if word got out. A woman from the Xiao clan? These words made Lin Fei unhappy. Even if he was a quasi-great emperor expert in the eyes of outsiders, Lin Fei's character was still so free and easy, and he would not be affected by this. Someone like him can become the man of the 9th princess? Lin Fei pointed at Xiao Ran, who was coming up, and boundless energy shot out. Xiao Ran had just come in, and before he could understand what was going on, a terrifying aura attacked him. He reacted quickly and put up a shield in front of him. Gotcha! The power of a casual finger from Lin Fei was so terrifying. The shield exploded on the spot, and Xiao Ran screamed in pain as he fell into the clouds. As expected, he can't. Fan Luoyu, who was at the side, could not help but laugh. He actually dared to make a move. The finger was too fast. Before Xiao Dongshui could react, Xiao Ran, who had come up, was sent flying. When he came back to his senses, the battle was over. Lin Fei, how dare you make a move? Xiao Dongshui slammed his palm on the table, and in an instant, the table broke into pieces. An ocean-like pressure pressed down on the spot, sweeping towards Lin Fei, who bore the brunt of the attack. Haha! Lin Fei laughed loudly, and an invisible shield blocked in front of him, blocking the opponent's pressure. The 9th princess is the daughter of the royal family, and her status is noble. Her man is naturally the strongest, the most powerful. The Xiao Ran you speak of, he can't even take a casual attack from me, and he has the nerve to come out and embarrass himself. Lin Fei countered the other party forcefully. Xiao Dongshui's casual outburst was actually a test. Xiao Ran was naturally angry that he had been sent flying. However, he was not worried. Even if Xiao Ran was 100 times more courageous, he would not dare to kill someone from the Xiao clan. Don't you think this is bullying the weak? Xiao Dongshui stared at Lin Fei. Did I? Lin Fei smiled. Why don't I feel that way? I knew it. The one with the bigger fist is the one in the right. Could it be that after I beat up the little one, the big one came out and wants to talk to me? Xiao Dongshui finally saw Lin Fei's arrogance. He was a quasi-great emperor expert of the Xiao clan. He represented the ancient Xiao clan. Even the imperial family had to be polite to him. Lin Fei was definitely a thorn in his side. He was planning to openly challenge the authority of the Xiao clan. You're arrogant, truly arrogant. Xiao Dongshui narrowed his eyes. Could it be that you're not afraid of completely offending the Xiao clan? As long as I spread the news today, you will become the Xiao family's enemy. You will have to face the entire Xiao family. Although you have the Avengers behind you, and even Tianji Hall was humiliated by you, in front of the Xiao family, you and the Avengers behind you are still not enough. Do you believe me? Can I interpret this as a threat? Lin Fei said with a faint smile. Xiao Dongshui wasn't afraid that Lin Fei wouldn't give in. That depends on how you interpret it, Xiao Dongshui said. If you hand over the 9th princess today, I can pretend that nothing happened when you injured Xiao Ran just now. You can even obtain the friendship of the Xiao clan. From now on, in the ancient wasteland world, you can obtain the help of the Xiao clan. It won't be difficult for us to help you deal with Tianji Hall. Fan Luoyu, who was at the side, tugged at Lin Fei nervously. In front of a quasi-great emperor expert, even Fan Luoyu couldn't handle the traces of pressure. Lin Fei gently patted Fan Luoyu's hand. The traces of pressure were shattered. A vacuum was formed around them, and they were no longer affected. Lin Fei leaned forward. Senior Xiao, your conditions are really tempting. How many people can't obtain the friendship of the Xiao clan in their lifetime? I'm tempted just by hearing it. Xiao Dongshui's lips curled up. Of course, the friendship of the Xiao clan. How many people can only dream of it? I was wondering how tough Lin Fei would be. I didn't expect him to fall apart the moment he mentioned the Xiao clan. Xiao Dongshui sneered in his heart. This was too disappointing. Lin Fei suddenly shook his head. Unfortunately, I've taken a liking to the 9th princess. Even if the Emperor of Heaven comes, it'll be the same. She's mine, and no one can take her away. Xiao Dongshui was stunned. He actually refused. Doesn't he know that he's completely making an enemy out of the Xiao clan? Do you know what the result will be? Xiao Dongshui's face darkened. Isn't it just a big fight? Lin Fei ignored the other party's expression and said, Lin, am not afraid of anything. The 9th princess is my woman. That Xiao Ran of your Xiao clan can step aside. If he appears in front of me again, he will die for sure. Even if the emperor comes, it will be useless. Facing Lin Fei's domineering words, Fan Luoyu's eyes sparkled with jingguang. This is my man, fearless. Xiao Dongshui was very clear about the 9th princess's importance to Xiao Ran. Now that someone had gotten to her first, it was fortunate that she was still a virgin. This trip was not in vain. The negotiation had broken down. It was time to use the second method. Snatch. Then face the Xiao clan's revenge. Xiao Dongshui's eyes gleamed coldly as he slapped his palm towards Lin Fei, setting off a monstrous force. No one expected Xiao Dongshui to really make a move. Once a great emperor expert made a move, the momentum was completely different. Qiao Qingshan, who was standing far away, could not help but change his expression. This is too presumptuous. The Xiao clan really dares to make a move here. Lin Fei pulled Fan Luoyu behind him and raised his palm to meet the attack. He mobilized 1/10 of his energy, not daring to have any fear. When the two palms collided, a huge wave of air rose and the surroundings were razed to the ground in the blink of an eye. Qiao Qingshan and the rest, who were far behind, were also sent flying by the wave of air. They only managed to stabilize themselves after much difficulty. Cough, cough, cough. The original position had become an empty space. It was a complete mess. Xiao Dongshui stood with his hands behind his back. I knew it. Your strength is not at the level of a great emperor. Lin Fei retreated over 10 steps, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Lin Fei, how are you? Don't scare me. Fan Luoyu's eyes were red. Silly girl, even if there were 100 of him, he wouldn't be able to stop me. Lin Fei wiped away the blood. You are indeed very strong, but have you forgotten where this place is? Suppress. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the vast and boundless heaven and earth spiritual energy in the entire cultivation ground surged over. The sky prides who were cultivating were all startled awake. This was because they could no longer absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy. All of it had been plundered. What's happening? Why can't I absorb any heaven and earth spiritual energy? Whirlpool, such a huge whirlpool. Spiritual energy river. Oh my God, this is crazy. The sky prides ran out one by one and were completely dumbfounded to see this scene. Who did this? Are we even allowed to cultivate? This is crazy. Someone immediately realized that the spiritual energy river was heading in a direction. It seems to be heading to the Emperor Peak. Could this be Lin Fei's doing? No one made a sound. Chapter 26:13. The vast heaven and earth spiritual energy was mobilized. The cultivation ground of Imperial College was in chaos. No one could cultivate anymore. All the heaven and earth spiritual energy was plundered, and everyone could only watch helplessly. Comparisons were odious indeed. Suppress. These two words left Lin Fei's mouth. Xiao Dongshui's expression changed again, and he immediately thought of something. He wants to use formations? How is that possible? Those formations? Oh no. A vast amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy surged above Emperor Peak. The heaven and earth spiritual energy seemed to be controlled, and it pressed down mightily, transforming into a giant hand that pressed down on Xiao Dongshui. Lin Fei mobilized 80% of the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the cultivation ground. 80% of the heaven and earth spiritual energy was terrifying enough to frighten anyone. The giant hand of heaven and earth spiritual energy pressed down just like that. Xiao Dongshui felt an immense pressure and a dangerous aura, and his entire body was shrouded by a terrifying force. Is this your backup move? Watch how I break it. Xiao Dongshui calmed down, and the aura of a quasi-great emperor soared into the sky. He forcefully resisted the giant hand, and with a punch, the heaven and earth spiritual energy collapsed. A quasi-great emperor was indeed a quasi-great emperor. The power of a punch almost blasted the giant hand apart. However, Lin Fei mobilized a vast amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy and continuously injected it. The giant hand attacked again, and as it got closer and closer, the ground began to crack. It was a ghastly sight to behold. Xiao Dongshui's punch failed, so he punched again. The fist radiance soared into the sky, shattering the heaven and earth spiritual energy. One punch after another, he punched a total of 8 times. An all-out attack. Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. A vast amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy was instantly injected, and the dragon disappeared. Only the palm was left in the world. Come on, let me see how powerful your final attack can be. Xiao Dongshui grabbed with one hand, and a long saber landed in his hand. He slashed the saber in the air, and the saber radiance shot out, slashing at the giant hand. Everyone retreated far away. They could only see the giant hand and a dazzling saber radiance. They could still feel the sharp aura from far away. Is this the power of a pseudo-great emperor? Qiao Qingshan was still one step away. Once again experiencing the strength of a quasi-great emperor, a sense of helplessness arose in him. The difference of one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. If I don't become a quasi-great emperor, I will always be an ant. There was a loud noise. Huge waves of air surged in all directions. Wherever the air wave passed by, the grass and trees were destroyed, turning the place into ruins. The huge monarch peak looked like it had been cleaned up. It was in a sorry state. Did you win? Qiao Qingshan was the most anxious. He couldn't understand why Lin Fei didn't make a move directly. Instead, he mobilized the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Could it be that he really used a technological treasure? This doubt kept reverberating in his heart. In the center of the ruins, Xiao Dongshui had left his original position. His body was swaying slightly, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Your formation skills are indeed unparalleled. You almost succeeded. Xiao Dongshui looked solemn. Xiao Dongshui had a hard time dealing with the last attack just now. It was as if he was facing a super expert. If it was a 9th transformation professional expert, he would definitely die. You're more powerful than I thought. Lin Fei was very calm. Xiao Dongshui sneered. You're also more powerful than I thought. Today, you're destined to be unable to stop me from taking the 9th princess away. What other trump cards do you have? Take them out now. Lin Fei spread his hands. Actually, there's really nothing I can do to stop you. However, there's someone who won't let you take the 9th princess away. Old Dean, don't you think so? Lin Fei said the last sentence as he looked towards a certain direction. Old Dean? Xiao Dongshui's heart sank. If it was true, then it would be troublesome. We'll talk after we snatch it. It didn't matter if it was true or not. Xiao Dongshui grabbed the 9th princess with one hand. He would bring her back before anything else. As for this Lin Fei, he would deal with him when he had the time next time. He wouldn't be able to turn the tables. With this move, Fan Luoyu felt shrouded by a huge force. She flew over involuntarily, and her expression changed in fear. Xiao Dongshui, who allowed you to capture people here? A cold snort came from the void. Xiao Dongshui's grab was repelled on the spot. His expression changed. Old Dean, are you going to interfere too? Scram. A palm reached out from the void and struck at Xiao Dongshui. Old Dean, don't pretend to be a god. Before he could finish, a palm came from the void and landed on Xiao Dongshui's body. He was sent flying, and the void behind him exploded as he fell into the void. If there's a next time, I'll kill without mercy. A cold voice rushed over. Xiao Dongshui, who fell into the void, let out a low grunt. His face turned pale and he spat out blood. He didn't dare to stay any longer and turned to leave, filled with fear. Old Dean has made his move. Qiao Qingshan said happily. In the Capital Institute, the only one who could defeat Xiao Dongshui was Old Dean. Old Dean's strength is even more unfathomable than before. To be able to render a quasi-great emperor powerhouse helpless, Old Dean's strength was obviously above the other parties, and the distance was not small. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. Lin Fei, are you all right? Qiao Qingshan came over immediately and asked. Currently, the Capital Institute was cooperating with the Avengers. As the key person, Lin Fei couldn't be in trouble at this time. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Old Dean Qiao. Did this kid really borrow the help of technological treasures? In the depths of the void. Old Dean looked puzzled. Or did this kid wait for me to make a move on purpose? Old Dean had known since Xiao Dongshui's arrival, but he didn't say anything. After all, he had to give face to the ancient Xiao family. Everything that happened afterward was beyond imagination. Old Dean had no choice but to make a move. After making a move, all sorts of doubts surrounded Old Dean's mind. This kid must have noticed something and deliberately asked me to make a move. What a shameless guy. Old Dean was very smart and quickly understood some of the details. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even the old man was included in the scheme. The people from the Avengers are really not simple. That's right, he had been included in the scheme. Old Dean wasn't angry. From the moment he chose to cooperate with the Avengers, he knew that this day would come sooner or later. Looks like I have to find some time to have a good chat with this kid. He actually dared to include the old man in the scheme. Master, this Old Dean is very, very strong. The little devil's voice reverberated in Lin Fei's mind. Lin Fei was also testing Ol Amos. He sighed and said, Actually, I didn't expect Ol Amos to be this powerful either. You sent Xiao Dongshui, a quasi-great emperor, flying with a single palm strike. If that palm strike was used against me, I'd probably have to use 40 to 50% of my energy units to block it. Chapter 26:14. Xiao family returned without success. Xiao Ran returned with injuries. When he heard that even 9th uncle was injured, his eyes widened. He can't possibly have such strength. in a side hall of the palace. Xiao Ran wouldn't believe it was true. Indeed, it wasn't Lin Fei who injured Uncle. It was the dean. I didn't expect him to be so strong. No wonder that person from Fan family was so polite. Xiao Dongshui coughed and spat out blood. With Lin Fei before and the dean behind, Xiao Dongshui lost unjustly. Dean? Xiao Ran had heard of this person. He was rumored to be the most mysterious person in the Capital Institute. Isn't he from the Empire? Why is he willing to help Lin Fei? Xiao Dongshui said faintly, benefits. When there are benefits, even enemies can work together. Xiao Ran immediately knew the reason for the dean's help. His expression changed. What a powerful guy. He knows to let the dean do the work while he reaps the benefits. Xiao Dongshui had underestimated Lin Fei and the dean. We have to think about this carefully. The dean helped Lin Fei. Xiao Dongshui couldn't do anything. I really can't accept this. Xiao Ran was shocked. He never thought that he would lose to a guy of unknown origin. Xiao Dongshui lifted his head and looked at Xiao Ran. If you're unwilling, then just endure it. This isn't our Xiao family's territory. Offending the Fan family isn't something our Xiao family wishes to see. As for the matter of the 9th princess, you can put it aside. Although this matter will have a great impact on you, unless Lin Fei leaves Emperor Phoenix Peak or the 9th princess returns to the Imperial Palace. Xiao Ran's face was gloomy. The 9th princess was too important to him. The 9th princess was of utmost importance to him in the future. For this matter, Xiao Ran had put in a lot of effort and used the family's resources, but he still lost in the end. Uncle, we still have hope, Xiao Ran said. Lin Fei isn't a threat. It's not impossible to make the 9th princess return to the palace. Xiao Dongshui knew that Xiao Ran was good at scheming. He wanted to hear the plan. Tell me. Xiao Ran briefly explained his plan. He even set up a soundproof array to prevent others from eavesdropping. Uncle, how about this? Xiao Dongshui looked at Xiao Ran approvingly. Have you really decided? I've decided. Xiao Ran said resolutely. All right, Uncle will help you again. Xiao Dongshui laughed heartily. Our Xiao family has taken a liking to the Fan family's princess. Not just anyone can snatch her away. What happened on Emperor Peak was soon over. Almost no one knew exactly what had happened. After that battle, Lin Fei went into closed-door cultivation for about 7 to 8 days. In the eyes of people like Qiao Qingshan, he naturally thought that it was a closed-door cultivation to heal his injuries. During the few days that Lin Fei was in seclusion, Qiao Qingshan did not stay idle. He set up the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce, and his actions were abnormally fast. How is it? Not bad, right? When Lin Fei came out of seclusion, Qiao Qingshan dragged Lin Fei to the scene. All right. The Xiao family's actions also made Lin Fei realize that he had to do his best to earn more energy units. Just Xiao Dongshui alone was not easy to deal with. He had to crush the other party with 10 or even 100 times more energy. That's good. I'm still waiting for the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce to open for business. Lin Fei thought for a moment. How about this? We can hold the first auction 7 days later. Dean, you can advertise it to the public. At that time, I will send out 18 invitation letters. Qiao Qingshan was overjoyed after hearing this. Lin Fei really knows how to do things. Wasn't the reason why he dragged you here in such a hurry so that the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce could be held as soon as possible? Give me the invitation letters? Lin Fei smiled and said, we are partners. Without the old dean's help previously, I would probably have to run away. You guys are more familiar with the situation than me. Those forces can come. If you don't help me, who will? After flattering Qiao Qingshan a little, Qiao Qingshan was so happy that he immediately accepted it. It was just 18 invitation letters. It was a small matter. It's a good deal. After Lin Fei left, Qiao Qingshan recovered from his joy and scolded Lin Fei. That bastard is really cunning. Does he want us to run errands for him? After hearing this, the old dean chuckled. You fell for it. That kid is cunning. Our school is tied to the forces behind him. The Capital Institute quickly took action. The branch of the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce would hold its first auction, and the Chamber of Commerce would officially open for business. As soon as the news spread, all the star domains under the empire were excited, especially the domain lords. The major forces had long been jealous of the technological treasures of the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce. They couldn't wait to buy a large batch of them and arm their own forces. The 18 invitation letters were also exposed. When they heard that Qiao Qingshan was going to select the 18 auctioneers, the Capital Institute immediately became lively. Everyone rushed to Qiao Qingshan. Whether they knew him or not, they all came knocking on his door. That kid is too evil. Qiao Qingshan's head hurt. He really didn't know what to do at that moment. Brother Fei, you're too evil. Fan Luoyu covered her mouth and giggled. Dean Qiao must have scolded you. Although she didn't go out, Fan Luoyu knew that Qiao Qingshan was both in pain and happiness. Lin Fei said seriously, we're partners. This is the Capital Institute, and his influence is much greater than ours. If the dean doesn't do it, do you think I'll do it? Who cares about me? Vulgar. Fan Luoyu rolled her eyes. You're a quasi-great emperor after all. Lin Fei smirked. Qin Lan came over with a plate of fruits and took the initiative to feed him. She ignored Fan Luoyu's murderous gaze. Brother Lin, when are you going to the Demon God Empire to set up a Vengeance Chamber of Commerce? As the saintess candidate of the empire, Qin Lan really hoped that Lin Fei would set up a Vengeance Chamber of Commerce. If this went on, the Demon God Empire would definitely weaken. In the future, the Demon God Empire might not even exist anymore. This worried Qin Lan. Why should Brother Fei set up a Vengeance Chamber of Commerce in the Demon God Empire? Fan Luoyu shot back. If your empire can have one, why can't our Demon God Empire have one? Qin Lan wasn't afraid of Fan Luoyu at all. She held her head high and puffed out her chest. This empress said that there can't be any. Brother Lin, set one up. Qin Lan tugged at Lin Fei's hand and acted coquettishly. Despicable. Fan Luoyu sneered. Who's despicable? Qin Lan glared at her. You're the despicable one. Who's shameless enough to seduce Brother Lin? How dare you say I'm despicable? Lin Fei was speechless. All right, stop arguing. Lin Fei pretended to berate. The two turned their faces away and snorted, not looking at each other. The weather's so nice. I should go for a walk too. Just when the two girls thought that Lin Fei was going to say something, Lin Fei stood up and swaggered away, leaving them with only his back view. It's all your fault. It's you, not me. Chapter 26:15. The establishment of the branch of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce in the Capital College had caused quite a commotion. Soon, everyone knew about the Capital College. Even more people were shocked by the Avengers' ability to cooperate with the Capital College and establish a branch of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce in the Capital College. It was impossible that they did not cooperate. Some people also thought of the royal family behind the Capital College. Could it be that the royal family had secretly cooperated with the Avengers Chamber of Commerce? Everyone was shocked and frightened by all these speculations. If the royal family really cooperated with the Avengers, no one would be able to shake the royal family in the future. This made many people's hearts sink. Your Highness, we think we have to bring things forward. In the fifth prince's residence, Fan Qinglong was meeting with a mysterious person in a secret chamber. Didn't you say that we have to prepare? Why is it so rushed? Fan Qinglong's expression was not good. Are you making fun of me? The newcomer was dressed in a black cloak that covered his entire body, making it impossible to tell who he was. Your Highness, there's nothing we can do about it. The cloaked person's voice was so low that even people familiar with him would not be able to tell. It's all that Lin Fei's fault. In a few days, the branch of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce will be opened to the public. The 18 invitations have caused quite a stir. We have to speed things up. Lin Fei. Fan Qinglong's expression was filled with resentment. This name was like a nightmare, constantly provoking Fan Qinglong. Ever since he had suffered at the hands of the Emperor's Peak, Fan Qinglong had not been in a good mood. He had thought that the Shao family could deal with Lin Fei, but they had been defeated and even alarmed the old president. That day, he had smashed many things and was furious. Now that the branch of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce was about to be opened to the public, and it would be built within the capital college, Fan Qinglong could only watch. He did not have the influence to interfere with the capital college. Yes, it's Lin Fei. The cloaked person also had a murderous intent. Lin Fei has set a bad precedent in the capital college. When the Avengers Chamber of Commerce opens to the public, what do you think the Empire will be like in the future, Your Highness? Even though Fan Qinglong knew that there was something wrong with the other party's words, he was still provoked. In the future, Fan Qinglong's expression became even more gloomy. My big brother is now very close to that brat Lin Fei. In addition to that, he has a technological army under his control. His influence is growing day by day. Furthermore, when the Chamber of Commerce opens, the entire empire will control the lifeline of the Avengers Alliance. This is not something that I want to see. The more Fan Qinglong thought about it, the more afraid he became. In fact, it was true. Very scared. Fan Qinglong felt that Lin Fei was his nightmare. Ever since he appeared, he had never had a good time. Your Highness, those territory lords that you've contacted aren't good people. Once the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce's technology rises, they might be shaken very quickly. This will be very disadvantageous to Your Highness, Fan Qinglong said in a deep voice. All right then, this emperor agrees. Your Highness, you will definitely be happy to cooperate with us. The huge empire will eventually fall into your hands. As for those who are unconvinced, just suppress them all. The cloaked man said with a hint of excitement. How do you plan to deal with my father? Fan Qinglong asked. That father of mine isn't that easy to deal with. Don't end up with nothing. Your Highness, don't worry. The cloaked man said. If we dare to contact you, then a great emperor is nothing. Among the great emperors, your father isn't very strong. Lin Fei didn't know that because the Avengers Alliance was established in the Capital Institute, it would attract unimaginable repercussions. That night, Lin Fei went to look for Qinlan. You're finally willing to look for me. Qinlan leaned against the door with a resentful expression and looked at Lin Fei outside. Lin Fei shuddered. No matter how he looked at it, there was something wrong with her expression. She looked like a resentful wife. Without waiting for Lin Fei to say anything, Qinlan pulled Lin Fei and entered Qinlan's room. The moment they entered the room, Qinlan pressed Lin Fei down on the bed. A fragrant scent wafted into his nose. You only know how to accompany that princess. Don't you feel that it's especially exciting? It gives you a sense of accomplishment. Qinlan looked at Lin Fei faintly. The tip of her nose was almost touching his. The scene was simply too erotic. Lin Fei also noticed something else. Qinlan seemed to have specially dressed up tonight. She was wearing a set of clothes that were faintly discernible, and she exuded a hazy beauty. For a man, it was rather exciting. Most importantly, Qinlan was a saintess in waiting, the demoness of the demon god empire. What a seductive vixen. Lin Fei didn't move. The more he moved, the more awkward it would be. It's all the same, Lin Fei said very seriously. You men just love to lie. Qinlan rolled her eyes. It's obvious that you like the ninth princess. Otherwise, why didn't you come to see me? Lin Fei didn't know how to answer this question. I'm busy. Lin Fei thought of an excuse. As you know, as the host of the Avengers, there are a lot of things waiting for me. Oomph. Qinlan was skeptical. Then why did you come here tonight? Don't tell me you missed me. Qinlan chuckled. Lin Fei felt a little restless being pressed down by such a soft beauty. Actually, I really missed you. Otherwise, why would I come here? You know that I never lie. Qinlan had always wanted to take a step closer to Lin Fei. She felt that it was a gradual process. As Lin Fei stood in a high position, and his strength had even reached the quasi-emperor realm, he was definitely a true genius. Even the geniuses of the demon god empire couldn't be compared to him. Lin Fei said seriously. Those who didn't know would really be fooled. Who is Qinlan? She was the saintess-in-waiting of the demon god empire. How could ordinary women compare to her? Then should I devote my life to you? Qinlan exhaled softly. Her eyes stared straight at Lin Fei. She was so seductive that anyone who saw her would be moved. As the saintess-in-waiting of the demon god empire, Qin Lan specialized in seduction and teasing. The unique aura of the foreign tribes was fatal to men. No one could resist it. This was also the first time Qin Lan had taken the initiative to use it. She felt that a powerful man like Lin Fei should belong to her and not the ninth princess. To the demon race, they would snatch whoever they liked, regardless of who it was. After seeing Lin Fei, Qin Lan decided to seduce Lin Fei. "You are forcing me to commit a crime." As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, Qin Lan's upper body was pressed against Lin Fei's chest, moving up and down. Her soft presence was constantly stimulating Lin Fei. Demon. Lin Fei tried his best to control himself. Chapter 26:16. Lin Fei once again experienced the feeling of forcefully pushing. He already had a good impression of Qin Lan, so he naturally had a good impression of her. He had wanted to have a good talk with her, but the scene that happened in the end was completely beyond his imagination. Qin Lan had forcefully pushed Lin Fei. "Vixen, this vixen. You don't regret it?" After the matter, Qin Lan leaned against Lin Fei's chest like a kitten. Lin Fei found it hard to imagine that the current Qin Lan was completely different from the previous Qin Lan, who was like a wild cat. He could not associate them together. Too wild. Yes, when they were together, Lin Fei only had the impression of wild. "Why should I regret it?" Qin Lan's face was flushed and she looked very dazed. "We demon race women only like men who are stronger than us, and you are such a strong man. No matter where you stand, you are like a ray of light in the dark night, constantly attracting us. I, Qin Lan, am not like Fan Lu. We dare to love and hate." Qin Lan was undoubtedly very bold. Unusually bold. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. "If I had known, I would have guarded against you." Qin Lan giggled. "Brother Lin, you can't guard against me. As long as we demon race women like someone, no matter who it is, we will try our best to capture the man. No matter how much we guard against him, there will always be a day when we fail." This conclusion, Lin Fei could not help but be impressed. Demon women were indeed daring to love and hate. This feeling was actually quite good. Lin Fei enjoyed this feeling that he had not felt for a long time. "With your forceful push, I will probably have another problem." Lin Fei felt good for a while, but the trouble after this would not be small. The saintess candidate of the demon god empire has a relationship with a human lad like me. If they find out, they will definitely kill their way here. Qin Lan burst into laughter and rolled her eyes. "Master, you're thinking too much. You're now the manager of the Vengeance's Chamber of Commerce, and you're also a quasi-emperor expert. Our demon god empire will never make a strong enemy." Really? Fan Luoyu alone had caused quite a lot of trouble. If something were to happen to Qin Lan, Lin Fei would definitely have a headache. "Brother Lin, how would I dare to lie to you? It's not like our saintess-in-waiting can't find a man. Besides, the man in my family is the strongest. None of the prodigies in the empire would dare to compete with Brother Lin. You really know how to talk." Lin Fei was just thinking about it out of boredom. Trouble was just that. What was there to be afraid of? "Really?" Qin Lan said charmingly. "Then why do I feel that Brother Lin likes the ninth princess more?" Lin Fei was speechless. Women were all the same, regardless of where they came from, they would all get jealous. "Of course he likes Lan Lan a lot," Lin Fei said seriously. Qin Lan snorted. "I know you're just brushing me off. How could you say that? You men are all the same. Otherwise, why would you be willing to open a business association in the empire? You've obviously been bewitched by the ninth princess." Lin Fei laughed and hugged Qin Lan. "I can't decide where the business association will be opened. After all, it's an order from above. I can only follow it. However, on account of little Lan Lan's effort just now, I can contact my people and provide you with technological treasures." A batch? Qin Lan was a smart woman. The expeditionary empire was getting stronger, and the demon god empire was the only unlucky one. The difference in strength between the two parties would only get bigger, and sooner or later, the expeditionary empire would crush the demon god empire. Lin Fei smirked. That depends on our little Lon Lan's attitude. Qin Lan rolled her eyes. Brother Lin, you're so bad. You only know how to torture people. That night, Lin Fei stayed in Qin Lan's room. When he came out the next day, Lin Fei felt refreshed, but Qin Lan did not come out. A vixen is a vixen. I almost couldn't take it. Lin Fei reminisced as he walked. The expeditionary empire getting stronger was naturally not what Lin Fei wanted to see. Therefore, the demon god empire had to get stronger too. However, it could not be done openly. Qin Lan, the saintess in training, became the best partner. As for whether she really liked him, Lin Fei could not be sure. Vixen, vixen. The word vixen could actually explain many things. Qin Lan is really a beauty in bed. Princess, something bad has happened. Lin Fei returned to his residence leisurely. On the other side, a maidservant came to Fan Luoyu in a hurry. What happened? Fan Luoyu was curious. Her maidservant was not like this usually. This was the Emperor Peak, and Fan Luoyu did not believe that anything bad would happen. The people from the Shao family still went out in the end, and they still could not do anything to Lin Fei. In the entire empire, apart from the palace, there was no safer place than here. Princess, that B*Tsich seduced Lord Lin Fei last night. I saw Lin Fei coming out of that B*Tch's room early in the morning just now. The maidservant said carefully. Ever since the previous battle, Fan Luoyu had completely fallen in love with Lin Fei. He was the true hero and powerhouse in her heart. It was a position that many geniuses could not reach in their lifetime. Qin Lan, you B*Tch. Fan Luoyu was instantly enraged. Ever since she found out about Qin Lan's identity and that she was staying on the Emperor Peak, Fan Luoyu had realized that this B*Tch would be her biggest competitor. Usually, Fan Luoyu would not give Qin Lan a chance to get close to Lin Fei. Despite all her precautions, she still could not stop that B*Tch. Now, the scene that she was most unwilling to see had happened. Fan Luoyu could easily imagine the smile of victory on that B*Tch's face. Come, let's go find Qin Lan. Fan Luoyu really wanted to argue with Qin Lan. She had just stood up when she frowned and sat down again. No. If I go like this, I'll be at an even greater disadvantage. That B*Tch must be laughing at me. Fan Luoyu calmed down at the crucial moment. Intelligent women were the scariest when they were at their coolest. Especially someone like Fan Luoyu who came from the royal family. The Avengers Chamber of Commerce must be opening soon. As the Demon God Empire's saintess candidate, Qin Lan couldn't sit still and seduced Lin Fei. She wants to take another shortcut. Qin Lan is dreaming. Who do you think Lin Fei is? He definitely won't cooperate with the Demon God Empire. As the Empire's saintess candidate, she can't control herself and seduce a man one day. Fan Luoyu was indeed very intelligent. She had figured out the cause and effect in such a short time. The vixen is so slutty. As time passes, she might really persuade Brother Fei. I want him too. A hint of determination flashed across Fan Luoyu's eyes. Lin Fei is mine. No one can take him away from me. Chapter 26:17. After that step of contact, Qin Lan snuck into Lin Fei's room for the first few nights and did it with him, only returning early in the morning. Lin Fei was having too much fun these few days, slowly enjoying Qin Lan's beauty. Compared to Fan Luoyu, who had a bit of a temper, Qin Lan was more approachable. This situation persisted for a few days. The day of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce's business came, interrupting Lin Fei's leisure time. No matter how lazy he was, he could not be lazy now. With the Capital Institute's terrifying influence, the 18 invitations were sold at a high price. They even owed the Institute a favor, which was not easy to repay. With the Ancient Wasteland World's auction, the Capital Institute's auction was also irresistible. Whoever gets their hands on the technological treasure first will have the greater right to speak. On the day of the auction, Lin Fei attended. As the person in charge of the mysterious Avengers, Lin Fei attracted attention no matter where he went. As the news about Lin Fei spread, everyone was pleasantly surprised. The Empire's domain lords came. In particular, the domain lord of the Zhonglong domain lord was very enthusiastic. leaving the other domain lords to stare at him. Lin Fei appeared for a while, then disappeared. Lin Fei left the auction to Qiao Qingshan. He was now a typical hands-off shopkeeper. Good stuff, really good stuff. It's the same quality as last time. It's really a top-grade treasure. No one can stop the tide of the technological storm. In the auction hall, the bidding was very intense. It could be said that the owners of the 18 invitations had brought along a large number of wall stones, all eyeing the technological treasure. This time, they did not team up. No one would be a fool to help others and strengthen them. The bidding was unusually intense. As the host, Qiao Qingshan also went all out. Looking at the rising price, he was grinning from ear to ear. Lin Fei really knows how to slack off, but I like this kind of slacking off. Qiao Qingshan had always wanted to improve Imperial College. Now he had finally done it. As long as the Revenge Chamber of Commerce existed, the Capital Institute would become a force that no one could ignore. At the same time, the Capital Institute would truly become a special existence. On the Emperor Peak, Lin Fei was not worried about today's auction. As long as people came, no one could resist the temptation of technological treasures. Qin Lan. Lin Fei called out casually, but no one came. He smiled bitterly. I almost forgot that Qin Lan has secretly returned to the Demon God Empire. Lin Fei wanted to earn some money from the Expeditionary Empire, but he also didn't want to let go of the Demon God Empire. As long as Qin Lan conveyed his intentions, he believed that the cooperation would begin very soon. The battle between the Expeditionary Empire and the Demon God Empire was none of Lin Fei's business. Am I too bad? Lin Fei asked himself in his heart. He was no different from an arms dealer. Master, your enemies are getting stronger and stronger. You have to accumulate enough energy units. Otherwise, 2 or 3 quasi-great emperors would be too much for you to handle. You might even have to flee. The little demon reminded him. This was something that Lin Fei himself was well aware of. No matter what happens outside, I have to set my sights on the ancient wasteland world if I want to obtain more energy units. That's the place to truly increase my confidence. Outside, no matter what happened, it wouldn't be good. Most of the resources here came from the ancient wasteland world. For example, a tribe that was supported could produce hundreds of thousands of stones. What would the scale of 10 or 20 be like? And this was just a small mine. A mine that produced a few million stones was not unheard of in the ancient wasteland world. The auction and the sale of technological treasures were very popular that day. No matter who it was, everyone who came to the Revenge Chamber of Commerce was well behaved. When they left, they were all extremely excited. That night, Qiao Qingshan held a celebration party. Lin Fei attended once again. Today's auction and turnover were very high, especially technological treasures. With and without comparison, the outcome was completely different. The cultivators who had liked the treasures of Tianji Hall immediately gave up on the treasures of Tianji Hall and turned to the Avenger Chamber of Commerce. Useful. That was their experience. They might not use the treasures of Tianji Hall in their lifetime, but the treasures of the Avenger Chamber of Commerce were completely within their acceptable range. They were cost-effective. If they didn't use them, what else could they use? Those who bought the treasures realized that as long as they continued to earn wall stones, they could obtain large amounts of technological treasures and even exchange them for energy cards. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the Demon God Empire. That would be their battlefield. The ancient wasteland world was too dangerous, and they did not have the means to go there. They might as well set their sights on the Demon God Empire, which would save them a lot of time and energy. Everyone knew that the Empire would soon set its sights on the Demon God Empire and eventually defeat it, leaving the Star Sector with only one expeditionary empire left. Shaolin, I really didn't expect that the stingy big families would not hesitate to call out such a high price for these technological treasures. It's really crazy. In the courtyard of Qiao Qingshan's residence, he said excitedly. It had been a long time since Qiao Qingshan had seen such a grand scene. The future of the Avenger Chamber of Commerce was a Jingguang Avenue. For the Capital Institute, it could also continue to stand at the peak through this. Sorry to trouble you today, Principal Qiao. Without you, Who knows what kind of mess would have happened? Lin Fei said with a smile. Qiao Qingshan was very pleased to hear that. This kid really knew how to talk. These are the proceeds from today's auction. Lin Fei did not care about the auction. He only provided the necessary items, leaving Qiao Qingshan in charge. He scanned the items with the system. They were all there. He did not believe that Qiao Qingshan would be greedy, because it would be meaningless. Lin Fei put away the items. Principal Qiao, these are according to what I said before. Please take a look. And this is a personal gift from me, Principal Qiao. I hope our cooperation will continue. In the following days, the Avenger Chamber of Commerce maintained a high revenue and completely stabilized. Lin Fei did some calculations. Based on the current situation, in less than a month, everyone would be captivated by the technological treasures and become the most loyal users. Tianji Hall's influence outside would also disappear completely. Chapter 26:18. The Demon God Empire. As the arch-enemy of the Expedition Empire, recently, the Demon God Empire had finally regained some of its morale. The establishment of the Avengers in the Capital College and the opening of a second branch was a huge blow to the Demon God Empire. For a long time, the Demon God Empire had never had an obvious advantage in attacking the Expeditionary Empire. Instead, they had been suppressed by the other side. When they had finally gained a certain advantage with the resources brought back by the first prince, they had tried to push forward, but the Expeditionary Empire had dealt them a heavy blow. This made the higher-ups of the Demon God Empire feel uneasy. They were in big trouble. Anyone who used a technological treasure would uncontrollably fall in love with it. A technological treasure could turn you into a powerhouse. Even if you were a loser, you could still be tyrannical. It was no longer a dream for a high-level expert to be killed by a low-level expert. Killing an enemy of a higher level? All you needed was a technological treasure. The entire Demon God Empire was grateful to the Avengers. They had given the Empire hope and the weak hope to become strong. But now they were at a loss. Was the Demon God Empire going to collapse? Why would the Avengers set up a branch in the Capital College? Wouldn't they be helping the Expedition Empire to destroy the Demon God Empire? The higher-ups of the Empire held several meetings. No matter how they discussed, they couldn't solve this problem. The Expedition Empire only needed to obtain a large number of technological treasures from the Avengers. It wouldn't take long for them to crush the Empire. No one knew what the Avengers were thinking. They had to be on guard. Who knew if there were any deals in private? We have to prepare for a rainy day, lest we get killed by surprise. One of the higher-ups said, causing the others to roll their eyes. Was there a need to remind them? Everyone knew it. If they didn't want to be defeated by the Expedition Empire, they had to be prepared. I think we should cooperate with Tianji Hall. They will definitely raise the price. Another higher-up said, it's not like we can't survive without the Avengers. As long as we pay the price, we can get whatever we want. The higher-up said confidently. The world was so big. There wasn't just one company that could do deals. They were about to be slapped in the face. You are talking about easy. Do you think that the things in Tianji Hall can be compared to the things in the Avengers? It's just a pile of junk. Even if our Demon God Empire is rich, we won't be able to withstand it. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. The higher-ups present had long since abandoned the treasures of Tianji Hall and used the items of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. The items of Tianji Hall were too lousy, and they did not want to use them even if they were given them. In addition, the items in Tianji Hall were famous for being expensive. If Tianji Hall had been willing to take the path of being cheap back then, they wouldn't have had to deal with the Avengers. They could have just stepped aside and wouldn't have lost their market share. Moreover, even if we cooperate with Tianji Hall with their production capabilities, will they be able to keep up with our demand? Look at the Avengers. They have the manufacturing methods in their hands. At the very least, they can produce in batches. How can Tianji Hall compare to the Avengers? They can produce in a year, but Tianji Hall needs 5 to 6 years, or even longer. The higher-ups of the Demon God's Empire all lowered their heads. The situation seemed to be very bad. The first prince, the enemy of blood, presided over the meeting. He was very disappointed with the performance of the higher-ups. They had a lot to do with the empire's decline year by year. Since the last time he brought back the resources, the first prince's position had become even more secure. His brothers and sisters could no longer shake him. Since you can't think of anything, I'll say a few words. The enemy of blood said in a deep voice. Based on the current situation, we can only contact the Avengers. I believe there might be some misunderstanding. On the other hand, we can purchase the items of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce at a high price and quickly build up our strength. Apart from that, the Demon God's Empire must invest more troops in the ancient wasteland world to obtain the Black Crystal cards. Since the Black Crystal cards became popular, everyone had fallen in love with them. With enough Black Crystal cards, any technological treasure in one's hands would become a divine weapon that no one could block. The enemy of blood was right. No one could find a reason to refute him. Technological treasures were useful, but they consumed too much energy. Your Highness, you can leave the technological treasures to me. While everyone was silent, Qin Lan pushed open the door of the meeting room in a black palace gown, exuding a powerful aura. Leave it to you? Qin Lan said to the enemy of blood the moment she entered. She did not care about the gazes of the demon gods. Qin Lan, what's going on between you and the Avengers Chamber of Commerce? Why don't you give us an explanation for such a huge matter? Some demon gods were making things difficult for her. Qin Lan had advanced triumphantly from a candidate saintess to the top 3. She also began to have supporters behind her. This also made some of the upper echelons of the empire unhappy. She was growing too fast. With her relationship with the Avengers, she had defeated many opponents along the way. If nothing went wrong, the position of saintess would definitely belong to Qin Lan in the future. This was equivalent to affecting the interests of many people. Now that Qin Lan had barged in, it was undoubtedly an opportunity for them to make things difficult for her. Qin Lan, how dare you? This is a meeting of the upper echelons of the empire. Who gave you the permission to barge in? An experienced upper echelon shouted. I don't care if you are doing this for the empire. You are now just a saintess candidate. You have no right to participate in the upper echelons meeting. If we don't deal with you today, others will follow suit and disregard the dignity of the empire. Men, take Qin Lan away. The guards rushed in and prepared to take her away. Stand down. The enemy of blood who had been silent all this while shouted. Only then did the upper echelons of the empire react. They did not seem to notice the change in the crown prince's expression. After all, he was the beneficiary of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. Qin Lan, do you know your mistake? The enemy of blood didn't side with Qin Lan. Even if you are a saintess candidate and ranked highly, you should know the consequences of barging into the upper echelons meeting without giving a reason that everyone can believe. Even I can't speak up for you. With such words, the upper echelons were too embarrassed to say anything. Qin Lan still had a faint smile on her face. In the eyes of the upper echelons of the empire, it seemed to be a kind of mockery. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. Qin Lan first expressed her gratitude. As a member of the empire, I naturally have to contribute to the empire. This saintess barged into the upper echelons meeting to tell Your Highness and everyone a piece of news. However, this news can only be told to Your Highness alone. The upper echelons of the empire's expression turned even uglier. Chapter 26:19. In the past, Qin Lan wouldn't have had the courage to say something like this. However, after getting closer to Lin Fei, Qin Lan knew that she had to make use of this opportunity. She was well aware that many people in the upper echelons of the empire didn't like her. This time, Qin Lan wanted to completely suppress them and take the position of the true holy maiden in one go. The saintess had a high status in the demon god empire. She could participate in the meetings of the upper echelons and had the right to speak. However, the saintess candidate was far from being able to talk to the upper echelons. No! Some of the upper echelons were displeased. They were the upper echelons after all. Why couldn't they know? Why can Her Highness know but we can't? Qin Lan, what are you up to? Are you working with the humans? Accusations were thrown at Qin Lan. Enemy blood frowned. What is Qin Lan trying to do? Is she trying to provoke the upper echelons of the empire? Doesn't she know that the influence of the upper echelons is too great for her? The upper echelons of the empire still had a great influence. Even enemy blood had to give them a hand to maintain a balance. As for controlling them completely, it would take time. Saintess Qinlan, this doesn't seem right. Enemy blood couldn't think of any good news that Qinlan could tell him. The Avengers' Chamber of Commerce had already been established in the Capital Institute, and no one could change it. Who knew what the Avengers would do next? Enemy blood didn't expect Qinlan to tell him the inside story. He knew that Qinlan hadn't made much progress in the Institute. Even if she knew about Lin Fei, it wouldn't be of any help. What was more frightening was that Lin Fei's strength had been revealed as a pseudo-great emperor. This was shocking news to some people. Qinlan couldn't even get close to Lin Fei. Even if he wasn't a pseudo-great emperor, he would at least have a powerful technological treasure on him that could explode with the strength of a pseudo-great emperor. Enemy blood was also suspicious of Qinlan's actions. This matter concerns the future of our empire. The upper echelons present should all know how serious this matter is. This holy maiden is worried that there are too many eyes here. If word of this spreads, it will be detrimental to the empire. But His Highness is different. Only when His Highness knows and has made a decision will this holy maiden dare to say it. Qinlan, are you saying that we will leak the news? Damn it, you're doubting us. Your Highness, I think we should capture Qinlan and interrogate her properly. I suspect that Qinlan has already been bribed by the Expeditionary Empire. If he wasn't bribed, why would he say such a thing? We're all doing this for the good of the empire, yet he actually suspects us. This is too much. The upper echelons of the empire were all reputable people. Now that Qinlan said this, it was clear that she was suspecting them. They immediately felt uncomfortable in their hearts. No one had ever dared to say such things to them. Although Qinlan, the Saintess-in-Waiting, had brought many benefits to the empire, she was too bold to question them in public. Although she didn't say it out loud, her meaning was clear. If one still couldn't tell, one would be the dumbest person in the world. They wanted to punish Qinlan. She was just a Saintess-in-Waiting. If they wanted to suppress her, they could do it with just a word. In any case, the Demon God Empire was so big that there were countless people who wanted to be Saintess-in-Waiting. Getting rid of an influential Saintess-in-Waiting would save them a lot of effort. Qinlan wasn't moved. She smiled at enemy blood. Your Highness, do you really not want to know? Are you worried that this holy maiden will do something to you? She was trying to provoke him with this sentence. Your Highness, if you miss today, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Your Highness knows very well what kind of person this holy maiden is. Anyway, it's just a few words. It doesn't matter whether you listen or not. Qinlan still had a confident look on her face. Enemy blood knew Qinlan well. She wasn't an arrogant person. From a mediocre Saintess-in-Waiting, she had gained support step by step. Now she was in the limelight. As the first prince, he knew this better than anyone else. Could it be that Qinlan really got some secret information? Enemy blood had to consider another matter. Would she still have to listen or not? What if Qinlan wasn't just playing to the gallery? She really missed something. Enemy blood's pupils constricted as thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Saintess Qinlan, according to what you said, I have no choice but to listen? Enemy blood looked at Qinlan with interest. Your Highness, you can understand it that way. If your Highness doesn't want to listen, there's nothing I can do. But I have a clear conscience. Qinlan said with a faint smile. Enemy blood was really impressed by Qinlan's courage. He wondered who gave her such courage to say such words on such an occasion. If I don't listen to what you said, I'll be a person who can't tell right from wrong. I'll fulfill your wish. Enemy blood stood up and walked towards the screen. Qinlan smiled. This method might not work on other princes, but it would definitely work on the crown prince. She would never be wrong about this. Some of the dynasty's upper echelons frowned, but they couldn't stop the crown prince. Recently, the crown prince's influence had been increasing day by day. They couldn't stop him in public. They had decided that if Qinlan couldn't come up with a good explanation, she would be stripped of her Saintess candidate title. Those upper echelons who had a good impression of Qin Lan were confused. What was she trying to do? Was she trying to offend all the other upper echelons? Behind the screen, enemy blood set up a soundproof array. Saintess Qin Lan, you can tell me now. But you have to know that if your secret is not enough to move me, the higher-ups outside will not give me any face. They will definitely charge you with a serious crime. Blood enemy said. Qin Lan said with a smile, Your Highness, you can rest assured. Since I'm here, I'll definitely give you and everyone an explanation that will satisfy you. As for whether or not I'll tell them, that's another matter. But before that, I have a request that I hope Your Highness will agree to. Enemy Blood's interest was piqued. Tell me about it. If Your Highness thinks that this secret is worth it, this Saintess hopes to take the position of Saintess for real, instead of being a substitute. Qin Lan's words were shocking. Enemy Blood was shocked. He looked at Qin Lan with a strange look. Your request is really big. The position of Saintess is not something that I can decide. This woman is so ambitious. Enemy Blood couldn't help but feel surprised. Chapter 2620. Your Highness, you can decide as long as you hear the news. Qin Lan smiled. The enemy of Blood didn't want to ask any further. He would rather listen to Qin Lan's opinion. Go ahead, I'm listening. Qin Lan said with a smile, Your Highness, you must be worried about the Avengers Chamber of Commerce moving into Imperial College. You're afraid that the disparity in strength will be too great, which will affect the future of the Empire. I can tell Your Highness that what you're worried about will not happen, because I've already received authorization from the Avengers. From now on, the Demon God's Empire will secretly cooperate with the Avengers and provide corresponding technological treasures. I wonder if Your Highness will like this news? The enemy of Blood was indeed shocked. This was definitely a piece of shocking news. Cooperation? The Avengers will cooperate with the Demon God Empire? The enemy of Blood couldn't be sure. If it was true, the Empire would have nothing to worry about. Your Highness, do you think I'll lie to you? Qin Lan smiled. This news is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, I can show you something else. This time, Qin Lan came prepared. He took out a jade talisman and handed it to the enemy of Blood. This is the message from Lin Fei, the person in charge of the Avengers. Lin Fei. The enemy of Blood's eyes flickered. Could it be that Qin Lan and Lin Fei are getting closer? Everyone knew who Lin Fei was. He was the newcomer king of Imperial College. Now he was the person in charge of the Avengers. He was even a quasi-emperor. It was hard not to take him seriously. As a neighbor, the Demon God Empire naturally knew who he was. He was listed as someone not to be messed with. Shui Rendi activated the jade talisman and shot out an illusory figure. Lin Fei's figure walked out of it. Brother Blood, I hope you don't mind my sudden visit. Lin Fei's voice was very clear. This is a meeting tool that allows us to travel across distances. You don't have to worry about information leaking. The secret between us will not be known by a third person. Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Fei, the temporary person in charge of the Avengers. The enemy of Blood was a bit surprised, but he recovered quickly. So it's Brother Lin. I've long heard of Brother Lin's name. It's a pity that I've never had the chance to meet you. Who would have thought that we would meet under such circumstances? Blood enemy sighed. Who would have thought that such a young man would possess unfathomable strength? He was even the person in charge of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. If not for the fact that he was the first prince of the Empire, who knew how different his status would be? I've heard of the first prince's name as well. He's the future overlord of the Demon God Empire. The rumors are true. The two of them were separated by a distance, but they did not give up. They appreciated each other. You want to cooperate with us? Blood enemy suppressed his annoyance and took the initiative to sniff. That's right. As a businessman, profit is the most important thing. We are not interested in anything else. Your Demon God Empire is a good partner. I can make the decision to provide you with all kinds of technological treasures. The price can even be 10% or 20% lower than outside. We can even specialize in the production of technological treasures. Lin Fei said seriously. Enemy of Blood did not expect the other party to be so straightforward. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Brother Lin, is your Avengers trying to start a war between our two empires? Enemy of Blood enemy stared at Lin Fei. You should know that if this news spreads to the Expedition Empire, I'm afraid your business will be greatly affected. Aren't you worried? Lin Fei smiled. Worried? That's something only the weak would think about. Our Avengers only wants to do business. Unless your demon god empire is willing to be wiped out by the Expedition Empire in a few decades. Perhaps it won't take that long. I believe Brother Blood knows what's more important. Threat? Lin Fei was not afraid. This time, Lin Fei had the demon god empire's lifeline in his hands. Unless they were willing to become slaves of a subjugated empire. Enemy of Blood enemy was indeed trying to provoke Lin Fei. He did not expect the latter to not care at all. This made his move useless. Just as he said, he did not want to see the Expedition Empire grow stronger. With the advantage of technological treasures, the Expedition Empire would only grow stronger. Resources could bridge the gap between them. It was impossible not to be anxious. Brother Lin, it was just a joke. Don't mind it. Enemy of Blood enemy smiled. We're all willing to cooperate with the Avengers. Seeing that his threat had failed, Enemy of Blood enemy immediately changed his words. Qin Lan, who was beside him, also smiled. The Empire's move was completely useless in front of Lin Fei. Sometimes she was shocked. What was Lin Fei's position in the Avengers? Wasn't his authority a little too great? We also like to cooperate with smart people. Lin Fei smiled. Before we cooperate, there is one thing that I want to make clear to you. Regarding the cooperation, I don't want any information to be leaked from the upper echelons. As for the technological treasures, we will rearrange them for you. Even if people suspect us, they won't suspect the Avengers. I believe this doesn't matter. Enemy of Blood enemy secretly cursed Lin Fei for being shameless. On one hand, he was cooperating with the Expedition Empire. On the other hand, he was cooperating with the Demon God Empire. How shameless! Enemy of Blood enemy would not dare to say such words even if he was beaten to death. No problem. We won't care about it. Enemy of Blood said that it was not a problem. It would be great if the price could be lowered a little. Also, you have to know that from now on, the cooperation between you and the Avengers will be handled by Qin Lan. If you have any ideas or requests, you can tell Qin Lan. She will pass it on to us. Lin Fei said again. That's right. Enemy of Blood enemy guessed something. Brother Lin, you can rest assured. There won't be any problems with the cooperation. Enemy of Blood enemy guaranteed. Later, I will propose Saintess Qin Lan to be in charge of our cooperation. I like what you said. I hope that our cooperation can continue. Enemy of Blood enemy and Lin Fei chatted for a while longer. Then, the jade talisman broke and the screen disappeared. That's it. Enemy of Blood enemy felt like he was dreaming. This was too fast. The problem concerning the fate of the Empire was solved so easily. The Empire only needed to collect the black crystal cards. It was too smooth. Your Highness, what do you think of this news? Qin Lan smiled. Enemy of Blood enemy looked at Qin Lan with a complicated look. Saintess Qin Lan, you have made great contributions to the Empire. I will propose you to be the new Saintess of the Demon God Empire. At this moment, Enemy of Blood enemy knew what he had to do. From today onward, Qin Lan would be a part of the upper echelons of the Empire. She even had the support of a quasi-emperor, Lin Fei. P.S. Recommend a book to a friend. The strongest game system. Accidentally obtain the game system. Log in every day, collect the gift packs, and be a man. Experience, elixirs, godly weapons, martial arts, godly beasts, VIP, and mysterious prizes. Heaven rewards the diligent. Continue to log in and receive the grand prize. What? You are a genius? Chapter 26-21. The upper echelons of the Empire were all waiting for the result. When Her Highness comes out, I want to see how Qin Lan is going to explain herself. Of course, Qin Lan has been promoted too quickly. She doesn't know her place anymore. When Her Highness comes out, if she doesn't have an explanation, Just take her away and let others know the consequences of offending the upper echelons. Those upper echelons who were unhappy with Qinlan were all preparing to make trouble. Given the current situation of the empire, it wasn't something that Qinlan alone could turn around. As for those upper echelons who supported or admired Qinlan, they began to worry. I really don't know what Qinlan is trying to do. She's destroying her own future. After exchanging glances, several upper echelons shook their heads. They were not optimistic about Qinlan's actions. So far, there weren't many upper echelons who supported Qinlan. Naturally, they couldn't go against the majority of the upper echelons. All of them kept their mouths shut to avoid getting into trouble. He's out. When enemy Bloody Man came out, the eyes of the upper echelons lit up. At this moment, enemy Bloody Man came out with a gloomy face. He seemed to be in a bad mood. To the upper echelons, this was good news. Qinlan must have angered Her Highness. Qinlan, you have nothing to say now, right? Your Highness, I suggest taking Qinlan down and charging her with the crime of disrupting the conference. The upper echelons began to make trouble. This time, I'll teach you a lesson, you little b****. Enemy Bloody Man's gaze was calm. He glanced at them and slammed his palm on the conference table. Shut up, all of you. The upper echelons were stunned. What was going on? Weren't you in a bad mood? We're standing up for you. The upper echelons couldn't understand. Qinlan smiled. She was gorgeous. What right do you have to charge Holy Maiden Qinlan? Just because she barged in and interrupted the conference? Enemy Bloody Man's gaze turned sharp. Is it you? Or is it you? Enemy Bloody Man looked at them one by one. The upper echelons looked at each other. What was going on with Her Highness? Why did she protect Qinlan? Did something happen? Your Highness, we're doing this for your own good. A senior upper echelon said calmly. Enemy Bloody Man liked these upper echelons who were putting on airs. They weren't very capable, but they were good at infighting. If it weren't for the senior, he would have kicked them out long ago. All right? Bloodman enemy sneered, I really want to know what's so good about you. When the Empire was in danger, did you come up with any solutions? None at all. You only know this and that. At the critical moment, you can't come up with any solutions. What's the use of you? The enemy of Bloody Man did not give them any face at all. As long as the Empire cooperated with the Avengers, there would be an endless supply of technological treasures. The strength of the Empire would also increase. At that time, it would not be impossible for the Empire to defeat the Expeditionary Empire. As long as this cooperation existed, the enemy of Bloodman would have the confidence to fight against the higher-ups. By then, even his father would be on his side. Hearing enemy Shue's words, the faces of the higher-ups darkened. They had never been scolded by someone before. If it was the great emperor, they wouldn't say anything. However, His Highness's words were like a slap to their faces. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. Your Highness, how can you say that we are not worried about the Imperium? The Imperium is our root. We all want to share the burden of the Imperium. Could it be that we are inferior to a Saintess candidate? Your Highness, we want an explanation. The higher-ups were furious. The eldest prince, the enemy of Bloodman, was not a great emperor expert yet. He did not even have the ability to control the Imperium. Naturally, they had nothing to fear. The enemy of Bloodman was very disappointed. These were the higher-ups of the Imperium. They only knew how to fight for power. The future of the Imperium was worrying. Explanation? You don't need to know. The enemy of Bloodman shouted. The information provided by Saintess Qinlan will become the absolute secret of the Imperium. At that time, even my father would agree to it. The enemy of Bloodman's cold gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone here, if you are not convinced, you can go and seek an explanation from His Majesty. The higher-ups were dumbfounded. They were not qualified to know. What was this? We are the higher-ups of the Imperium. What is the meaning of bringing up the great emperor now? Your Highness, this is not right. The previous higher-up shook his head. As the higher-ups, we are qualified to know everything. We don't want your Highness to be deceived. These words seemed to be directed at the enemy of Bloodman, but in fact, It was directed at Qinlan. "We want to know the information. Your Highness, you have no right to hide the information." What the higher-ups were best at was causing trouble. A single piece of information could change the attitude of the Imperium. None of them dared to let their guard down. If Qinlan's method was targeted at them, it would be bad. No one wanted their benefits to be affected. The enemy of Bloodman really admired these stubborn higher-ups. This information was too important. Once it was spread, it would no longer be the Imperium's secret weapon. Who knew if any of the higher-ups here had colluded with outsiders? This was something they had to guard against. Who wants to cause trouble? At this moment, above the conference room, a figure appeared out of nowhere. The aura he emitted was as sharp as a blade, causing everyone to feel pain. No one would have thought that someone would appear at this moment. "Father!" The enemy of Bloodman was the first to react. The higher-ups looked up and their expressions changed. Why did this person appear? The reason why they could put on airs in the conference room was because of their seniority. Suppressing the enemy of Bloodman wasn't a big deal. Now that the great emperor was here, they couldn't do as they pleased anymore. Qinlan lowered her head, enduring the pressure that was as sharp as a knife. The first prince has informed his majesty without anyone noticing. The higher-ups here are going to be embarrassed. The black-robed man in the sky had a cold gaze. Under his gaze, the higher-ups began to tremble. "Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. We were just joking." One of the higher-ups braced himself and said, Yes, we were just joking. How would we dare to go against His Highness? Before the great emperor, they had no right to be arrogant." "Oh, so you were just joking. How old are you? Why are you still joking? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock?" The higher-ups didn't dare to raise their heads. His Majesty's temperament was one of decisiveness in killing. It was all forged through killing. "The words of the enemy of Bloodman are my words. Ask whatever you want." The black-robed man said calmly, "I guarantee that you will be satisfied." The higher-ups wanted to cry. Ask? Who would dare to ask? Even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to do so. The enemy of Bloodman secretly felt lucky. He had previously sent a message to his father's clone to hold the fort. Otherwise, it would be difficult to clean up the mess. "Father, they didn't know about the situation. Ignorance is not a crime." The enemy of Bloodman spoke up for them. "Father, please don't blame them." "How kind of you." The black-robed man said, "Hurry up and thank the enemy of Bloodman for pleading for you. Otherwise, I will send you to the battlefield for this matter." "Qinlan, you've done well." The black-robed man's gaze paused on Qinlan for a moment. "The Empire needs talents like you. From today onward, you will be the new saintess of the Empire. I hope that you will consider the Empire more." Qinlan thanked him. "Thank you, Your Majesty." She became the saintess? The higher-ups were collectively dumbfounded. What kind of news was that? It could allow Qinlan to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Chapter 26-22. Changes quickly took place within the Demon God Empire. The saintess candidate, Qinlan, had finally taken the position. Furthermore, she had received the approval of the upper echelons. When the saintess candidate heard the news, they knew that the situation was hopeless. Qinlan officially became the new saintess. For a time, it became a hot topic in the Demon God Empire. No one knew how Qinlan had been able to take the position so easily. The elders of the upper echelons did not mention it, which confused many people. After the first prince, the enemy of the Bloodman, obtained permission, he mobilized the strongest demon warriors of the empire and formed a secret new army, which was under the control of the enemy of the Bloodman. Half a month after Qinlan took the position, the first collaboration was completed. The Demon God Empire obtained a batch of technological treasures. Their appearance was different from the technological treasures of the Avengers' Chamber of Commerce, but their power was not reduced. Qinlan's position as the saintess was truly unshakable. Ancient wasteland world, Lianyun continent. Demonic poison tribe. In an ordinary-looking building, Lin Fei was leisurely enjoying the service of maidservants. These 2 maidservants were given to him by Qinlan, and their bodies were filled with the aura of a foreign tribe. After becoming the saintess, Qin Lan held great power. She joined forces with the First Prince and the Blood Man to fight against the internal forces of the empire. Afraid that she would not be by Lin Fei's side, she specially sent maidservants to serve him. Lin Fei did not refuse. Moreover, the two maidservants were from the fox tribe of the demon race. With their furry tails, they were rather sensual. That night, Lin Fei slept with the maidservants. It was indeed a wonderful feeling, but compared to the wild Qin Lan, it was still lacking. Master, the territory of our demonic poison tribe has already expanded to the limit. If we continue, we will touch the interests of the large tribes. Even the alliance of the tribes will take action. This was already the second month since Lin Fei had arrived in Lianyun continent. Ever since the auction was held perfectly, Lin Fei had handed everything over to the puppets. Coupled with the little fiend's control, he had shifted his attention to Lianyun continent. This was the place with the most abundant source of energy cards. Lin Fei didn't really care about the harvest outside. The Hu Devilman stood nervously in front of Lin Fei. Ever since he had a new master, his power and status had been rising. In a short period of time, the demonic poison tribe had grown from a small, unranked tribe to a medium-sized tribe. They controlled a large area, and their entire person had become incomparably glorious. Every time he was in front of Lin Fei, the Hu demons didn't dare to show any emotions. Then we'll consolidate our territory. Lin Fei frowned. Then we'll contact those small tribes in private. Provide them with technological treasures, and I want them to expand their territory. Tell them that I only want energy cards to trade. After sending the Hu demons away, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Lianyun continent is different from South Cloud continent. In South Cloud continent, the Avengers Chamber of Commerce has roped in all the forces. If outsiders want to do something to the Chamber of Commerce, they have to deal with those major forces first. However, in Lianyun continent, human forces, allied forces, and even the 8 ancient families are all involved. Lin Fei studied for several days. It wasn't easy to plunder resources in Lianyun continent. Even the human forces couldn't take another step forward after such a long time, and could only maintain their current division. Do we really have to wait? Lin Fei disliked this process. If it took too long, who could guarantee that nothing would happen? Young master, are you not feeling well? The maid beside him asked in a soft voice. Her voice was so soft that it could seep into his bones. Who said that young master is not feeling well? Young master is just thinking about how to deal with you tonight. Lin Fei hugged the maid. The progress in Lianyun continent was too slow. It was completely beyond Lin Fei's imagination. All the resources in Lianyun continent were controlled by people. Lin Fei secretly controlled the demonic poison tribe, but it didn't expand much. Instead, the pressure from within the allied forces made him very unhappy. The demonic poison tribe had risen too quickly. Coupled with the technological treasures that they revealed, many tribes had the idea of annexing them and even proposed to incorporate them. They wanted to become their subsidiary forces. Lin Fei could only let the Hu demons talk to them. He didn't want to offend them for the time being, unless he revealed his full strength. But if he did that, the entire allied forces would attack the demonic poison tribe. Those who didn't understand the allied forces would never know how terrifying they were. Up until now, this allied forces controlled the huge tribal forces in the ancient wasteland world. Even the human experts had to stand aside. Internally, there were many factions that suppressed each other. It was extremely cruel. The demonic poison tribe that Lin Fei had supported occupied a piece of territory. In the end, he had no choice but to let the Hu demons join a force and give them a large sum of money. This saved him from trouble. But this also gave the demonic poison tribe a label. Lin Fei didn't care much about this. Ancient wasteland world, Black Order continent. This place was filled with black. The ground was black. The plants that grew here were also black. Those who had just arrived would think that they had come to the wrong place. How could there be such a place in the ancient wasteland world? The black oppressive aura made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Their first thought was to leave this place, to leave this oppressive place. Black Order continent was the name of this region. Its size far surpassed the other continents, such as the South Cloud continent and the Lianyun continent. But the only difference was that the Black Order continent was a place in the entire ancient wasteland world that external forces could not enter. This was the territory of the ancient desolate beasts. In the Black Order continent, there were powerful ancient desolate beasts. No one knew how many ancient desolate beasts there were. So far, everyone only knew that there was a divine diamond ape in the Black Order continent. It was an ancient desolate beast with a long lifespan and terrifying battle power. Opponents of the same level could not even withstand a single blow from it. The Black Order continent had always been the place that the human experts feared the most. Back then, the human experts had joined forces and tried to kill the divine diamond ape. In the end, they did not expect the other party's strength to be so tyrannical that it crushed them on the spot. Instead, it killed most of them, and only a few returned alive. From then on, no one dared to spy on the Black Order continent. That night, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. The Black Order continent was shrouded in darkness. One could not even see their own fingers. Black Order continent. A figure quietly landed on a big tree. His deep eyes were filled with a rare solemnity. "Are you sure it's in the Black Order continent and not somewhere else?" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a while, a few figures quietly appeared. There was not even a ripple in the space. "It's in the Black Order continent. You can rest assured. That thing is not deep in the Black Order continent, but at the border between the Black Order continent and another continent. The Divine Diamond Ape definitely does not know that we are here. I heard that old thing is in seclusion." Chapter 26-23. At the border between the Black Order continent and the Blackwater continent. Without warning, several powerful auras were emitted. The ancient beasts of the Black Order continent were alarmed. Thick divine senses swept over. Some ancient beasts even broke through the air, because they had smelled the aura of humans. The ancient beasts of the Black Order continent did not like the aura of humans. Whenever one appeared, they would take the initiative to kill it. After a while, it became a small hobby of theirs. You dare to join hands with outsiders. At the border, a black figure was surrounded by lightning, shattering the void and forming a black hole. His lightning body cannot be maintained in perfect condition. Everyone attacked together, destroy him, and divide his empire. Several people besieged him, unleashing a series of terrifying attacks that set off a series of terrifying energy fluctuations. That ball of lightning flickered, and everywhere it passed, a charred smell filled the air. Far away in the Lianyun continent, Lin Fei was also startled. Such a strong energy wave. Could it be that the allied tribes and the humans are fighting again? Lin Fei did not go out to check. Ever since he had placed his focus on the Lianyun continent, Lin Fei had spent more time there. Regrettably, after 3 years, the situation in the Lianyun continent had not changed much. The only thing that made Lin Fei happy was that the overall strength of the Lianyun continent had increased by a lot. There were constant small-scale battles. This was what Lin Fei wanted to see. After 3 years of losing money, the tribes had finally become ambitious. This would affect the future of the Lianyun continent. The battle that had erupted outside, Lin Fei first suspected it to be a small-scale battle. He was not interested in going out to check. Based on the speed of the energy wave, it was definitely not in the Lianyun continent, but in the Blackwater continent. Lin Fei did not have the time to go there. The next day, early morning. I did not expect him to be so determined. He knows that it is a dead end, but he still knows to charge in. If he was at his peak, he might have a chance to survive. Now that he is heavily injured, he will definitely die in the depths of the Black Order continent. On a mountain peak, a few people looked at the darkness, deep in thought. I believe that the ancient beasts of the Black Order continent will be very interested. After all, that is a great emperor. That's right, those ancient beasts won't let a great emperor come out alive. We can also start the next step, which is to divide up the empire he built. However, in order to prevent him from playing any tricks, we must keep an eye on the Black Order continent and ensure that that person does not have the chance to come out. The few of them nodded and disappeared into the void. A few days later, shocking news came from the Black Order continent. Have you heard? The ancient beast experts of the Black Order continent are trying to capture a mysterious human expert. This seems to be real. Which expert of the human race has the guts to enter the Black Order continent? Isn't that just looking for trouble? That human expert must have met with misfortune. The Black Order continent is famous for being the graveyard of human experts. Who knows how many human experts have died there? That's terrible. The news quickly spread across the nearby continents, causing an uproar. It had been many years since anyone had dared to barge into the Black Order continent. Lin Fei also heard about it. The demonic poison tribe was considered a medium-sized tribe, and its intelligence network was very complete. Lin Fei also quickly learned of this matter. Could it be that a human expert fought with an expert from the tribal alliance last night? But this human expert is really bold. Of all places, he actually dared to barge into the Black Order continent. He must be tired of living. Lin Fei was very clear about the Black Order continent, so he paid close attention to it. According to the little fiend, the Black Order continent was the nest of the ancient beasts. There were hundreds of millions of dire beasts living here, so it became everyone's nightmare. The tribal alliance was powerful enough, but they still did not dare to behave atrociously in the Black Order continent. There was an old monster here who could cover the sky with one hand. Anyone who provoked him would pay a heavy price. Lin Fei did not think that the mysterious person could survive. The ancient beasts of the Black Order continent loved to chase and kill human experts, especially those who barged into their territory. It was a very interesting game. It had been a long time since an expert had barged into the Black Order continent. When this human expert barged in, he was quickly targeted by the ancient beast experts. From time to time, news would spread. Today, one of the ancient beasts was killed by a human cultivator. Some ancient beast injured the human expert, but also left many wounds. As the news spread out one after another, everyone was shocked. That human was truly an expert. To think that he could even kill an ancient beast. Compared to the outside world, the number of ancient beast experts in the Black Order continent was not small. In the beginning, there were only a few ancient beast experts. After the human expert killed the ancient beast, some other powerful ancient beasts also moved out and joined in the encirclement. The group grew larger and larger. 12 ancient beast experts discovered the other party's tracks. They engaged in a fierce battle. The human expert killed one of the ancient beast experts, but his arm was chopped off by the other party. He broke out of the encirclement. The human expert was seriously injured, and another ancient beast expert was killed. The human expert was forced into the depths of the Black Order continent. The news came one after another, shocking and surprising. It was only when one of the 10 great ancient beast experts of the Black Order continent made a move and forced the other party into a desperate situation in the Black Order continent that the matter truly ended. This mysterious expert of the human race was also remembered by the people. When the news spread, in the void outside the Black Order continent, several black-robed men appeared. They had received the news through their own means. I didn't expect his lightning body to be so powerful. Even though he was seriously injured, he was still able to kill so many ancient beast experts and force the ancient devil poison of the 10 great ancient beasts to make a move. He asked for it. He dared to reject our family. This is his fate. We can go now. Once one entered that place, they could forget about coming out. Furthermore, they were poisoned by the ancient devil poison. In another place, the atmosphere in the glorious palace was extremely oppressive. Sounds of shattering could be heard continuously. A young man wearing a magic crown was standing in front of a pile of broken things. Fan Qingyuan, you've gone too far. How dare you interfere with my destruction army? This person was Fan Qinglong. For the past 3 years, Fan Qinglong had not had a good time. After the Avengers Chamber of Commerce established a branch in the Capital Institute, Fan Qingyuan had also benefited. The new army in his hands was equipped with new technological weapons, and they had made great contributions in the battles against the demon god's empire. On the other hand, Fan Qinglong's battle strength was poor, forming a huge contrast. Fan Qinglong's influence in the army was weakening day by day. Many people were swayed and took the initiative to side with the first prince. This time, the first prince had extended his hand into the destruction army. This was equivalent to shaking Fan Qinglong's foundation. This time, Fan Qinglong was really angry. He could not suppress his anger even after breaking many of his treasures. Fifth prince, how have you been? What has made you so angry? In the palace, the space fluctuated, and a person appeared in a flash with a faint smile. How dare you come? Chapter 26-24. In 3 years. Fan Qinglong could not wait any longer. He thought that he had been tricked. His elder brother's influence was growing day by day, and he was completely above him. If he had an advantage 3 years ago, then all of that advantage was gone now. It was very normal for Fan Qinglong to hate the person who came. Fifth prince, I'm here to congratulate you. Congratulate? Fan Qinglong sneered. If you don't give me a satisfactory reason today, I can guarantee that you won't be able to take half a step out of here today. Fan Qinglong was in despair. As long as that person existed, all of his thoughts would only exist in his dreams. Your Highness, your greatest worry has been resolved. That person will not return. Your Highness, you can prepare to take action. I will also be by your side to help you get rid of those who oppose you. The person said with a smile. Fan Qinglong's body trembled. Really? You can arrange for the investigation of the recent major events in the ancient wasteland world. That was really done by us. Fan Qinglong's eyes flashed. 10 days later. The expedition to the Empire, the palace. What are you doing? Quick, stop them. They are rebelling. At noon on this day, at the entrance of the palace, they encountered the fifth prince's destruction army. Without a word, they attacked ferociously. Instantly, there were countless casualties, and the entrance of the palace was occupied. Fan Qinglong led his men and killed their way in. Everywhere they passed, corpses were everywhere. Fear, panic, and all sorts of other emotions could be seen on everyone's faces. No one dared to believe the scene in front of them. The fifth prince had actually led his troops in, and it was the elite destruction army at that. Elder brother, you seem to be in a good mood today. Are you thinking about how to reduce my authority? Fan Qinglong led his men to the entrance of the palace and saw his elder brother, Fan Qingyuan, who had also led his men out. Fan Qinglong, do you know what you are doing? Fan Qingyuan was furious. Even the stupidest person would know what had happened. His fifth brother had really led his troops in. Over the past 3 years, Fan Qingyuan had never forgotten to guard against his fifth brother. As the new army under his command won every battle and gained support from the military, he gradually stopped paying attention to his fifth brother. Fan Qinglong smiled proudly and said, "Big brother, are you an idiot? I've brought troops here to suppress you, traitor, and restore peace to the empire. Don't think that no one knows what you've done, but I know it clearly." Fan Qinglong naturally had to find an excuse to kill his way in openly. "You're slandering us." Fan Qingyuan was infuriated. "Now, get them to put down their weapons and surrender. This emperor can deal with them leniently." Haha. Fan Qingyuan didn't care at all. "Big brother, just accept your fate. The entire palace is surrounded by the array. None of your people can enter. Today, you won't be able to escape. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive." In order to prevent any unforeseen events, Fan Qinglong took the lead and brandished his saber. Fan Qingyuan's heart sank. Something happened to father. Over here, Azure Dragon led troops to attack the palace. This must have something to do with Azure Dragon. How could he do this? Before he could think further, Fan Qinglong slashed his saber. The guards beside him went forward to block it, but they were easily split into two. "Big brother, you're going to lose today." Fan Qinglong attacked fiercely and continuously attacked his heart. For a moment, he suppressed his big brother and even left several wounds on his body. "Aren't you afraid that father will blame you? Don't forget that father's independent clone is still guarding here." Fan Qingyuan retreated step by step. "The royal family's elders will also not acknowledge you." Fan Qinglong said sinisterly, "This emperor will kill whoever doesn't acknowledge me. I'll kill them until they do. Anyway, this emperor doesn't like them, so it's better to kill them all." Big brother, what do you think of this suggestion? You're crazy. They're all your uncles and elders. Whoever dares to block this emperor's path deserves to die. Fan Qinglong's aura continued to rise. He abandoned his saber and changed it into a fist, punching through the air. Big brother, you do. The palace was isolated by an array formation, so no one knew that there was an internal conflict. Your Highness, leave quickly. There's too many of them. We can't hold them off anymore. The guards around Fan Qingyuan were killed one by one. The crazed Fan Qinglong became more and more ferocious. He kept suppressing Fan Qingyuan and constantly left wounds on his body. The situation was not looking good. Fan Qinglong, how dare you usurp the throne? With a loud shout, the royal family's elders finally appeared. With such a huge commotion, they rushed over immediately and saw Fan Qinglong besieging Fan Qingyuan. Fan Qingyuan was delighted. With the royal family's elders here, the other party wouldn't be able to do anything. Fan Qinglong was waiting for this moment. He opened his sleeves and a white light burst out. Big brother, you can go down now. The white light instantly enveloped Fan Qingyuan. With a moment of carelessness, Fan Qingyuan quickly took out a treasure to protect himself. Under the white light, everything slowed down. He saw Fan Qinglong's fist land on his chest, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Then his entire body sank into endless darkness. The first prince, Fan Qingyuan, was dead. Han, big brother, you're finally dead. Fan Qinglong slashed with his palm, and a huge head fell on his hand. Fan Qingyuan still looked like he died with a grievance. You definitely didn't expect that the treasure just now was someone else's treasure. It was used to deal with you. Without you, no one can stop me from ascending to that position. This scene happened too quickly. Before the royal family's elders could react, the first prince was killed, and his head fell on the other party's hand. Fifth prince, how dare you kill me? A royal family elder shot out 2 jingguang across the air toward Fan Qinglong. It's your turn now. Fan Qinglong was not afraid at all, and said to the void. A bunch of stubborn old fools. I'll take care of them. I promise I won't let your highness down. An old man appeared in front of Fan Qinglong, and with a wave of his hand, he sent the 2 jingguang flying. How dare you attack his majesty? You must die. Swoosh. A terrifying aura pressed down on them. The old man stretched out his hand and pointed. The royal family elder's forehead was instantly pierced by the other party. He didn't even have time to block it, and he fell from the sky, dying with a grievance. This is a quasi-great emperor expert. Some of the royal family elders were shocked. Everyone present was a 9th job transition professional. Apart from quasi-great emperors, not many people could easily break through their defenses and kill them. Everyone, hurry up and join forces to kill this person. Although the royal family's elders were a bunch of stubborn old fools, they valued orthodoxy very much, and they retaliated at the first instance. The old man's actions were faster than theirs. Chapter 26-25. The group of royal elders had suffered heavy losses. The old man's strength was too tyrannical. He had crushed them with absolute strength, and in just a few moments, 7 or 8 elders had been killed. Well done. Fan Qinglong laughed maniacally. This is what happens when you don't support me. Fifth prince, don't kill anymore. We support you to become the crown prince. Stop fighting. The old man posed a great threat to them. 7 or 8 elders had been killed by him. They had organized a few counterattacks, but to no avail. They immediately realized that they couldn't do anything. Under such circumstances, it would be futile to continue. It was better to shake hands and make peace. The old man stopped and locked his aura on them. As long as they made any movements, he would be able to kill them immediately without letting them leave. Fan Qinglong shook his head. No. Crown Prince, what are you talking about? I want to become the new great emperor. No one can sit on that position except me. The group of royal elders had only thought that the 5th prince wanted to become the crown prince and had launched a mutiny. They had never imagined that he was aiming for that position. They completely looked down on the crown prince. If it were any other time, they would definitely have reprimanded him. This was simply too reckless. Right, let me tell you something. Something happened to my father. Fan Qinglong said. The empire can't be without a ruler. I will become the great emperor. Something happened? The expressions of the remaining royal elders changed drastically. No one knew better than them the importance of a great emperor. Without a great emperor, the empire would immediately become a fat piece of meat that any force would want to take a bite out of. Fifth Prince, how can we believe your words? Your Majesty is a great emperor. Who can harm your Majesty? We absolutely won't believe it. Fan Qinglong's eyes flashed coldly. He gave the old man a look and made up his mind. Then you can sacrifice yourselves to fulfill this emperor's wish. The old man took out a treasure that looked like a black gourd and instantly activated it. A suction force enveloped them, and no matter how they struggled, it was useless. One by one, they were sucked into the black gourd. Your Majesty, their foundations are not bad. As long as you refine them, your Majesty can absorb their strength and instantly become a great emperor. No one will be able to kill your Majesty, the old man said to Fan Qinglong. Good. Fan Qinglong knew that his strength was a shortcoming. If he had the strength of a pseudo-great emperor, and he could control it, he would have the confidence to speak. I'll have to trouble you next. Serving your Majesty is what I should do. Fan Qinglong strode into the great hall of the empire and sat on the seat that did not belong to him. From today onwards, this emperor shall be the emperor. The entire empire shall be under my control. Not the slightest news of the changes in the palace leaked out. The next day, Fan Qinglong summoned the patriarchs of the imperial capital in the name of Big Brother, saying that he had something important to discuss. Over the past 3 years, the first prince had done everything personally, gaining the acknowledgement of the major powers in the capital. As such, he did not have any doubts about the summons and happily went over. They regretted it the moment they left. The first prince did not appear. The one who came was the fifth prince, and then a head was displayed. Without the fifth prince saying anything, the clan heads immediately realized that there was a change in the palace. The first prince, whom they had high hopes for, had been killed. Following that, many doubts arose. Right now, they had to deal with this. Among the major powers that Fan Qinglong had invited, a few of them had opposed him back then. You guys didn't expect this, right? The expressions of the few clan heads changed drastically. Before they could do anything, the elites lying in ambush in the surroundings launched a fierce attack on them, killing them on the spot. They did not even have time to grunt. As for the remaining ones, they tactfully chose to submit. At this point, Fan Qinglong had successfully taken control of the imperial capital. The originally peaceful imperial capital suddenly had a major event. After everyone heard about it, they felt that it was unbelievable. It turned out that a few major powers in the imperial capital had ambushed the first prince in the great hall of the palace, causing him to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. The empire had quickly dispatched troops to suppress the few major powers in the imperial capital. Undoubtedly, many people could not digest this news. These major powers were all famous. However, under such circumstances, they had been suppressed by the other party, and their entire clan had been slaughtered. Everyone who saw this was shocked. This had happened too quickly. All the major and minor powers were shocked. This was something that was completely impossible. Those major powers were all on the first prince's side. Why would they attack the first prince? After the incident with the first prince, the entire imperial capital was placed under martial law. The formation in the palace was also activated. Everything seemed to prove that the first prince had been attacked. After the martial law was placed, a series of searches began. Within a few days, many of the major powers in the imperial capital had suffered. They were all taken away by the expeditionary guards, and the entire imperial capital was in a state of panic. At the same time, the first prince sent a message to the leaders of the various regions, ordering them to immediately head to the imperial capital. He said that he had something to announce on behalf of his father. When the news fell into the hands of the leaders of the various regions, all of them had strange expressions. Things had happened too quickly. The leaders of the various regions were suspicious and did not want to be involved. Under the orders of the emperor, they had no choice but to head to the imperial capital. In fact, They all wanted to know if the emperor had made up his mind. The leaders of the various regions suspected that the assassination had been carried out by the fifth prince. In their eyes, the fifth prince was the most ambitious and had a considerable status in the army. With the first prince being assassinated, the fifth prince was definitely the biggest suspect. To those who supported the fifth prince, this was not good news. It was no wonder. In the past 3 years, the first prince had been suppressing the fifth prince. With his advantage gone, it was inevitable that he would not be able to control himself and do something that no one wanted to see. They complained about the fifth prince's foolishness as they headed to the imperial capital, prepared to be scolded. After all, they were close to the fifth prince. They were still worried about this trip to the imperial capital, afraid that His Majesty would blame them. They had no choice but to go. All of them were in a mess. Emperor Peak. Fan Luoyu also received the news. News from the palace. Is this father's order? In the past 3 years, Fan Luoyu had treated Emperor Peak as her home and rarely returned to the palace. She had been worried about the Shao clan. Luckily, the Shao clan seemed to have given up in the past 3 years and did not appear again. This made Fan Luoyu feel at ease. Was Big Brother really sent by Fifth Brother to assassinate him? News from the palace. It was intermittent. Fan Luoyu was not too sure about the specific situation, but something had happened. I'll go. Fan Luoyu did not suspect anything and agreed to return to the palace. Chapter 26-26. The Imperial Capital. This ancient place. With the arrival of the domain masters, all kinds of gossip quickly spread throughout the imperial capital. The biggest news was that the fifth prince was the main culprit, setting up a trap to assassinate the first prince. His Majesty was furious and wanted to punish the fifth prince, so he informed the domain masters to come. This news was spread with eyes and noses, and it was the most recognized news. This was because after the first prince was assassinated, the fifth prince disappeared. According to the news from the servants in the fifth prince's residence, he was taken away by the expedition guards. In the entire empire, only the expedition guards had the right to take away the fifth prince. This matter was really done by the fifth prince. After so many days, the fifth prince had not shown his face at all. Combined with the previous events, it was hard not to believe it. On this day, important figures gathered in the palace. The domain masters and the clan leaders of the imperial capital were almost all in the palace. Everyone was exchanging information in private. They wanted to know exactly what had happened and why it was like this. The ninth princess is here. Fan Luoyu's arrival attracted many gazes. The secret of the royal family was not a big secret in the eyes of the domain masters. Everyone naturally knew about the incident with the Shao family 3 years ago. The domain masters came to greet her. How is eldest brother? Fan Luoyu asked her other brothers and sisters, but they shook their heads, indicating that they did not know anything. Father summoned everyone. Did something big really happen? Fan Luoyu did not have a good impression of her fifth brother, nor did she have a good impression of her eldest brother. However, Fan Luoyu had basically handled all the transactions in the past 3 years, so their relationship had improved a lot. Looks like we'll find out later. His Majesty is here. The imperial palace quietened down. The majesty of the emperor made everyone afraid to speak, as it was very disrespectful. But when the person came in, everyone was dumbfounded. How can it be him? The fifth prince. What's going on? Seeing the fifth prince Fan Qinglong, who was surrounded by people, everyone doubted their eyes. Wasn't it the first prince and His Majesty? How could it be the fifth prince? Everyone's expression changed. The situation was completely different. Something big was going to happen. Everyone, are you very surprised? Fan Qinglong smiled at everyone. He saw the shock, surprise, and other emotions. Fifth prince, one of the region lords, had just spoken when a strand of fierce light assaulted him. Call me His Majesty. I don't mind killing you next time. The old man beside Fan Qinglong made his move. Pseudo-Great Emperor Expert. As soon as the old man made his move, the others immediately realized how powerful he was and were secretly shocked. These region lords really didn't have the habit of calling him Your Majesty. They were all hegemons of their own territories, So why would they care about a little prince? On the other hand, a few of the region masters had smiles on their faces. From today onwards, this emperor shall be the sole ruler of the empire. If there are any of you who are dissatisfied, you can speak up now. Fan Qinglong swept his gaze over the 30 or so domain lords. Among these region masters, Fan Qinglong wanted to rope in a group and suppress a group. Now, it was time to see who dared to stick their necks out. Fifth Prince, it's not impossible for you to become the great emperor, but you have to give us a convincing reason. Also, we want to see the great emperor. The Tianyin region ruler was the first to step forward. The Tianyin region lord had always been loyal to His Majesty. No matter who the future emperor was, the Tianyin region lord had to listen to the great emperor's words before he would agree. For the time being, he wouldn't believe the fifth prince's words. A cold light flashed in Fan Qinglong's eyes. Tianyin region lord, father has already gone into seclusion. Now, everything outside is up to me. Are you dissatisfied with my words? Wow. In the void around Fan Qinglong, more than 10 black shadows flew out. Once these black shadows appeared, they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. In an instant, they entered Fan Qinglong's body. Immediately, the aura on his body rose steadily. 8th job transition. 9th job transition. Pseudo-Great Emperor realm. Fan Qinglong instantly obtained the combat power of a pseudo-Great Emperor. He moved through the air and came in front of the Tianyin region lord. He formed a seal with both hands and blasted it at the Tianyin region lord. As a veteran expert, the Tianyin region lord wasn't far from becoming a pseudo-Great Emperor. He was fearless and met the attack with a punch. Fifth Prince, I don't believe your words. Unless the Great Emperor acknowledges it, no one will acknowledge your identity. The Tianyin region lord realized that his punch had missed. Once the seal came into contact with it, it disappeared. Fan Qinglong appeared above the Tianyin region lord and slammed his palm down. The Tianyin region lord hurriedly received it. There was a loud rumble, and he was slammed into the ground. This is what happens to those who disobey me. Fan Qinglong stood with his hands behind his back. His cold gaze swept across the crowd. The region lords were shocked. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The fifth prince had used a secret technique to advance to the pseudo-Great Emperor realm. He had defeated a veteran expert like the Tianyin region lord with one palm. How could they not be shocked? There were secret techniques that could instantly increase one's combat power. However, not many people could do it as easily as the fifth prince. Although the difference between the pseudo-Great Emperor realm and the 9th job transition realm wasn't great, this gap was a line that couldn't be crossed in a short time. The Tianyin region lord was strong, but he still couldn't defeat the fifth prince, who had advanced to the pseudo-Great Emperor realm. The Tianyin region lord wasn't killed, but he was severely injured. Immediately, someone came forward and used a special tool to detain the Tianyin region lord. Everyone present obviously knew that the first prince was in trouble. Something must have happened to him. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! After a while, someone shouted. The fifth prince had displayed the pseudo-Great Emperor realm. In addition, there was a pseudo-Great Emperor expert beside him. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. The other region lords were not convinced, but they knew to lower their heads. The Tianyin region lord was the best proof. This time, the empire was really going to change. His Majesty, the crowd said. Ha! Fan Qinglong laughed. The Tianyin region lord colluded with outsiders and plotted to kill the first prince. The evidence is conclusive. He shall be executed. The expeditionary guards shall head to the Tianyin region immediately and take control of the Tianyin region. Anyone who disobeys shall be killed without mercy. With this short sentence, everyone knew that the Tianyin region lord was finished. Fan Luoyu looked at everything quietly. Fan Qinglong, if this is what you call a good thing, I won't keep you company. Fan Luoyu turned and prepared to leave. The change had come too suddenly. The news from the outside world was all fake. If she didn't leave now, Fan Luoyu was afraid that she wouldn't have the chance to leave. Ninth sister, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It wasn't easy for you to come back. Stay in the palace for a while longer, Fan Qinglong said kindly. Immediately, someone came forward. Princess, don't make things difficult for us. Fan Luoyu frowned slightly. Fifth brother, aren't you afraid that father will be angry? Chapter 26-27. The world had changed. Just as everyone was waiting for the emperor to make a move, a shocking piece of news spread. The fifth prince had taken the throne. Not the first prince, not anyone else, but the fifth prince had taken the throne. All the region masters agreed with the emperor's decision and supported the fifth prince as the new emperor. It could be said that everyone's eyes were blinded. Apart from that, there was another piece of news about the fifth prince. The fifth prince had ascended to the quasi-emperor level. Regardless of whether everyone had digested this news, after the fifth prince took the throne, a large-scale suppression began. The reign of terror lasted for a whole month. In this month, many forces were suppressed. The fifth prince Fan Qinglong used his absolute power to cruelly settle the forces that did not recognize his position. Blood flowed like a river everywhere, and everyone gasped. In a short month, the fifth prince used cruel suppression to solve the internal problems. The forces and people who were not convinced were all cleared. Young Master Xiao, I think you will like this gift. In the palace, Fan Qinglong met a distinguished guest that he had not seen in a long time. Yes, it was a distinguished guest. Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran came again. The last time he came was 3 years ago. When he came again, the empire had changed greatly, and Fan Qinglong had become the new emperor, controlling everything in the empire. Thank you, Your Majesty. I believe our relationship will be even closer. This gift was Fan Lu. That day, Fan Qinglong arranged for people to put the 9th princess under house arrest, contacted the Xiao clan, and restarted the previous marriage. Fan Qinglong still had to curry favor with the 8 great ancient clans. Fan Qinglong was waiting for Xiao Ran to say this. Although he did not know why the Xiao clan valued the 9th sister, it had nothing to do with him. As long as she was sent, the Xiao clan would have to owe him a favor. Young Master Xiao, the 9th sister is in the side palace. You haven't seen her for some time, so I won't disturb your reunion. Fan Qinglong said a few words and swaggered away. Xiao Ran squinted. The 5th prince is much more troublesome than the 1st prince. In the side palace, Fan Luoyu was sullen. I wonder when Lin Fei will come. If she had known that she would be placed under house arrest, Fan Luoyu would definitely not have returned. She would never have thought that her 5th brother would launch a coup and kill her eldest brother to take the throne. His strength had skyrocketed in a single bound, and he had ascended to the great emperor realm. Even the Tianyan region lord had been defeated. 9th princess, long time no see. Just as Fan Luoyu was letting her imagination run wild, someone had appeared at the door. You, why are you here? Fan Luoyu saw the person she least wanted to see, Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran smiled complacently. Why can't I be here? You should know that I came here for you. Fan Luoyu was not stupid. She immediately guessed that it was Fan Qinglong who had contacted the Xiao family, wanting to curry favor with the Xiao family and secure his current position. I am Lin Fei's man, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Xiao Ran's eyes were ferocious. No wonder you're the 9th princess. You're so good at scaring people. If you were Lin Fei's woman, you wouldn't be a virgin now. Young master, I can see that. Fan Luoyu's expression was a little unnatural. This was perhaps the most helpless thing for Fan Luoyu in the past 3 years. That bastard had been playing the game of disappearing. This made Fan Luoyu love and hate him at the same time. Could it be that she was really incomparable to Qinlong? I am also a princess, all right? Xiao Ran had been observing Fan Luoyu. From the moment he entered, he was relieved. Fan Luoyu was actually still a virgin. He could not believe that this was true. No one knew better than him the difference between a virgin and an unvirgin. Although he did not know why Lin Fei did not take away Fan Luoyu's virginity, Xiao Ran was not interested in finding out. All that was left now was to bring Fan Luoyu back to the Xiao family. I don't know what you're talking about. Fan Luoyu became determined. If you want to touch me, you better be prepared to be killed by Big Brother Lin Fei. Lin Fei's name was the last thing Xiao Ran wanted to hear. I never thought that a princess like you would fall in love with someone with an unknown background. Xiao Ran shook his head and snorted. Don't even think about using Lin Fei to threaten me. Last time I was careless. Based on what you said, I have decided to give the 9th princess a generous gift. For example, killing Lin Fei on the spot. You dare! Fan Luoyu's face was frosty. 9th princess, just you wait. Xiao Ran turned to leave. Fan Luoyu chased after him but was blocked by the gate's formation. No, I have to inform Big Brother Lin Fei. Xiao Ran must have brought people here to set up an ambush. Fan Luoyu's mood quickly sank. There was a formation set up here, and it was a super strong one. Fan Luoyu was unable to send the message for a while. Xiao Ran left the side hall. He immediately contacted Fan Qinglong. No one wanted to deal with Lin Fei more than him. He had never forgotten what he had said back then. As such, he had never dared to enter the imperial capital of the Expeditionary Empire, afraid that the lad would kill him without hesitation. Xiao Ran had been waiting for 3 years. He had originally thought of Fan Luoyu as the second batch of reserves. Unexpectedly, God had given him a big surprise. Fan Luoyu was still a virgin. Deal with Lin Fei? Fan Qinglong's eyes flashed. Actually, he had wanted to deal with Lin Fei, the enemy who had always made him suffer. Now that young Master Xiao had mentioned it, it was perfect. Young Master Xiao, Lin Fei has a strong background. He has been hiding in the Capital Institute. There are great emperors there. Even I can't deal with him. Fan Qinglong said helplessly. The Capital Institute had always been on the fringes of the royal family. Fan Qinglong had been eyeing it for a long time. Xiao Ran's eyes shifted. That's easy. As long as your majesty gives the order, someone will be willing to deal with the Capital Institute. The empire is in your majesty's hands, let alone a Capital Institute. The Xiao family is willing to help. The existence of the Capital Institute made Fan Qinglong very uncomfortable. If there was a chance to deal with them now, it would be great. Thank you for your support, young Master Xiao. Fan Qinglong smiled. Then let's discuss how to take down